And here we are back here for our Junior Handler Series announcement. The top three junior handlers in each division. The stats have all concluded. We've got everything together, and we're going to start with our Little Lunars. We're going to have Charlie from Carousel Diving Dogs taking third place in Little Lunars. Little Lunars are 5 to 8 years old. Then, going to have Sydney taking second at Carousel Diving Dogs. And then first place for our Little Lunars is going to be Cassidy. Now, Charlie came in third with a score of 12. Sydney came in second with a score of 13. And Cassidy came in first with a score of 18. Awesome job, Cassidy. Now, Little Lunars are ages 5 to 8. Our Global Gems are what we're going to move on to next. Global Gems are 9 to 12 years old. Coming in second place is Emery from Country Roads Canine Activities. Coming in first place is Bug or Liliana from Duke's Canine Dash and Splash. And Bug or Liliana from Duke's Canine Dash and Splash has earned the first ever Global Gems Junior Handler title. Congratulations, Bug. And back to the Little Lunars. Sydney, as of Carousel Diving Dogs, Sydney, who took second, also earned the first ever Little Lunars Junior Handler title. Congratulations. Now we're moving on to Jupiter Juniors. Jupiter Juniors are 16 to 18 years old. We had Austin from Sliding G Ranch with 8 points. We have second place is Jackson from Sea Dogs with 13 points. And first place in the Jupiter Juniors is Braylon with 21 points from Country Roads Canine Activities. Braylon also earned the first ever Jupiter Juniors title, junior handler title. Congratulations, Braylon, on earning that title. And then the Solar Seniors. Katrina taking first place, the only 16 to 18-year-old competing with us. Katrina from Duke's Canine Dash and Splash, 22 points, the Solar Senior Champion. And she also earned the first ever Solar Senior Championship title. Congratulations, guys, to all of our juniors. And as you see, we're going to slowly go through each facility and each kid that earned a title. Congratulations, guys. A title or a champion. Over there at Carousel, as you can see, we have Charlie up on the dock. Charlie from Carousel Diving Dogs. And then you're going to see Sydney from Carousel Diving Dogs, and you're going to see Cassidy coming up here soon. And you can see the trainers over there on the ramp side and the handler over there on the dock with his mom and his dog. Congratulations to Charlie from Carousel Diving Dogs. And they're going to come on down. We're going to have Sydney come on up. Sydney had 13 points. There they are. And Sydney not only is coming in second place for the Little Lunars, but she earned the first ever International Dog Sport Little Lunars Junior Handler title. Congratulations, Sydney, on your awesome weekend. We love having the juniors here, and we appreciate your performance. And you can see the trainers getting in the picture, and then they're going to have a solo picture. Now, that is Heather Reese up there on the dock. She's the owner of Carousel Diving Dogs. And then here they go. Here they go. They're about to present the title to her. This is what the junior has worked all year for, and they earned that title right there. They had to work really hard to get there. And now they're telling her what it means. And the black lab is like, I want to go swimming. Why can't I go swimming? And everyone's like, just sit down. There we go. There we go. They have the rosette and the title up there on the dock. Congratulations, Sydney. And just a FYI, all of these top three juniors will be earning money from the 2024 International Dog Sport Scholarship Fund. I said it earlier in the weekend, but yes, we are starting a scholarship fund for our juniors. Every first, second, or third, first place earns 150, second place earns 100, and 50 place earns $50 towards that fund. Now up on the dock over there at Carousel, we have Cassidy with her German Shepherd dog. They had 18 points. Carousel Diving Dogs Cassidy, 18 points. Congratulations on winning the Little Lunars division, the first ever junior handler Little Lunar champion up on the dock. Congratulations, Cassidy. And Cassidy will be earning $150 to the 2024 International Dog Sport Fund. Congratulations, guys. All right, and now that Little Lunars is going to be concluding, we're going to show you guys the global gems. Here we go over here at Country Roads Canine Activities. We have Emery over there at Country Roads, and we have Liliana Bug over at Duke's. And there we see it. Liliana with her battle dog Raz in front of the camera at Duke's Canine Dash and Splash. And she, Liliana, aka Bug, is the first ever global gem to earn a title. Congratulations. And you're the first ever global gem international dog sport junior handler champion. Congratulations, Raz. Congratulations, Emery, on your second place global gem finish at Country Roads. Emery had 6 points. Liliana had 9. Thank you guys for participating in the 2024 International Dog Sport Dock Diving Championship. We love having the juniors here and seeing the future of the sport in front of our eyes. All right, and as Country Roads comes off of the dock, Dukes has stepped away. We are going to have the Solar Senior coming up. It is going to be Duke's Canine Dash and Splash. Oh, I'm sorry. I'm going ahead of myself. It is going to be the Jupiter Juniors. Jupiter Juniors are going to be next. Jupiter Juniors, Austin coming in third place out there in Chapel Hill, North Carolina with a score of 8. Austin over in Sliding G Ranch is the third place Jupiter Juniors finisher. Congratulations, Austin. And then second place for the Jupiter Juniors is Jackson out of Sea Dogs with a score of 13. Awesome job, Jackson. And then out of Country Roads Canine, we are going to have Braylon. Braylon taking first place, the first ever Jupiter Juniors champion. Braylon with a score of 21 from Country Roads Canine Activities. Congratulations. And Braylon also is the first ever Jupiter Junior to earn a International Dog Sport Junior Handler title. Congratulations, Braylon. Awesome competition today. We got to see the showcase. And with that being said, we're going to go on to the next division, which is Solar Seniors. And I'm going to repeat it one more time. The top 3 in each division get money towards the 2024 International Dog Sport Championship Scholarship Fund. And there's Katrina over there at Duke's dancing in front of the camera. Excited about that win with her Belgian Malinois named Verde. And there they are representing the first ever Solar Senior title to Katrina Richards out of Duke's Canine Dash and Splash. Awesome job, guys. Congratulations and thank you for competing. And you'd see a big celebration out at Duke's. And she's yelling catch over the live stream, and Verde is barking at her. Congratulations, guys. All right. Now we are going to move on to the next part of our stream right after a short ad break. We are going to thank our sponsors, Sunday's Food for Dogs and One TDC Oral and Joint Supplements. And a big congratulations to our juniors. We will be right back. And here we are back, the big day Sunday at the 2024 International Dog Sports Dock Diving Championship. We are doing the Open Horizon brackets, and we are going to start with our Comet division. The top 24 dogs in the Comet division will be facing off 1v1 in a bracket style tournament. The first seed versus the 24th seed will start us off. Ocala Dog Ranch versus Duke's Canine Dash and Splash. We have Fester, the number 1 seed, facing Fergus, the number 24 seed. And they are up on the screen as we can see. Now, we competed all day Friday, all day Saturday. Saturday, we did our qualifying rounds for Horizon, and then we did the Horizon Legend bracket, and we did the Horizon Lap bracket. Now, Friday we did Eclipse, and Friday we also did Velocity. So this is the final day of competing. This is the big day. And as we see a big jump there from Ocala Dog Ranch's Fergus. Ocala Dog Ranch's Fester. That was a very good jump. The Border Collie from Ocala. And over at Duke's, we have Fergus up on the dock over there. And the score has been entered for Fester, but we will not be announcing any scores until after. Oh, let's look over at Duke's. Here we go. A nice throw right there for Fergus. He's trying to make the jump. It's a little chilly out there today. He's got to warm up. There he goes. He's trying. They should probably move him back and reset on this one. Maybe get a toy reset. You are allowed one reset for the Horizon game during each round. And when they measure these dogs, they measure by the base of the tail. Wherever that tail meets the butt, the judge, as you can see at Duke's, is on the opposite side. He is watching right where that butt lands. Oh, and there goes Fergus. They tried to retrieve the toy, but Fergus jumped, and that is going to count. We're going to see what that score comes in at, but that is going to conclude Fester versus Fergus. Now we are going to move on to the second jump off. That is going to be Renegade, the number 3 seed out of Doggone It, facing Volson, the number 22 seed from Duke's Canine Dash and Splash. Renegade is a bi-colored shepherd. Renegade is 6 years old. He's been competing for about a season and a half now, and Volson over there is a English pointer out of Duke's Canine Dash and Splash. And here we go, entering the dock. As we see Fergus come off the dock at Duke's, and we see Renegade enter the dock at Doggone It. And again, Renegade is a bicolor shepherd, and we're going to see him probably line up about 20 foot on the dock. The handler, Megan, is going to walk to the end of the dock, get ready to throw this toy. And everyone at Doggone It's going to scream as loud as possible. Try to get that dog to fly off the end and make a good jump here. Here she is throwing a frisbee off the end of the dock, and Volson has made up to the dock at Duke's. Here goes Renegade, though. Yeah, nice jump there from Renegade, and the judge at Doggone It marking it with her hand. Here we go over at Duke's. Volson up there with her handler, Sarah. Volson is about a 2-year-old English pointer, and she goes. Volson making the jump, and she celebrates a quick fist pump, and then back to that serious demeanor she likes to put off. Awesome job, guys. And here goes Megan to the back of the dock with Renegade, celebrating with Squishy. Awesome jumps right there. Volson versus Renegade. We're going to see who moves on to the next round. Who's going to face off, whether it's Volson and Renegade or Fester and Fergus. We're going to see after the rest of our jumps here. So we're going to move on to Sliding G Ranch and Duke's Canine Dash and Splash. Crikey, the 5 seed. Pinion, the 20 seed. And Pinion is owned by the same handler that Volson is. So they're swapping dogs right now, and you're going to see Sarah back up on the dock with Pinion. Pinion is a 7-8-month-old English pointer. And at Sliding Dog Ranch, we have Crikey making his way up. Crikey is a Australian cattle dog. Hint the name, Crikey. And they are from North Carolina. Crikey is very thoughtful when training and learning something new. So it took a year and a half for him. Oh, and my fun fact is gone. It took him a year and a half to learn something new, so it took him a year to learn a sit stay because he just is very passive. He's very thoughtful about training. All right, here we go. Over at Sliding G Ranch, we have Crikey making the plunge. Nice, the cattle dog landing there. Perfect throw from Mom. And that means we're going to go back to Duke's Canine Dash and Splash and see what this score is. Pinion going to be coming up to the dock. Oh, and we might have already seen Pinion jump. So now we're going to move on to Ocala Dog Ranch. Ocala Dog Ranch is two dogs from Ocala facing off. We have the 7 seed Presto and the 18 seed Tide. Pinion did do their score, so Pinion and Crikey, we're going to see where they leave off in a little bit. But Presto versus Tide over at Ocala Dog Ranch. Now we're over at Ocala Dog Ranch, located in Ocala, Florida. And we are about to see Presto coming up to the dock, and then we will see Tide coming up to the dock. Ocala Dog Ranch is located in Ocala, Florida, which is north central Florida. The company opened about 7 years ago, and we're with another dock jumping organization. This year they joined IDS, and this will be their. Oh, there he goes, the toller. Didn't even see him up on the dock, but they're throwing a duck for the duck tolling retriever. That was Presto up there on the dock. But over at Ocala, besides the dock jumping pool, there is agility field for classes. They also host disc competitions. They offer boarding, training, and daycare for dogs. Ocala Dog Ranch is owned by a husband and wife team who also owns a company in South Florida that has a lake with a dock in it for dogs and their humans to enjoy. Now, as you see Presto leave that dock over there, we are going to move on to Tide, also at Ocala. So there he is, tied up on the dock, the border collie. And they're putting their leash over the side. They have their custom green bumper, and it looked like they had a toy that was green as well. Now they're holding the dog back there about 20 foot on the dock. Mom's going to walk to the edge of the dock, and they're going to do the chase method. And what is the chase method? The dog has to try to chase this toy out of the handler's hand as they're throwing it, as we're about to see here. This is a good example. Shaking that toy, getting excited, and then the dog tracks it right out of her hand. Even though it was a little bit of a short jump, that is the division we're in. We're in the Comet division. We praise our short jumpers. Any dog between 0 foot and 19 foot 11 inches is considered a Comet dog. 1 inch to 19 foot 11 inches is our Comet division. And now, Presto and Tide have concluded. We're going to move on to Red Dog Farm, who is facing Sliding G Ranch. Luna Grace from Red Dog is the 9 seed who is up on the dock currently. And Wombat, the 16 seed from Sliding G Ranch, is up there. Here we go. Red Dog Farm patiently awaiting the word. Here we go. We're going to have Red Dog Farm Luna Grace facing Sliding G's Wombat. And we're also going to have Samson out of Duke's Canine Dash and Splash facing Percy from Carousel Diving Dogs. We're going to have 4 dogs jumping at the same time here, or just about. And as you can see in Nicholsville, Kentucky, they're getting lined up. They're getting ready to jump, waiting for that word. And there's Wombat entering the dock at Sliding G Ranch. They're getting ready. There it is. Red Dog Farm approaching the Golden Retriever. Luna Grace, the 9 seed. That toy is placed perfectly, probably about 12 foot into the water. And he's making the run, pulled the dog all the way back, and the dog slows down at the edge, but does a nice little pop in. Happy golden pop right there for Luna Grace. And Wombat is over at Sliding G about to make his dive. And we also have Samson up on the dock at Dukes. And over at Carousel, we have Percy on the dock. Percy about to make the jump, facing Samson at Dukes. Sliding G. There goes Wombat. That was a nice jump right there from Wombat. All right, they're trying to get Carousel. They're trying to get him to jump. He's thinking about it. He's really having a hard time, but he's thinking about it. Here goes Percy. Come on, Percy. He sends Percy around. Percy at the edge. Yeah, Percy, and the handler celebrates. That was phenomenal jump right there from Percy. Awesome job. And over at Dukes, here is Samson up on the dock, getting some pep talk right there from Mary on the side. But there's Samson and Dad up there about to make this throw, getting him all revved up, as jazzed as possible. Dad's keeping the excitement going. There we go. Dad's about to make this throw. He's yelling at Samson, get it, get it, get it, get it. Yeah, Sammy. Very good jump right there, going for his blue wooba. And with that being said, we are going to move on. We just seen Luna Grace versus Wombat, and we seen Samson versus Percy. Now we are going to see Artie of Duke's Canine Dash and Splash versus Corey from Sea Dogs. And we're going to see Ember from Duke's Canine Dash and Splash versus Nuri. So because Ember and Artie are at the same facility, we are going to show Artie versus Corey first. That is Dukes versus Sea Dogs. And here comes Artie up to the dock as soon as Samson comes down. Here we go. They're entering the dock. Corey up on the dock at Sea Dogs, waiting in the back, as you can see up there. And they have a very interesting facility. Their pool is halfway in a building and halfway in a garage. It is very interesting. But as you can see, they are running through a garage door, jumping into that pool. Over at Duke's, that is their pool number one. That is their competition pool. It is a 60-foot pool, 60 by 20 foot. They also have two other pools. One of them is an outdoor pool, and that one is 45 by 20, and the other one is indoor. That is 40 by 20. Here we go, Sea Dogs. Nice throw right there by Mom. He threw it a little high, and when the dogs have to look up in the air and they can't see the end of the dock, you will see them slow down, and we've seen that right there. That is going to be Corey from Sea Dogs. But Artie making the splash. I think he caught that toy too over at Duke's. Awesome jump right there from Artie. Two phenomenal jumps right there from two awesome teams at separate ends of the country. We are in different time zones, but they are still competing at the same time. Now, moving on, we just seen Artie versus Corey. We will have Carousel versus Dukes, Ember versus Nuri coming up. Ember is the 10 seed and Nuri is the 15 seed. After that, we will have Youngblood's Dive-In versus Sea Dogs, Mercury versus Gizmo. Ember up on the dock now. We're going to see Nuri over there at Carousel, but we also are going to have Youngblood's Dive-In, Mercury, and Sea Dogs Gizmo coming up at any moment now. Here's Ember making that big noise up there. Everyone's yelling for Emmy. Go get it, Em. Nice big jump right there for Ember right at the last second. It didn't think she was going to go, but then she accelerated, landed right in the middle of the water. Oh, and over at Carousel, I believe that is our junior handler back up on the dock. That is Nuri from Carousel Diving Dogs. Nice jump right there from Nuri. Very solid form. All right, and now you just seen Ember versus Nuri, and you're going to see Youngblood Dive-In's Mercury coming up, and you're going to see Sea Dogs, Gizmo, and then we'll have Sliding G Ranch of Curry Tuck, and then we will have Duke's Canine Dash and Splash. We will have Slight, yes, there we go. All right. We've had some phenomenal jumps here. Over at Sea Dogs, up on the dock, we have Youngbloods, we have Mercury. They're jumping right now at the exact same time. They are facing each other, ready to go. Over at Dukes, we have up on the dock, that is Proof at Dukes, and Sliding G, we have Curry Tuck. Proof is a English pointer out of Dukes, related to Volson, which you've seen earlier in the round. Proof is the 19 seed. Curry Tuck is the 6, and you just seen Gizmo enter the water. That is the 17 seed out of Sea Dogs. Youngblood's Mercury making a big splash too. The 8 seed. We're going to see who went farther right after these next few jumps. There goes Proof at Duke's. Big splash, and Sarah celebrates. And look over there at Sliding G. There's Curry Tuck about to make this throw. He's sending the dog around. That's a German Shepherd over there. They're doing the place and set method. So what the place and set method is the handler throws his toy. They place it in the water. Then they pull the dog back, and they have a certain spot on the dock where the dog starts. Nice jump right there from Chapel Hill. But the place and send, they have a spot on the dock where the dog starts, and then whenever they send the dog from there, they send it right to the place toy in the water. That's why it's called place and send. Now, with that being said, we just seen all 4 dogs jump. We're going to move on to the next jumps. We have Youngblood's Dive In, Road Trip. We have Doggone It's Rhea. We have Country Roads Activities, Condo, and we have Duke's K9 Dash and Splash Ava. Country Roads Condo is the 2nd seed, and Ava is the 23rd seed. Road Trip is the 4 seed over at Youngbloods, and Rhea is the 21 seed at Doggone It. And here we go. Youngbloods facing Doggone It. Duke's facing Country Roads. Who's going to go farther right here? You have the 2 and 4 seed on the left-hand side. You have the 21 and the 23 seed on the right-hand side. Will the underdogs be able to surpass the top dogs? Again, this is the Horizon Comet bracket, the top 24 dogs of the entire championship. We had 490 Horizon dogs jumping. Up there, you see Rhea up there on the dock. She is the 21 seed. I know I keep repeating it, but she is the underdog, literally the underdog here versus Road Trip over at Youngbloods. And here we go. Michelle lined up at the end of the dock, about to make this throw for Rhea. Katie holding the dog back, and there we go. They're releasing the dog, the little bull shark. Nice jump from the bull shark out of Doggone It. Very good, and is making that swim back. That looked like a solid jump. Here we go at Youngbloods. Road Trip making the dive. Awesome jump from Road Trip. That was a beautiful one. We're going to see what these 2 scores come in as soon as K9 Country Roads Hondo making the dive, and Ava over at Duke's. Hondo, that looked like a big German Shepherd over there making the splash. She landed far out in the pool. Looked like it might be the top of the division, but we have Ava at Duke. She's refusing to jump at the moment, a German wired hair pointer, but they're resetting that toy. You get 1 reset per jump, and here we go. Melissa taking the toy from Kimmy. They're going to walk the dog back on the dock. Ava's going to wait about 15 foot back there, and they're going to throw that toy. Nice throw. Ava thought about jumping. Yeah, there it is. Now she jumped. Phenomenal jumps right there as Doggone It corrals their dog, and Ava comes out of the pool at Duke's. Now, with that being said, that is going to conclude the Comet round 1. We're going to go to Comet round 2 very soon as all the scores are completed. All right, and we have it for you. Ocala Dog Ranch versus Dukes, Fester, and Fergus. Fester is moving on to the next round with a 9.3-inch jump. Now, Dukes, Fergus had a 6.1. Renegade is moving on to the next round from Dog And here we are back with the 2024 International Dog Sport Championship Comet Division. We are on to the second round now. We have Fester at Ocala Dog Ranch, and we have Renegade out of Doggone It up on the dock. As you see Fester making the plunge, we have Renegade about to make the plunge at Doggone It. Fester won his round with a 9-foot 3-inch jump, and Renegade won his round with an 8-foot jump. We're going to see what they can do here to see if they can improve. You can see Renegade jumping up and down over there, trying to get that Frisbee from Mom. Fester looked like they had a good jump. Now here comes the handler, Megan, walking to the end of the dock, about to make the throw for Renegade. But after this, you'll see Sliding G Dog Ranch and Ocala Dog Ranch, Crikey versus Presto. Then you'll see Luna Grace versus Percy. There it is, Renegade making the, he's running now as we speak, about to make the dive. Nice throw there from Mom. Renegade watching right where it went, followed it into the pool. Very nice jump there from Renegade. Now Renegade comes out of the pool. We're going to move on to Crikey and Presto. Sliding G Ranch versus Ocala Dog Ranch. Oh, sorry about that. We have Crikey and Presto. Crikey is out of Sliding G. Crikey is the 5th seed. He surpassed Pinion in the first round with an 8-foot 9-inch jump. Well, Presto tied in the first round with a 9-foot jump. We're going to see who can go farther, Crikey or Presto. It's going to be a good matchup. Crikey, the 5 seed. Presto, the 7 seed. And here we are up on the dock as we speak. Presto being held, Crikey being in a sit stay. There goes Presto, the Nova Scotia duck toller, and there goes, yeah, nice jump right there from Crikey. Presto had to reset. Oh, and there it is, Presto making the dive. We're going to see who's farther, Crikey or Presto. But now we're going to move on to Luna Grace versus Percy. Luna Grace is from Red Dog Farm. Percy is from Carousel. Percy is the 14th seed. Percy had to beat the 11 seed last round. Percy had a 9-foot 1. Samson had an 8-foot 2. Luna Grace had to beat Wombat. Luna Grace had a 7-foot 8. Wombat had a 7-foot 3. And then with that being said, we're going to see Artie and Ember later. And then we'll see Mercury and Proof. Artie and Ember are from Duke's K9 Dash and Splash. Mercury's from Youngbloods, and Proof is also from Duke's. And as we have these dogs come off the dock, we're going to move on over to Red Dog Farm and Carousel Diving Dogs. And as you've seen before, we had Artie up on the dock. Artie had a 9-foot 1-inch jump to move on to the next round versus Corey's 7-foot 4. We also had Ember with an 8-foot 7 move on past Carousel Diving Dogs Nuri, who had an 8-foot 3. Youngbloods, the 8 for the 17 seed was very close. Gizmo had an 8-foot 6, but Mercury surpassed him with an 8-foot 7. Very close jumps right there. And the 9 seed versus the 6 seed versus the 19 seed. The 19 seed surpassed Curry Tuck. Proof had a 9-foot 3-inch jump versus Curry's 6-foot 9. Then we had Road Trip surpass Rhea. Road Trip had a 9-foot 2. Moving on to the next round versus Rhea's 7-foot 10. And then we had Hondo, a 9-foot 2, surpass Duke's Ava with a 7-foot 10. But here we go up on the dock. We have we have Percy versus Luna Grace. Luna Grace making the dive, and there is Percy still going around the handler. They're trying to get him to go. Percy's got to wind up. They're kind of like winding a carousel over there. And the Golden coming out of the water from Red Dog Farm. Still waiting for Percy to make the plunge here. They only have a certain amount of time before they time out, and Percy is going to try to get it before he times out. He's yelling at the toy. You see him barking up there, and Dad's like, go around me. Just jump in already. It's the same water you always jump in, buddy. You got this. He's getting him excited, sending him around. Here we go. Come on, Percy. Oh, he stopped. It looked like he was going to go on that one. Oh, and he almost fell in. It looked like barking so much it's going to fall in. But Percy screaming at the toy, still trying to get there. Go, buddy. Go, buddy. Go. And he did it. Percy's in the water. A nice jump right there from Percy before time expires. Very good round from Luna, Grace, and Percy, but we will see who surpasses who after Artie and Ember. Artie and Ember are from Duke's Canine Dash and Splash, a little head-to-head rivalry at the facility right now. Ember is a black shepherd, and Artie is a black and white border collie Australian cattle dog, one of our battle dogs. And I don't know if you remember earlier in the day, the dog named Raz, who is jumping with junior handler Liliana, but they are related. Raz and Artie are from the same breeder. And you can see Artie is a little bit bigger than Raz in his stature, and he's just big boned to begin with. But here we go. Artie's going to line up about 10 foot on the dock. Mom's going to walk to the edge of the dock, get ready to make this throw. And now Dad's holding on the dock. There we go, walking right to the edge. Mom getting Artie excited, shaking that toy, yelling at him, "Let's get it, buddy." And Maggie getting ready to throw it. Nice throw. Artie went up high in the air trying to grab that Atlas bumper. And that was actually a very good jump from Artie. We're going to see if Ember can surpass that. After Dukes, we're going to have Youngbloods and Dukes up there again. It'll be Mercury versus Proof. Mercury, the 8 seed. Proof, the 19 seed. And here we have it. Sam and Ember up on the dock with Dad holding back there. And you can see out at Duke's, the shade sails in the background. It's pretty windy out there today, so it's going to help these dogs fly a little bit farther. And here we go, making the throw. Ember running to the end. Yeah, no hesitation, jumping in, doing her huge. And here we go. As Ember leaves, we're going to have Proof coming up at Duke's Canine Dash and Splash next. But Mercury over at Youngbloods is going to hop into the game here. Youngbloods Dive In, located in Wilkinson, Indiana. It looks like a beautiful day out there at Duke's Canine Dash and Splash. They're in t-shirts with sweatpants or jeans on. Not a bad day at all. A little slight breeze. And here we go. Proof up there on the dock, but where is Youngblood's Mercury? Mercury is about to come up on the dock at any moment. Proof is a English pointer being handled by Sarah Gomes out of Canada. Sarah drove all the way from Canada to compete at Windham, Ohio. One of our farthest travelers for the championship. We try to make travel as minimal as possible so it's affordable for our clients and customers to go and compete with us. And there's Proof. She gave Proof the toy, and Proof is taking off, running around. And they're celebrating on that dock over there at Duke's, just getting him excited, giving him a reason to want to jump. And here's Youngblood's back up there. Mercury's about to get ready to jump. And as you see, Judge is in place at Duke's. Judge is in place at Youngbloods. They are ready. And there it is, Proof making the jump and a good throw. Sarah cheering loud for Proof right there. That was a very good jump right there from Proof. We're going to see what Youngblood's diving. Mercury, what do you got, buddy? Here we go. They release Mercury. A good throw. Mercury standstill jump. Oh, landing. We're going to see. It's going to be close to that 10-foot line. Now that means with those two dogs, we're going to have Youngblood's Dive-In Road Trip coming up next. And we're going to have Hondo from Country Roads. Youngblood's Country Road coming up next. Road Trip, the 4 seed. Hondo, the 2 seed. We're going to see how they perform here. And it looks like they're trying to retrieve that toy out of the water over at Youngbloods. This is going to be Road Trip up on the dock as we speak. Country Roads, here we go. Hondo is a German Shepherd up on the dock at Country Roads, as you can see from PA. He's a 3-year-old Shepherd. Hondo making the plunge right there. That was a very nice jump. And that means over at Youngbloods, we're going to have Road Trip coming up there, entering the dock as we speak. And they're cheering loud at Country Roads. That might be a personal best. We get a thumbs up from the photographer at Country Roads. And here we go. Hondo had to beat Ava with a 9'2" versus a 7'10". Here we go. Youngbloods. Road Trip had to win with a 9'2" as well. There it is. Road Trip springing off the edge of that dock. Super speed. Had a little bit of a hesitation, but super speed as soon as he got the edge. That was very nice. So both dogs had a 9'2" jump previously. We're going to see who moves on right now, and we're going to see all the rest of the dogs' results as we speak. Moving on to the next round is Fester. Fester had a 9'11" jump. Renegade had a 8'5". Good matchup there versus Fester and Renegade. And Crikey is going to be facing Fester. Crikey had a 9 foot. Presto had an 8'6". Luna Grace versus Percy. Percy taking the win, moving on to the next round. Percy had a 9'5". Luna Grace had a 9.2. Very close matchup there. Now over at Duke's, Artie had a 9'3". Ember has an 8'11". Very close matchup over there at Duke's. Oh, and an even closer one in these next. Mercury had an 8'9" jump from Youngblood's diving. 8'9". Awesome job, Mercury. Proof had an 8'8" though. Just 1" difference. Proof versus Mercury. Awesome job. And the final matchup we just watched is Hondo versus Road Trip. Country Roads is going to move on with a 10-foot 1" jump versus Road Trip's 8'8". Awesome jump right there. Now it's going to be Ocala up on the dock. We're going to see Fester jump first, and then you're going to see Crikey from Sliding G. We are out live in Ocala, Florida, as we speak at Ocala Dog Ranch. Fester coming up next. Fester is a male border collie that was born in 2022. Crikey is a Australian cattle dog out of North Carolina. So, who's going to go farther? The border collie from Ocala or the cattle dog from North Carolina? And as you see, the border collie up there on the dock at Ocala Dog Ranch, they're throwing the toy. Big leap in there for the border collie right from the edge of the dock. And that was Fester you got to watch right there. That means Crikey coming up next over at North Carolina, Sliding G Ranch, the Australian cattle dog. Crikey was born in 2021, so he is about 3 years old. Here we go. Crikey's up there. As you can see, Crikey on the ramp side, patiently awaiting the cattle dog. Now, some cattle dogs, you'll see they have the tail docked. This one does not. He has a long white tail on the end. And for a blue heeler that is 3 years old, he's a little short, but you're going to see this dog fly out there, hopefully. Mom walking back there, about to get the toy from the dog. She's going to line Crikey up about 20 foot on the dock, right in the middle. She's playing tug with him, giving him that reward. Here we go. She takes the toy, lining Crikey up. And even though Crikey is an Australian cattle dog, they call them redneck Malinois. So we just have another crazy Maligator up on the dock. Nice. Crikey splashing down right there. Grabbing that white Doken bumper as he makes his swim back. We're going to move on to Carousel Diving Dogs. Percy versus Artie over at Duke's Canine Dash and Splash. Then we are going to have Mercury versus Hondo. Up first, though, is going to be Percy out of Carousel Diving Dogs. All right, upcoming to the dock at Carousel is Percy, the bearded collie. Percy was born in 2018. He is about 6 years old up there on the dock from Pennsylvania. Now we're playing Horizon, but Percy's favorite game is Eclipse. This is the bearded collie's favorite game, Eclipse. Dad's gonna place that toy out there. Here they go. They're gonna do the place and send method. Toys placed in the water. She sends the dog around him. Oh, and he's trying the bearded collie. Look at that dog's beard as he runs around. It's just flopping in the wind up there. He's trying to make that jump. He's thinking about it really hard. And the last few times we had to see him start barking at the toy before he actually tried to jump in. There it is. He's getting excited, barking at it. He's yelling. Got to get that noise going. Everyone at Carousel should be yelling for that dog. Dad up there trying his hardest. This is the semifinal round right here for the championship of the Horizon Open Comet Division. Here we go. Let's get it, buddy. Come on. Come on, Percy. Oh, he almost went right there. He just put the brakes on. Come on, Percy. Two or three more tries. You're going to see this dog fly off the dock, hopefully. Yeah, there it is, landing right on top of the toy. A phenomenal jump there from Percy. Percy waits till the last minute every single jump, but we love it. We love the excitement. He just wants to keep us on our toes. Very good jump from Percy. We're going to find out what his score is after Artie jumps. Here we have it live from Duke's Canine Dash and Splash on Saturday, September 15th, Sunday, September 15th. Here comes Artie walking up to the dock, and this is the battle dog that I was talking about earlier. What is a battle dog? It is a border collie and a cattle dog. You'll see them a lot as a sport bred mix, and that's exactly what Artie is, an intentionally bred sport dog. He's playing tug up there. He is related to the champion you seen earlier, Raz, who was handled by junior handler Bug. They are brother and sister, same mom and dad. And you see Maggie about to make the throw. Oh, and you see he went up high for that toy. I don't know if you could tell, but he definitely elevated a little bit. Mom making a good throw for Artie to chase out of her hand. Now that's Artie's jump. We've seen Artie and Percy. We're going to move on to Mercury out at Youngbloods, and then you'll be seeing Hondo from Country Roads. Percy up there. Percy was the 14 seed, the underdog, still in the game, facing Artie, who was the 12 seed, the 12 and 14 seed, who is going to move on. But we have Mercury up here. Mercury was the 8 seed, and he is facing Hondo, who was the second seed, the 2 versus the 8. 8 seed on the dock as we speak. Is Mercury going to make it past the 2 seed, the underdog? Nice throw. Mercury stopping at the edge, collecting himself, and doing a big jump up in the air. And that is a big dog out there trying to move himself far into the water, but doing a good job. It's a lot of jumps for these dogs, too. The more they have to go up and down on the dock, it's all energy. All right. Mercury over there being jumped by the trainers at Youngblood, Sam and Izzy. And that's Hondo from Country Roads Canine Activities coming up next. Is a German Shepherd about 3 years old. And something interesting about this dog that will be coming up here shortly. Hondo has stood on the Continental Divide in multiple states. Wow. Imagine a dog, even though the dog has no idea what that is, the experience for that. Now, as we wait for Hondo to come up here, we're going to go on to telling you the rest of the day, the schedule. So, again, today is Sunday, September 15th. It is currently 11 a.m. on the dot. And we have already done our junior handler showcase for the day. We watched the Little Lunars, the Global Gems, the Jupiter Juniors, the Solar Seniors, and all of the awards for them. Then we started with the Open 24 Dog IDS Horizon Championship bracket. Now, we did the Comet division. We are currently on Comet round 3, one round before we get to the final round to find out who the champion is going to be. And after we conclude the Comet division, we're going to do the top 3 awards for those facilities, those dogs at each facility. Then we're going to go on to the Protostar division, and we will have awards again after that, and then straight into Nebula X. And that is the division we had to split up because Nebula X and Nebula XL were so congested with so many dogs that we split it up for you guys to make it more fair. Now you'll see Nebula X and XL later, and then you'll see Rising Star, Superstar, and Supernova. And then before you leave, we're going to do a final top 3 champions summary so you know every single champion from the weekend. And here we go. We have Country Roads back up here. Country Roads Canine Activities out in Grafton, West Virginia, getting ready to jump Hondo. Again, Hondo is a 3-year-old German Shepherd dog, and he's had to beat not only Ava, but he also had to beat Road Trip. He had a 9'2" and a 10-foot 1-inch jump. He's facing Mercury out of Youngbloods. Youngblood's Mercury had an 8'7" and an 8'9". We're gonna see who surpasses the underdog Mercury or the number 2 seed Hondo. There we go, making the throw with a frisbee, and Hondo a big jump, and she's clapping up there, so happy. Dog's happy with his frisbee in his mouth. That was a very solid jump. Now, there is a cap on the divisions. If a dog jumps out of their division, they move into the next Protostar bracket. But we will see what that score comes in at. We saw a big cheer, and the photographer look at the camera there. All right, and the results are in. Oh, my goodness. We are going to have a jump off here. So, we are looking at the score sheets right now. Hondo had a 10-foot jump. He is going to move on to the next round. Mercury had an 8'10". He is unfortunately kicked out or eliminated. Then we had the next jumps. We had Percy versus Artie. Artie had a 9.5, but Percy going to take the victory from Carousel Diving Dogs, a 9'6". With that being said, the first dogs you've seen jump, Fester versus Crikey. Fester had an 8'6". Crikey had an 8'6". You know what that means? We're having a jump off. Ocala Dog Ranch versus Sliding G Ranch as soon as we come back. That we have this jump off about to happen. This is for round 3 of the International Dog Sports Comet Horizon Bracket Tournament. Fester versus Crikey jumping off. They both had an 8'6" jump. Fester had to beat 2 different dogs. He had to beat Fergus with a 9'3" compared to Fergus's 6'1", and he had to beat Renegade. He had a 9'11" versus Renegade's 8'5". Now he's gonna try to beat Crikey, he just tied with an 8 foot. Oh, there it is, a good jump right there from Crikey. I mean, Fester, a good jump from Fester, but Crikey is also on the docket sliding G. Fester making a good splash. They had to tie at 8'6". We're going to see if they go past 8'6". Crikey slowing down a little bit at the end, and that looked like maybe a little bit of a shorter jump. We're going to see who comes in first in this jump off, Fester versus Crikey. All right. Fester and Crikey have finished their jumps, and we're going to see what these scores come in at. Who moves on to the next round? Crikey had to beat Presto. Andy had to beat Pinion. And Fester had to beat Renegade, and Fergus. And now Fester has beat Crikey. Fester with a 9'6". Crikey had another 8'6" jump. Carousel Diving Dogs. Percy moves on to the next round, beating Artie by 1 inch. And Hondo moves on to the next round, beating Youngblood's Dive-In Mercury with a 10-foot versus the 8'10". So we're going to have a 3-dog jump off right here, 1 dog at a time. We're going to have Ocala Dog Ranch's Fester versus Carousel Diving Dogs Percy versus Hondo out of Country Roads Canine Activities. These are your top 3 Comet Horizon dogs from the 2024 International Dog Diving Championship, about to walk up on the dock here. Here we are, live at Ocala Dog Ranch. We have Fester on the dock. Fester has had to do one more jump than all of these other dogs. Oh, and he's already making the splash down right there. And Fester just splashed down. Now we're going to move on to Carousel Diving Dogs. Percy. Carousel Diving Dogs. Percy. We've seen Percy jump. He's made us wait. He's made us build suspense to see what his scores are going to be. He waits until the last second almost every round to jump. So Percy is the 14 seed in the final 3. The number 14 seed has made it. Percy had a 9'1" to qualify, and then he had a 9'5" to beat Luna Grace, and then he had a 9'6" to beat Artie. We're going to see if he can do better than that to try and beat Fester and Hondo. Here we are, live from Carousel Diving Dogs. It is 11:07, and Percy is up on the dock. There we go. The bearded collie, 6 years old, excited. He took the toy from dad. He's running to the end of the dock. His tail's going 100 miles an hour, and that's what we like to see. The whole point of this for the handler and dog is just to have fun. All these people out here, they have their full-time jobs, and to come out here on a weekend and play with their dog is the best thing in the world for them. Nice throw right there from dad. And here we go, winding up the bearded collie. Send him in as many circles as possible until he starts barking, and then you'll see this dog really fly. Here he goes, getting excited, getting excited. Come on, buddy. Come on, buddy. There's the barking. There's the barking. He's about to do it. He's winding up. Come on, Percy. You got this, buddy. We're going to see the bearded collie fly off the end of the dock right here. Oh, and he's thinking about it. He's really trying his hardest. Come on, Percy. We got to get a jump here. This is the final round. This is the championship round. Oh, and he stopped at the edge. We've already seen Fester. Two times he stopped. He's never done that before. 3 times. Oh, my goodness. He's really tempting us right here. Come on, buddy. Oh, he hesitated 2 times. He's pump faking on us. Oh, man. He's trying his hardest, though. This is the most pump fakes we've seen from him. Come on, little bearded collie. Dad's cheering him on. This is the final round. He's trying his hardest. Come on, Percy. Get it, buddy. Yeah, there he is. Awesome jump. And that was well worth the wait. He needed that jump in order to try and come in first or second right here. And with that being said, Percy has completed his jump. We're going to see Hondo coming up next. These are your top 3 Comet dogs right here. Fester was the number 1 seed. Hondo was the number 2 seed. And Percy, the number 14 seed. We have the 1, we have the 14, and we have the 2. Percy is the underdog. And as you've seen right there, he waited till the last second to build that suspense and everything. Percy acts like he knows he's being live streamed. But over here at Country Roads Canine Activities, we're going to have Hondo. Hondo is a German Shepherd. Hondo has had to face Duke's Canine Dash and Splashes Ava, and she beat her with a 9'2". And then Hondo had a 10-foot 1-inch jump versus Road Trip. And then Hondo had a 10-foot jump versus Mercury. So we're going to see if That 10-foot jump, if it can happen again, if the dog goes out of the division, then the jumps will no longer count, unfortunately. But the division ends at 9 foot 11. We're going to see what this jump is right here. And there it is. Hondo just now splashing down. They're waiting for that score. They're cheering over there. Photographer cheering. All right. And all three dogs have jumped. Mom's celebrating up there with Hondo. So we had Country Roads Canine Activities, the number 2 seed, Hondo, facing Carousel Diving Dogs, Percy, the 14 seed, also facing Ocala Dog Ranch, Fester. And here we have it. Your 2024 International Dog Sports Dock Diving Horizon Comet Open champion is going to be Hondo with a 10-foot, 2-inch jump. Hondo, 10-foot, 2-inch jump. And then we have second place, Carousel Diving Dogs, the underdog, Percy with a 9-foot, 8. 9-foot, 8 for Percy. Awesome job coming in second. And we have Ocala Dog Ranch's Fester with a 9-foot jump coming in third place. So we have the 2 seed coming in first, the 14 seed coming in second, and the 1 seed coming in third. That was a phenomenal competition watching all of these dogs, the underdogs, all of our little jumpers. That was phenomenal to watch. And thank you all for putting on a great show. Now we're going to go straight into the award ceremony. And it is the top of the hour. So we're going to come right back with an ad break, and you are going to see right away the awards for the Comet division. All right, here we are. We're back with the 2024 Horizon Comet champions up there on the dock. We had 24 dogs up there, and these are your top 3. First place from Country Roads is Hondo with a 10-foot, 2-inch jump to win the Comet division. And then we had Percy out of Carousel Diving Dogs with a 9-foot, 8 coming in second. The number 14 seed, the Bearded Collie, giving it his all. And we had Ocala Dog Ranch's Fester up there with a 9-foot jump. Fester had to do a jump off to make it into here versus Crikey. So he had one more jump more than the other dogs, but still a phenomenal performance from all of these teams and all of our Comet dogs who jumped in the qualifying rounds and the bracket. Thank you so much, and we're happy to put this on for you guys. Now, with that being said, you're going to see the dogs exit the dock. We are going to move on to the Horizon Open Protostar bracket. 24 Horizon Protostar dogs here, and you're going to see them all jump. With that being said, the first jumps are going to be number 1 seed Chewy from Duke's Canine Dash and Splash. Then we're going to have the number 24 seed Gia from Sliding G Ranch. Then the 3 seed is Fig from Carousel Diving Dogs. And you're going to have Jedi, the 22nd seed, versus Fig. And then Sea Dogs, the 5 seed Echo versus the 20 seed Letty from Pepper Jacks. Doggone it's Kizzy, the 7 seed, versus Tarji from Country Roads, the 18 seed. Rip, the 9 seed from Pepper Jacks, is facing Kobe, the 16 seed from Dukes. Allie, the 11 seed from Youngbloods, facing the 14 seed Kaniki from Ocala. Carousel, the 12 seed Mingo, facing Dukes Ruger, the 13 seed. The 10 seed Kaya from Country Roads is facing the 15 seed Doggone It's Julep. The 8 seed from Dukes is facing Kale, the 17 seed, Wraith versus Kale. The 6 seed is Xena at Dukes versus Charlie at Carousel. The 4 seed is Birdie from Doggone It. The 21 seed is Malachi from Youngbloods. The 2nd seed is Bear Cup from Ocala and Zeta from Ocala, the 23 seed. You're going to see all 24 of these dogs up there jumping, and you can see Duke up there on the dock now. Chewbacca making the splash out of Duke's Canine Dash and Splash. Gia over at Sliding G about to make the dive. Big jump from the Labrador. We have 2 labs competing against each other here. Chewy is a 6-year-old chocolate lab from Wyndham. And Gia is a black Labrador retriever from Chapel Hill. Awesome jumps right there for those two, but we will not know the scores till we do the other 11 brackets here. Now, the next bracket is going to be Carousel Fig versus Sliding G's Jedi. Now, Fig earlier was being handled by the junior handler, Braylon, I believe. The 3 seed coming up to the dock at Carousel versus the 22 seed Jedi from Sliding G. All right, and the junior handler at the end of the dock. This is one of our little Lunars jumping Fig in the bracket with the adults. A big jump right there. Awesome land. And I believe this is the junior who won the division with her German Shepherd up there. Very nice jump right there for Fig. And that means Jedi over at Sliding G up there on the dock. And he enters the dock. Sliding G Ranch. Jedi over at Sliding G. About to make the jump, I believe, or did he already land? All right, I think we missed Jedi, but we are on to Sea Dogs Echo, the 5 seed, versus Pepperjack Plunges Letty, the 20 seed. And then the next bracket after this was supposed to be Kizzy from Doggone It versus Tarji from Country Roads. Oh, and there it is, Sliding G. Jedi just now swimming back up the ramp. That was an awesome jump from Jedi. But unfortunately, Kizzy is going to be a scratch for the championship. Our number 7 seed scratched, unfortunately. But that means Tarji gets an advance to the next round, the 18 seed. Here we are, Sea Dogs up there on the dock, the Border Collie getting excited. That is Echo. Echo is our number 5 seed. Pepperjack's plunge over there, judge in place. That is Letty getting ready. Judge is ready. Letty's handler running to the end of the dock, making the throw. Letty, the mini Aussie, big jump out there. That was phenomenal. And there's Letty still celebrating up on the dock that they're in the bracket. Here they go, about to make the dive. At the end of the dock, getting ready to make this throw. Here comes Mom. Good throw for Letty, making the catch in the air. A phenomenal throw and catch. Very good jump there from Letty. That is what you like to see. And now it is if they are going to stay in the Protostar division, because that was a very big jump right there from Letty. The 20 seed, making the catch and everything up there. Now we are supposed to move on to Kizzy and Tarji, but Kizzy is a scratch. So Country Roads, Tarji is going to move on to the next round. So that means we're going to send Rip from Pepperjack's Plunge, and we're going to send Kobe from Duke's K9 Dash and Splash up next. Rip and Kobe, the 9 seed versus the 16 seed. Pepperjack's Plunge up there. He is facing Kobe and Tarji up there at the dock. Tarji does not have a dog to face, but he is going to have to do his jump anyways. And there it is, splashing down out there at Pepperjack's Plunge. That was Rip, who is facing Kobe over at Duke's. Oh, and Tarji doing their jump. No matter what that score is, he's moving on to the next round. Over at Duke's, we have Kobe about to make the jump. Big jump from Kobe. Youngbloods. Oh, making the catch. That dog was bicycling in the air out of Indiana. That was Allie, the border collie from Youngbloods, and that was Kobe from Dukes. Kobe is facing Rip from Pepperjacks, and Allie is facing Kaniki from Ocala Dog Ranch. You also seen Tarji jump, but we are going to move on to Kaniki out at Ocala Dog Ranch instead of Country Roads. Those were awesome jumps right there. We've seen a catch from Youngbloods. We've seen a phenomenal jump from Dukes, and Pepperjack's Plunge did a nice little plunge down there. All right, we have Carousel Diving Dogs up there on the dock. This is going to be Mingo. Mingo is facing Ruger, but Ocala Dog Ranch, Kaniki is about to jump versus Ali. Kaniki versus Ali. And here goes Carousel Diving Dogs, Mount Airy, Maryland. We have a cheerleader over at Country Roads dancing in front of the camera, the photographer. Getting ready for Country Roads dog to jump. That is Kaya. So we currently have Carousel Diving Dogs up there. That is Mingo. Mingo is facing Ruger over at Duke's K9 Dash and Splash. Country Roads Activities is currently facing Doggone It's Jula, but we still have Ocala Dog Ranch up there. Kaniki, the 14 seed, jumping to face Ali, who was at Youngblood, so we already seen jump. Country Roads jump right there. That was Kaya, a nice splash down. Dukes, we have Ruger up there. Kaya or Ruger, who goes farther? Ruger trying to make that catch. That was very good. And over at Ocala, we are about to have Kaniki jump facing Ali at Youngbloods. Nice jump right there for Kaniki, the German Shepherd. Now we should be all caught up again. We just watched Mingo and Ruger. Ali and Kaniki did their jumps. Rip and Kobe did their jumps. So now we're going to move on to Kaya and Julep. And then we're going to move on to Wraith and Kali. I mean, Kale. Wraith and Kale. So now we have Dog on it. Julep about to jump. And then we will have Wraith over at Duke's jump. Kaya, the golden retriever out of Seville, Ohio. And as we watched earlier, all right, and here we are back. This is Julep up on the dock, the golden retriever from Doggone It, Seville, Ohio, jumping to face Kaya out of Country Roads. Here comes Julep, big throw. Yeah, big jump right there. And Kim is the handler with a holder. Her name is Candace. But Kim makes her custom bumpers by herself out there in Seville. She's using one of her custom bumpers and she owns Mojito's Closet. It is a bandana for dogs company. But now that that jump has happened, Julep is going to exit the dock. Kale is going to come up for Doggone It, and they're going to face Wraith out of Duke's Canine Dash and Splash. And there was a little bit of confusion because Kizzy out of Doggone It had scratched. And so Tarji did not have to do their jump. They could have elected to pass, but they chose to do the jump. And because they chose to do it, they went up there and jumped. And then we kind of got out of order. But the jumps were Rip was facing Kobe, Ali was facing Kaniki, and Mingo was facing Ruger. Kaya is facing Julep. Now we're on to Wraith versus Kale. Kale is from Doggone It. Wraith is from Dukes. Wraith is the 8 seed. Kale is the 17 seed. We're going to see how these dogs fare against each other here. Here we go, entering the dock. Over at Doggone It, I see Kale walking up there, and I see Wraith on the dock at Dukes. Both competitors up there together. Here we go. Sarah at the end of the dock with her Wooba getting ready to throw the toy for Wraith. She releases the dog. Big throw, and the Dalmatian goes flying out there. Now, this is the Protostar division. This division ends at 1411, 10 foot to 1411. And over at Doggone It, you see Kale up on the dock being handled by Heidi Pitts, and Harley up there on the dock. Here they go, about to make a good throw. Heidi. Oh, and Kale went up for it. That was a very good throw by Heidi. Dog trying to make the catch in the air. That was awesome. Now, we seen Kale, we seen Wraith. Now we're gonna move on to the next dogs jumping. That is Charlie over at Carousel, and that is Xena from Dukes. We seen Charlie, the 19 seed, with their junior handler this morning. They're gonna be facing Xena, the dog coming off of an injury, had both of her back ACLs torn separate years. 1 year, the one ACL tore. The next year, the next one tore. So she's been on 2 years recovery for her legs, but she's back in full go in the Protostar division as our 6th seed. There's Charlie, the junior handler up there on the dock with their Labrador Retriever. 19 seed up there at Carousel. And as we see over at Duke's, that is Xena. They're getting ready. Both of them junior handlers standing at the edge of the dock. And here we go. Giving tips at the back of the dock from Mom. Right. They are ready. Handler at the edge of the dock, ready to throw it. Xena getting pulled back. Wow, that was a big jump right there from Charlie the Lab. Here comes Xena in a stay on the dock over at Duke's. She's walking to the edge, getting ready to throw it. Oh, and she broke the sit stay, so they're going to reset. The sit stay is very important. If the first stride is different, then most of these dogs are going to run completely different the rest of their run. Here we are, Xena and Rebecca over at Duke's Canine Dash and Splash. There it is. Big jump right there for Xena, almost making the grab out of the handler's hand. Xena, again, had both of her back legs torn, and now she is fully recovered after 2 years. There she goes, coming up out of the water. Awesome jump there from Xena. Now we're going to be moving on to Birdie out of Doggone It and Malachi from Youngblood's Dive In. Malachi is a legend. I'm sorry, that is a different guy. Dog. I'm thinking about Sea Dogs, Malika. But no, this is Youngblood's Dive In Malachi. Malachi is a Belgian Malinois up there. Doggone It is a Golden Retriever. Malachi, the 21 seed. Doggone It, the 4 seed. And there they are up on the dock over there at Doggone It. And Birdie Diamond playing tug up there. There's Sam up on the dock at Youngblood about to make this jump with their dog. Nice jump. Oh, but she stopped at the edge and does a little push off the edge. That's okay, Malachi. Here comes Birdie over at Doggone It with her custom Atlas bumper that says 1 under par. Big throw, threw it almost out of the pool right there, but Birdie swimming all the way out there, grabbing it. That was a solid jump from Birdie. All right, here we are back. The Protostar division. It is going to be Ocala Dog Ranch's Bear Cub Fate. Bear Cub up on the dock at Ocala. We have Zeta up on the dock over at Ocala as well. And both of these dogs from Ocala Dog Ranch. One is the 2 seed, one is the 23 seed. And we're going to see the 2 seed first, the Bear Cub making their jump right here. Nice right there, hitting the water, phenomenal jump. And before Zeta goes up, we will be right back. All right, and here we are back at Ocala Dog Ranch. This is Zeta up on the dock, the 23 seed. You just seen Bear Cub from Ocala jump, the 2 seed, but we're back at Ocala, the 23 seed Zeta about to make their jump. All right at the edge of the dock, big throw, phenomenal jump right there from Zeta. Looks like a border collie over there in Florida. And now that is the final jumps for Protostar Division Round 1. We are going to move on to the next division. Now, again, this division was from 10 foot to 1411. So we do have a cap on the division. If the cap is past 6 inches, 1411. So that would be 15.5. If any dog jump past 15.5, they are moved into the next division. And if they are in that next division, so moving on to the next round, we have Chewbacca from Duke's K9 Dash and Splash. He had a 14.3. He is moving on. We had Gia losing against a 12-foot 9, unfortunately. Then we move on to the next round. We had Fig with a 14-foot 8 from Carousel moving on versus Jedi's 13.9. We have Echo moving on from Sea Dogs with a 15-2 versus Letty's 14-2. Then we had Tarji, got a pass, but they did their jump anyways. That was a 12-foot 4. Then we had Rip versus Kobe. Kobe moving on, the underdog, winning by 1 inch versus the 9 seed, 13-3 to 13-2. Then we are moving on to the next division. We had Kaniki, 11-foot jump, but he will be moving on because Ali jumped out of the division over at Youngbloods. Ali was the one that had a phenomenal catch and looked like a beautiful high jump. I do not know the score on that, but it was definitely past 15.5. So Kaniki versus Kobe in the next round. And then we move on to the 12 seed Mingo, 14-10 versus Ruger's 14. Mingo is moving on to the next round. Then we have Kaya moving on, a 14-3 versus Juleps, 12-foot 9. And then we had the 8 seed versus the 17 seed, Wraith versus Kale. Wraith is moving on. Wraith had a 14-9. Kale had a 10-foot jump. Then we had Xena versus Charlie. Xena had a 13-9, and Charlie unfortunately jumped out of the division, so they will not move on in the Protostar division. We will see what happens with the Nebula X division. But Xena versus Wraith in the next round. Then we have Doggone It's Birdie moving on versus Malachi, 14-foot versus 10-foot 4. Then we had Zeta versus Bear Cub. Bear Cub is going to be advancing, 14-foot versus 11-foot 6. And here we are over at Duke's K9 Dash and Splash. We have Chewbacca up on the dock, the 1 seed versus Carousel. Nice jump right there from Fig and Chewy hitting the water at the same time. The junior handler up on the dock with Fig over in Maryland versus the Labrador Retriever over in Wyndham. We're going to see who goes farther after we watch Echo and Tarji. Echo is from Sea Dogs. Tarji is from Country Roads. Echo is the 5 seed. Tarji is the 18 seed. It is 18 versus the 5. We're going to see who goes farther right here. Up on the dock at Sea Dogs, you see him playing around up there. Handler and the dog, that's a border collie over in Utah. Country Roads, Tarji is a German Shepherd. And each of these dogs, they've had a lot of jumps. They had to jump Friday for Eclipse or Velocity or both if they were in both of those games. They've had to jump Saturday. They did 4 jumps between 6 hours yesterday. And then if they went on to the next round, we watched the Horizon Legend Dogs and the Horizon Lap Dogs compete last night, which each dog had to do a minimum of one more jump. Some of them had to do four more. There we are, Country Roads. They got Tarji up on the dock, and oh my goodness, what a phenomenal jump by Echo. It looked like he almost made that catch as well. That was awesome out there in Ogden, Utah. But here we have it over in Country Roads. Tarji about to make the dive, broke the sit stay, so they're going to reset, but they're walking to the edge of the dock again, about to make the throw. Here we go. Tarji running. Big jump. He took off really early from the edge. He almost hit the end of the dock again, jumping, but that might take away some of his score. We're going to see after Kobe versus Kaniki. Kobe is a rescue dog from Duke's Canine Dash and Splash, and Kaniki is a young German Shepherd out of Ocala Dog Ranch. And there it is. Now they're just jumping over at Sea Dogs having fun. Here we are, moving on to the next round. Kobe versus Kaniki. Duke's Canine Dash and Splash versus Ocala Dog Ranch. Ohio versus Florida. Here we have it. And it's a beautiful day in both locations. Sun bright, clouds over there in Florida, overcast and Windham. And here they are entering the docks. Kobe up there at Duke's. Kaniki just walked up over at Ocala. You see both judges by the side of the pool. Photographer over there at Duke's. They are ready. They're locked in, excited for this 2024 International Dog Sport Dock Diving Championship. And here we have it. Mary Sullivan about to make the throw for Kobe. Big throw, and Kobe soaring off the end of the dock. That looked like a very good jump. Should put him in a good spot for this jump off. Now we have Ocala Dog Ranch. We have Kaniki, the German Shepherd, the young dog up there on the dock, about to make this throw. He's running down the dock. There it is. He soared out there, and the handler's super happy with that, cheering on Kaniki. Very good jump over there in Ocala. But those two dogs are done. That means carousel diving dogs and country roads canine activities. Kaya versus Mingo. Mingo is moving on after he faced Ruger, the 12 versus the 13, and Mingo, the 12 seed, moves on. Now he's facing Kaya, who is the 10 seed. Kaya had to beat Julep. Julep jumped 12'9". Kaya had a 14'3". So Mingo's 14'10". Kaya's 14'3". Can they do it again? Which one is going to be the most consistent coming up to the dock? And here we are over at Country Roads. That is Kaya up on the dock, our number 10 seed. We're going to see how far out she jumps this time. The toy went a little bit high, but Kaya, the German Shepherd, landing pretty good in the division. We're going to see where she's at between 10 and 14-11. That means Mingo over at Carousel. They are cheering at Country Roads. We're going to see where Carousel places here. Mingo coming up to the dock in Mount Airy, Maryland. And most of these dogs you see as the German Shepherd stares at the owner like, we're not done. We're not done yet. Most of these dogs, they do one, two, three. Sometimes they jump for half an hour straight. So for them to do one jump and come off that dock, they're like, this is not normal. I don't want to be done yet. Keep letting me jump. but they have to earn their spot to keep on jumping, and we're gonna see who does that as Mingo over at Carousel Diving Dog should be entering the dock. All right, and as we wait for Carousel's camera to pop on up, we are gonna be right back, waiting to see who moves on to the next round of the Protostar Horizon brackets. All right, and we are back here over at Carousel Diving Dogs. We have Mingo about to walk on up to the dock facing Kaya from Country Roads. We just watched Kaya. Now Mingo is going to be walking up at any moment. And Mingo is the 12 seed. Mingo had to face Ruger, the 13 seed. He won by 10 inches, 14-10 to 14-0. There's an awesome jump off over there. There's Mingo walking up to the dock. Oh, and I'm hearing in my ear that Mingo may have already done their jump. So unfortunately, Mingo jump was off screen because the carousel's camera went down for a short minute, but that is okay because carousel Mingo versus Kai. We're gonna see who moves on there. We still have two more jumps to go. We have Wraith versus Xena at Dukes, and then we have Birdie and Bear Cub, Doggone It versus Ocala. Sarah with Wraith lined up at the end of the dock. Here they go, holding the Bronco back there. Dalmatian run to the end. Big jump over there for the Dalmatian. And Wraith, as she swims back, is going to come off the dock, and you're going to see Xena go up to the dock. Wraith beat Kale with a 14-9. Xena beat Charlie. Xena had a 13-9, and Charlie unfortunately jumped into the next division. And here comes Doggone It's Birdie. While we wait for Xena to come up to the dock, Birdie versus Bear Cub. All right, and Xena has made it to the dock before Doggone It or Ocala. So Xena is up there in a downstay. Mom getting ready to throw the toy. That dog being held. A very nice throw. Xena tracking the toy out of her hand, trying to make that grab. We're going to see what that score comes in at. But a phenomenal jump from the dog that is coming off of their injury, and they are cheering up there on the dock. Must have been a good score for Xena. We will find out after we watch Doggone It's Birdie and Ocala Dog Ranch's Bear Cub. That was a very nice jump for Xena. And that must be hard. The same event, competing against another one of your fellow competitors you've jumped with all year, knowing that they will be eliminated if you jump your best. But we all jump our best. We all try our hardest. And that is the love of the sport. This is not a cutthroat, we have to win environment. This is family. This is fun. This is a network of dock diving facilities who just come together to play with our dogs. We're all rooting each other on. We don't care who jumps farther, who's what. Just go out and have fun with your dog because that's all that matters. Here we go. Back at Ocala and back at Doggone It. They have Bear Cub up on the dock, and Birdie is about to walk up on the dock. Bear Cub jumped 14 feet. We're going to see if he can get close to that here from Ocala Dog Ranch. Here we go. They're lined up, getting ready to jump. Birdie has entered the dock. She's looking off, making sure the water is there. Diamond taking the shoes off, getting herself at home over there. Here comes Ocala Dog Ranch. Bear Cub running down the dock, and he's about to throw the toy. Big throw, and Bear Cub tracked that really nicely, almost making the grab. Here we are. Doggone It's Birdie about to jump. She's throwing that custom Atlas bumper. Here comes the Golden Retriever, the 2-year-old. Very good throw and jump from Birdie, the Golden, the field line. Now, as both the dogs come off the dock, we are going to await the final results for that. And while we wait for those scores, we want to thank our sponsors, Sundays for Dogs and 1TDC. We will be right back after this short break. Here we are back at the 2024 International Dog Sports Dock Diving Championship. We have advanced on to the next round of the Horizon Protostar bracket. So moving on, it is going to be Chewbacca to the next division, the number one seed. As you see him at Duke's K9 Dash and Splash right now, running down the dock, a big throw and splash for Chewy. We'll see what that new score comes in at, but his previous was 14-9. He beat Fig. Fig at a 12-foot 8. Then you're going to see him face Tarji. Tarji got a bye in the first round because Kizzy had scratched, and then he had to face Sea Dog's Echo, and Echo jumped out of the division. So Tarji will be facing Chewbacca here. His previous jump was 12-foot 3. And then the next dogs that moved on that will be facing off, we had Kobe versus Kaniki. Kaniki jumped 13-3. Kobe jumped 14. Then we had Kaya versus Mingo. Mingo jumped 14-2, and Kaya jumped 14-10. Then we had Wraith jump a 14-6 to move on to the next division, topping Xena at the 14. And we had Birdie with a 14-9 move on versus Bear Cub with a 14-3. All right, back to the action. We are in the third round of the Horizon Protostar Championship here. The second dog facing Chewbacca. This is Tarji about to make his plunge. Let's see if he can top 12-foot 3 right here. That was a big throw. Boom, big jump right there. The dog zooming off the end of that dock. We're going to see what that score comes in at. She's awaiting the results, listening to the judge on the side. That was good jumps there, though. So now that we are into the semifinal round of the bracket, we are doing one screen at a time so you can see every dog that is jumping. With Kobe coming up next at Duke's K9 Dash and Splash. Kobe, the rescue dog. Kobe just started dock diving this year. He is going to face Kaya at Country Roads. All right, here we have it. Kobe up on the dock. Kobe up on the dock now at Duke's K9 Dash and Splash, the rescue dog. Mary Sullivan is the handler, and Gary Redmond, one of our judges, is holding the dog back there, holding Kobe. Here we go, lined up. The end of the dock, Kobe gonna run away from the dad, making the throw. Big jump. Kobe had a rough start right there, but it looks like it was a solid jump. Dad clapping a lot, cheering him on. Very good jump right there for Kobe Beef. That means Kaya is going to come up next. The dog from Country Roads, German Shepherd, while someone retrieves that toy over at Duke's out of the water. There it is. Kaya entering the dock. She had a 14-foot, 10-inch jump previously. We're going to see if that's going to top Kobe's jump he just performed right there. Kobe's last round had 14-foot. We do not know what that score was, but who's going to move on? Kobe or Kaya? Kaya is the 10 seed and Kobe is the 16 seed. 10 versus the 16, while Wraith is facing Birdie next, and Birdie is the 4 seed. Wraith is the 8 seed. Then you have the 1 seed facing the 18 seed above that. Here comes the dog. Oh, and the dog broke the sit stay, so they're going to reset that dog on the dock. But the 1 seed Chewbacca is facing Tarji, who is the 18 seed. And Tarji got a bye in the first round and got to pass Echo on a technicality in the second round because the dog was not in their division anymore. And as you see, a big jump right there from Kaya. Big jump. She grabs that toy using that orange Chuck It bumper. That was phenomenal. Uh-oh. And the handler looks like she made a gasp like it was a good thing up there. We're going to see what that score comes in at. But we're going to move on to Wraith over at Country Roads. Wraith has had to jump against Xena and Kale. Kale had a 10-foot, Wraith had a 14.9. Xena had a 14-foot, Wraith had a 14.6. Very good jumps, very good competition here. And Birdie, just about the same scores versus Malachi, 14-foot versus 10-foot 4. And then Birdie beat Bear Cub, 14.9 versus 14.3. We're going to find out who's going to beat who here. And over at Duke's Canine Dash and Splash, you can see Wraith up there on the dock. Sarah at the end of the dock getting ready to throw it. They have a junior handler holding the dog back up there. And here we go. Sarah releasing the dog, throwing that toy for the Dalmatian. She threw it pretty high. And Wraith, the judge, took a step to the left. That it still has to stay in the division. We're going to see what that score is, though. Oh, and they're waiting to hear that score. Oh, and they got a personal best. A celebration over there for Wraith and a personal best. Look at them celebrating. Phenomenal team effort right there by Sarah and Katrina and the Dalmatian Wraith. They had a huge jump and they are super excited about that. Even if the dog did jump too far, they are still happy with a personal best because we are all here to have fun. Even though it's a competition, we are all enjoying ourselves jumping with our dogs. And with that being said, we're going to move on over to Doggone It. Birdie is up next, the Golden Retriever. All right, Birdie is up there now, and they are cleared to jump. Birdie is looking over the horizon during her horizon round here, making sure the water's still there, getting ready. They're going to pull Birdie back on the dock. And they're getting the tug going. Candace at their back of the dock holding Birdie. Diamond walking to the edge of the dock, getting set with her custom Atlas bumper. Birdie is in the sit stay at the back. Here she comes running full speed. A good throw from Diamond, and that was a solid jump. We're going to see what the score comes in at. Very good. Wraith versus Birdie, and that final jump is going to put us into the next round as soon as these scores get entered. Right, all right. And there we have it. Your final results. Every matchup was a super close matchup. What a phenomenal game we are watching. Chewbacca moving on to the finals with a 14.06 jump, beating Tarji's 13-foot 10. Duke's Chewbacca moving on. Then we had Kobe Beef facing Kaya. Dukes versus Country Roads. Kaya had a 14-foot 4-inch jump. Kobe had a 14-foot 9-inch jump. So Kobe will be moving on. And that means the last round we just watched was Wraith versus Birdie. Wraith had a 15-foot 3-inch jump. Birdie had a 14-foot 9, 4 inches. These dogs giving it their all, but it is going to be Chewbacca, the number 1 seed, versus Kobe and versus Wraith. Kobe is the 16 seed. Wraith is the 8 seed. We have the 1 seed. We have the 16 and we have the 8. 1, 16, and 8 competing against themselves here. And we're going to see who the Protostar champion is. Who is it? Chewbacca up on the dock now over at Duke's Canine Dash and Splash. He has put on a performance, being very consistent with a 14.3. Then he had a 14.9. Then he had a 14.6. We're going to see if he can improve or if he goes backwards. Let's see it here, Chewbacca. Come on, buddy. Nice throw from Sam and the chocolate lab. The judge had to take a big step to the left. That was a phenomenal throw there from the handler, keeping the toy at the dog's eye level. So The dogs, when they run down the dock, if you did not know, they look at three things. They look at the edge of the dock, they look at the water, and they look at that toy. So when you throw this toy, you want to keep it at their eye level when you're beginning the training. And that's what Sam did right there to teach the dog, keep an eye on the toy and run full speed. That was an awesome jump. We're going to move on to Kobe, who is also at Duke's, and then the third dog as well at Duke's. Duke's Canine Dash and Splash taking over the Protostar division here. And up on the dock, there you have it. Kobe Beef walking up. Kobe's last jump was a 14-foot 9 to put him into the championship finals. He also had a 14-foot and a 13-3, so he has been improving every single jump. We're going to see if he can improve on this jump. You have the crowd over at Duke's cheering as loud as possible, trying to get him to go far. Whoa, and he soared out there. A phenomenal jump. Both handler and thrower cheering for Kobe, and the judge also took a step to the left. This is an awesome finals we are watching. Both of those scores looked very close. I am not at any angle to see the scores, but they looked very similar. And Kobe exits the dock. That means Wraith, the Dalmatian, is going to be walking up to the dock as we speak. There it is. Wraith and Sarah enter the dock. Wraith is a 2-year-old Dalmatian, and Sarah has also jumped. You've seen Rye win the Comet Eclipse Championship on Friday. She handles English pointers as well. She's seen Proof and Volson in the first Comet bracket today, but here she is with her Dalmatian getting ready. She's trying to get that Dalmatian to calm down a little bit. And here we go. Wraith ready at the back of the dock. Katrina holding the dog, making it calm down. Sarah getting calm herself, getting ready to throw this toy, giving a prayer to God. Here comes the photographer ready to take pictures. They are ready to jump. Here it is. She's yelling at the dog to go, 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 go. Big throw. Nice. And Wraith, the judge took another step to the left. Wraith took more collection strides. And when the dog collects at the edge of the dock, that means they get more power to push out farther. And we're going to see what that comes in at. Katrina is cheering for Wraith. And as Sarah corrals the dog, we're going to see what these three scores come in at. All right. And Wraith, her previous jump was a 15-foot 3, which was a personal best for Wraith. And you've seen them celebrate that in the semifinal round. We're going to see if they move on to the. And there it is, Chewbacca landing in the pool. It is Chewbacca versus Kobe versus Wraith. And I believe we are doing a jump off over at Duke's Canine Dash and Splash. All three of these dogs are from Dukes, but I think they just jumped and one of them had a tiebreaker. We're going to see what the actual scores are here in a minute. And here we are back at Duke's Canine Dash and Splash. We have a jump off. We have Kobe versus Chewbacca up on the dock as we speak over at Duke's. We've had Kobe, Wraith, and Chewbacca jump, but Kobe and Chewbacca tied. So that leaves Chewbacca already did his jump. Now it's Kobe's turn to do his jump off. We're going to see who goes farther here. All right, Kobe is lined up back there. Mary walking to the edge of the dock, getting Kobe super excited, ready to try to make this grab on that toy. Here goes Kobe, big throw. Wow, even bigger jump right there. We're going to see what that score comes in at. Very solid jump from Kobe Beef as they corral the dog off the dock, and that means we're going to have the final results here. They did a jump off. We're going to see if they have to do another jump off or if we have our top three Protostar dogs. And there we have it. The results are in. We watched the 1 seed, the 16 seed, and we watched the 8 seed compete. And the 8th seed is going to be the champion. Wraith is going to be your Protostar champion with a 15-foot, 4-inch jump. Phenomenal job, Wraith. And that means coming in second place is going to be Chewbacca. Chewbacca, the Labrador, taking it home with a 14-foot 6. So Kobe will be the third place dog. Kobe and Chewbacca technically tied, and they had to do a jump off in the final round. Both of them had a 14-foot, 6-inch jump. And then in the tied jump off, they had a 13-6 Kobe and a 14-6 Chewbacca. And as you can see, Kobe just wants to go say hi to all of his friends over there. Dalmatian is celebrating with Sarah as they win. Wraith wins his first ever. And there we have it. All three teams from Duke's Canine Dash and Splash, first, second, and third, getting their picture in front of the pool. Congratulations to you guys and all 24 competitors in the Protostar Horizon bracket. You guys have jumped your hearts out this weekend, and we appreciate you. Very good jumping, guys. Awesome job out there at Duke's Canine Dash and Splash. Now, with that being said, as soon as the awards are over, we are going to move on to the Nebula X division and then the Nebula XL. Now, Nebula X, that is going to begin with Youngblood's Dive-In. The 1 seed is Wildflower. The 24 seed is Ribbon from the same place out in Wilkinson, Indiana. The 2 seed is going to be Isla from Carousel. I'm sorry about that. The 3 seed is going to be Isla from Carousel. The 22 seed is going to be Tux from Doggone It. The 5 seed is going to be Loki from Carousel. The 20 seed is going to be Zelda from Sea Dogs. The 7th seed is going to be Shenzi from Youngbloods. The 18th seed is going to be Red Dog Farm. Dan the Man. Sliding G Ranch is our 9 seed with Ahsoka Tano versus the 16 seed Charlie at Red Dog Farm. Then we have Oakley from Carousel Diving Dogs, our 11 seed versus the 14 seed Hennessy out at Carousel. And that was a huge jump from Wildflower into the Nebula X division. So our Nebula X division goes from 15 foot to 1711. 1711. And then we have the 18 foot to 1911 division as the Nebula XL. But Nebula X, you just seen Wildflower make that jump, and you see Ribbon coming up to the dock. We're going to see what those two scores come in at. But back to the bracket as Oakley and Hennessy, 11 and 14. Remy LeBeau is our 12 seed. Our 13 seed is Charlie. 10 seed is Rory. The 15 seed is Penny Lynn. The 8 seed is Revy. The 17 seed is Sable. The 9 seed, the 6 seed is Meatball, and Carousel Diving Dogs Gilly is going to be our 19 seed. Here comes Ribbon. Mom beating the toy on the edge of the dock, making some noise for Ribbon, about to throw the toy. Big throw and a catch. And then look at the cheer, the celebration after that perfect throw. And this was the perfect time to make that throw. That is Erin Saywell up on the dock with her dog Ribbon. She is the International Dog Sports 2023 Person Player of the Year over there at Carousel. But now we're going to move on. After those two dogs that Youngbloods jumped, we are going to have Isla at Carousel and Tux at Doggone It. And I'm going to complete the bracket here. We were on Meatball, the 6 seed, and Gilly is the 19 seed. Well, Pepper is the 4 seed out of Country Roads Canine Activities. Tipsy is the 21 seed from Red Dog Farm, and Chili Sky is the 2 seed from Country Roads, facing the 23 seed Remy out of the Red Dog Farm. And here we have it, doggone it, up on the dock as we speak, going to grab a dog. And we have Carousel Diving Dogs up there. You see Islam making the entrance, and we see Tux walking over to doggone it. Carousel Diving Dogs getting themselves situated up there on the dock, ready to jump. That is Isla. And you see Tux enter the dock, looking to make sure the water's still there at doggone it. Here comes Isla, about to run down the dock. They're making sure the judges were ready. They're clearing out the space. Judge says, get away while I judge this. This is very important. They're good to jump over there at Carousel. Getting excited. Ready, ready, ready. Go, go, go. Big throw. Oh my gosh. And the toy did not leave the handler's hand, unfortunately, and it actually came back and landed on her foot. Doggone it's Tux making the splash. So I think that is going to kind of show you who is taking the next round. Tux is the 22nd seed. Isla is the 3rd seed. And the handler at Carousel Diving Dogs tried to make the throw, and it got stuck to her finger, and she threw it almost backwards. The toy landed on her foot. That is such an unfortunate way to start the bracket for Isla. And we are going to wait for those scores to come in. But just from watching the cameras here, I think Tux may be moving on to the next round. We got to wait for the judges' score, though. That was unfortunate. The 3 seed Isla, the handler, got the toy stuck in her hand, and she just about threw it behind her head. It landed on her foot. We are moving on to the next dog, though. Sea Dogs out is Zelda, 20 seed, facing Loki from Carousel, the 5 seed. Carousel Diving Dogs up there. So is Sea Dogs. And then we will have Youngbloods, Senzi, the 7 seed, facing Stan the Man, the 18 seed from Red Dog Farm. So we have the 9 seed versus the 16 seed. We have the 7 seed versus the 18 seed. Stan the Man from Red Dog facing Shenzi out at Youngbloods. We have Carousel Diving Dogs, Loki versus Sea Dogs, Zelda. And there we are over at Carousel getting the dog lined up on the dock. That is going to be Loki, our 5 seed. And then we have over at Red Dog Farm, they're getting lined up. Stan the Man on the dock, and Youngbloods is another dog. That's Shenzi. Shenzi versus Stan the Man over there on the bottom half of your screen. There they are lined up. Youngbloods, Carousel making the dive. Here comes Youngblood's big jump. Very good. And Carousel Diving Dogs low-key just splashed down at the number 5 seed. Here comes Red Dogs, the Nova Scotia duck-tolling retriever landing in the water in Kentucky. Here comes Sea Dogs as well. That was a cattle dog mix, I believe, making the grab. Not a catch, but grabbing it as he landed in the water. Now, all four dogs have jumped, and that means we're going to be moving on to the next four competitors. That is 9 and the 16 seed, Hasoka Tano from Sliding G Ranch versus the 16 seed Red Dog Farm, Charlie. Then, when they are concluded, we will have Carousel Diving Dogs, Oakley, and Hennessy. 11 and 14 facing off at Carousel. But right now, we have Hasoka Tano from Sliding G Ranch versus Charlie at Red Dog Farm. Charlie up there on the dock from Kentucky. Lighting G, as you see, walking up to the dock. That is going to be Hasoka Tano. Red Dog Farm ready to throw this toy, about to jump that dog. Here comes Charlie running down the dock in Nicholsville, Kentucky as we speak. Big jump and a splash, dog almost making the catch. That is a chocolate Labrador Retriever. Phenomenal jump right there. And we're going to see what Hasoka Tano has to say about it. Hasoka Tano is an Australian Shepherd over in Chapel Hill. Look at that dog jumping higher than the human's head to try to get that toy, and they're getting him all excited, warming up there, getting the legs warm, broken in. All right. Charlie's already done that jump. Charlie is the 16 seed, the 9 seed over in North Carolina. About to come running down the dock. We're going to see this handler set the dog up. She's going to walk to the edge and she's going to do what's called the chase method. The chase method. The dog is back there in a stay or with a holder. The handler calls the dog. As soon as the handler calls the dog, they get ready to throw the toy. They throw the toy when the dog's about 3 strides behind them to give the dog a better. Ahsoka Tano with an awesome right there, almost making the grab. That was a phenomenal throw by the handler. That is going to be hard to beat. Hasoka Tano setting the bar high in the Nebula X division. Phenomenal jump. Now, now as we watch Carousel Diving Dogs, this is going to be Oakley coming up to the dock from Carousel Diving Dogs and Hennessy from Carousel Diving Dogs coming up to the dock next. And as you see them walking up to the dock as we speak, that is Oakley from Carousel Diving Dogs. And we are in the Nebula X Horizon Open bracket for the 2024 International Dog Sports Dock Diving Championship here. Reporting live from 10 different locations. And right now we are at Mount Airy, Maryland. Carousel Diving Dogs making the jump. Nice run. That dog wanted to get out of her hands so hard. Well, she left the dock a little bit early on that one, but she got to the bumper, having fun in the water. That is a very important part of this game. If the dogs do not hit right on the edge of the dock, they leave probably 2, 3 feet early. That takes away 2, 3 feet from their jump. So now that Oakley has jumped, you can see Hennessy already lined up back there at the back of the dock, ready to come on up those steps and try to beat Oakley. And it is so hard for these dogs to compete against each other when they're at the same facility because they are friends. They jump together, they see each other very often. If you compete in dog sports in an area, everyone is very close. So to have to go against your friend and try to beat them, that is the hardest thing to do at these facilities. But it is all in good fun. No one should be getting their feelings hurt. It is all in the spirit of jumping your dog and having a good time. And there we go. Oakley should be coming off of the dock, and Hennessy will be walking up as we speak. Hennessy is a border collie up there. Border Collie, known as the Hot Mess Express, and he's also known as the Wild Man. So we have the Hot Mess Express up there at Mount Airy, Maryland, as we speak, getting ready to throw this toy. Big throw from mom. It looked like it was a little bit late. And then the toy was so high the dog could not go up there and grab it, but that is okay. They are gonna see what that score turns out to be. Hennessy versus Oakley has concluded, but we're still over at Carousel Diving Dogs for our 12 seed. That is Remy LeBeau versus Doggone It's Charlie, the 13 seed. Awesome jumping out there at Carousel. Way to represent the Nebula X division over in Carousel. Looks like another beautiful day out there in Maryland. Overcast, sunny, no wind. Everyone's in shorts and a t-shirt. Phenomenal weather we are having in September. And we are currently live from Carousel Diving Dogs out in Mount Airy, Maryland. This is Carousel Diving Dogs' second year with International Dog Sports in Mount Airy. They are on a private farm. The pool is situated on a completely fenced acre. Carousel Diving Dogs offer classes and dock rental for practice and doggy pool parties. And here we have it up on the dock. You are going to see Remy LeBeau getting ready to throw. This is a lefty thrower. Here it comes. Big throw. And Remy LeBeau, the Border Collie, landing in the water, chasing that Atlas bumper. That was a phenomenal jump right there. Remy LeBeau is the 12 seed going out there trying to make these grabs. But that means Doggone It is coming up next. That is going to be Charlie. Charlie is a 3-year-old German Shepherd from Doggone It. This is the 13th seed. And you could see Doggone It having some fun. They got that rubber ducky over there that someone was patting on the head. They have those big rubber duckies. They throw them in the pool and they do rubber ducky joustings. There's two duckies and they're probably bigger than the dock size over there, like the height of the dock, like 2 foot tall. And you ride the little rubber duckies and you beat each other with pool noodles. That is a fun mini game that they've started doing out in Seville. There it is. Charlie entered the dock as we speak. And you see the judge in position. You see their liaison making sure everyone is getting where they need to be on time. A huge shout out to those two over there. There it is. Katie banging that toy on the railing of the dock, getting Charlie as excited as possible. She's going for a 19-foot jump here. We're going to see if she can do it. Here comes Charlie running full speed down the dock. A big throw. Oh, and Charlie was looking to make the grab. We're going to see what that score comes in at, though, for Katie Thomas and Charlie being held by Rachel Novak up there. And there it is. We're gonna move on to the next dogs jumping. That was Ahsoka Tano versus Charlie. This is Oakley versus Hennessy coming up next. I'm so sorry. That was Remy LeBeau versus Charlie. I'm getting my Charlies mixed up looking at this spreadsheet. I'm so sorry. No, this was Remy LeBeau versus Charlie. Now we're moving on to Rory versus Penny Lynn. Red Dog Farms Rory versus Ocala Dog Ranch Penny Lynn. The 10 and the 15 seed jumping off right now as we speak. That also means we're going to have Pepperjack's Plunge Revy and Carousel Diving Dog Sable, the 8 and 17 seed jumping off. The top of your screen, you see Pepper Jacks versus Carousel. That's Revy versus Sable. The bottom of your screen, you see Ocala versus Red Dog. Rory is Red Dog. Ocala is Penny. Here we go. They're lined up. Junior handler over at Ocala. We seen him jump Penny Lynn this morning in the junior showcase, our first ever junior showcase, which went really well. We had some awesome new junior champions. We had the first titles for the junior showcase ever given out today in each division, each age group, I should say. And here we go up on the dock. Carousel Diving Dogs is going to enter the dock. You see Pepperjack's plunge waiting to the queue, but Ocala is about to make the jump. So is Red Dog. There they go. Big throw from Red Dog and a big jump from Ocala. Red Dog looked like they made the catch in the air. Ocala Dog Ranch, that was a good throw from the junior handler. Landed about 29 feet in the pool. Here we go. Carousel. Pepperjack made the plunge, but Carousel jumping live. And that was a good throw. Lefty up there on the dock throwing that pink Atlas bumper. The dog kind of lost it, but they turned around and went back and grabbed it. So as Carousel Diving Dogs, ooh, Remy LeBeau comes out of the water. I'm so sorry. As Sable comes out of the water at Carousel, we are going to move on to Duke's Canine Dash and Splashes Meatball and Carousel Diving Dogs Gilly. That is your 6 and 19 seed. And then the 4 and the 21 seed are from Country Roads and Red Dog. That is Pepper and Tipsy. Those were 4 good jumps right there from Sable and Revy and Penny Lynn and Rory. Here it comes. Here it comes. Pepper versus Tipsy. Meatball versus Gilly. 6 versus the 19. The 4 versus the 21. Right, and you can see over at Duke's, they're making their way around to the dock. And Carousel, that is going to be Gilly. That as well was the junior handler. I believe his name was Charlie. Charlie and Gilly were up on the dock for the junior showcase earlier. It is phenomenal that these junior handlers are up here competing against the top 24 dogs in their division and still holding their own. Congratulations to all the juniors showing out against the adults. All right. At the respected locations, you have Carousel Diving Dogs. You have Dash Splash. We have Meatball up there about to make the jump. You have the toy already placed for Carousel. Meatball springing off the edge of that dock. That was a very good jump for Meatball. And there we have Country Roads Canine Activities about to make the plunge as well as Carousel resets their toy. Country Roads, there he goes. Big throw right there. That was an awesome jump. And look at Red Dog landing in the pool right there, the Golden Retriever. 4 phenomenal jumps. That was Meatball, Gilly, Pepper, and Tipsy. Very good jumps from all of them. And we are going to go on to the next round. The final round is Chili Sky and Remy, Country Roads Canine, and Red Dog Farm jumping off in this Nebula X division right now. Then, as soon as Chili Sky and Remy conclude, we are going to move on to round 2 of the Nebula X Horizon Championship. Now, if you remember from earlier, we had Wildflower versus Ribbon. We had Isla versus Tux. We had Loki versus Zelda. We had Shenzi versus Stan the Man. We had Ahsoka Tano versus Charlie. We had Oakley versus Hennessy. Remy LeBeau versus Charlie. Rory versus Penny Lynn. Revy versus Sable. We had Meatball versus Gilly. Pepper versus Tipsy. And now you are watching Chili versus Remy, Chili Sky versus Remy, Canine Country Roads, the 2 seed, Red Dog Farm, the 23 seed. All right, and they're making sure that dog is in a perfect stay up there at Country Roads. Chili Sky about to come running down the dock. There it is, a big. That was a very jump right there. And you see Red Dog Farm, you got the GSP that has walked up onto the dock, about to make this jump. That is Remy, your 23 seed. This is the 2 versus the 23 seed. He's going to make this throw over there at Red Dog Farm. Now, you're going to see the place and send method here out of Kentucky. We saw West Virginia Country Roads, they just had a chase method. The chase method is where the dog chases the toy out of the human's hand. The place and send method is what you're about to see over in Kentucky. She's going to throw this toy as far as she thinks is appropriate for the dog to try to grab it. And then when the toy lands, she's going to pull the dog back on the dock and she's going to send the dog from her respected starting spot. Not all dogs have to start at 40 foot. Most of them count their strides and put them at the right stride length to get about 5 to 6 strides. As soon as she lands on the ground, as soon as Remy lands in the pool, you should see Remy try to grab that toy to make it the best jump possible. And Remy should be jumping any moment now. They're taking their time up there. There we go. Perfect throw out there. Landed that toy about 25 foot in the water. So the dog, your goal is to put the toy where the dog thinks it's obtainable. And this dog must think the toy at 25 feet is grabbable. We're going to see what he can do. The GSP landing, and he took 2 swims and grabbed that toy. Very nice jump there from Remy. Now we are going to conclude round one, and we are going to get the results for the next dogs in round two coming up right now. Soon as the Red Dog gets those scores in. Now, all right, so while we go through this right here, we are gonna take a break and go over the schedule. So today we've already had the Junior Handler Showcase. Now we're watching the Nebula X Protist. I mean, sorry about that. The Nebula X Horizon bracket. We've already watched the Protostar bracket and the Comet bracket. And we are on to round two for the Nebula X division. And we will be right back in about 2 minutes as soon as these scores get figured out. All right, here we are back. We've gone through the scores and we have one jump off. We have Remy LeBeau, the 12 seed at Carousel Diving Dogs, facing Charlie at Doggone It, the 13 seed versus the 12 seed here. They're going to do one more jump. We're going to see who jumps farther to move on to the next round. We had some really solid jumps, really close matchups, and this was the closest by them tying their jumps. But they're both up there on the dock. Charlie getting all excited, playing with that toy, and you see the handler at Carousel running to the end of the dock, ready to throw the toy. Here he goes, Remy LeBeau running to the dock. Big throw, big jump from Remy, the border collie. But here comes the German Shepherd from Seville, about to come sprinting down this dock, being held by Rachel. Good throw from Katie. Oh, and that was a catch. That was a phenomenal catch right there from Charlie. Very good jump and catch, and we're gonna see which score jumped farther, which dog. And then as soon as this is decided, unless they tied again, we're gonna go on to round 2 of the Nebula X division. And I will say some dogs may have jumped out of their division. The Nebula X is from 15 to 17 foot 11. So if a dog jumped 18.5 or farther, I believe they are past the cap. The cap is 6 inches into the next division. I believe that is 18.5. So if you go past 18.5, you have done too good. Now we're waiting for those results to come in. Carousel and Doggone are entering scores as we speak. And there we have it. Your next round dogs. So, unfortunately, the first seed, Wildflower, jumped out of the division past 18.5. That means Ribbon goes on with a 17-foot 6-inch jump right at the top of the Nebula X division. And then we had Carousel Diving Dogs Isla. She had a missed throw, and it was about a 12-foot 6-inch jump. And Tux had a 16-10. So the 22 seed moving on to the next division, it'll be 24 seed versus 22 seed Ribbon and Tux in the next round. That is Doggone It versus Youngbloods. That is up there now. Then we had the 5 seed Loki from Carousel Diving Dogs jump out of the division, and Zelda from Sea Dogs had a 17-foot 2-inch jump. That was the 20 seed. Moving on. Then we had Shenzi from Youngbloods jump 15.9. And that is the 7 seed. Got beat out by Stan the Man at Red Dog Farm. Stan the Man had a 18-foot 2-inch jump just inside of the cap. So that will be Zelda from Sea Dogs and Red Dog Farm, Stan the Man. Over at Youngbloods, here we have it. You have Ribbon up on the dock getting ready. Big throw, Ribbon making the catch last round, not this round though, but that was still a solid jump from Ribbon. We're going to see if she can get back close to that 17.6 jump she had. Now, doggone it, we're over here. This is Tuxedo up on the dock. And there we go. They're moving Tux back on the dock. They're going to get a holder up here to hold Tux. While we wait for the holder to get there, we still have Ahsoka Tano, who jumped out of the division, the 9 seed. So Charlie moves on to the next round from Red Dog Farm with a 17-3. Here comes Tux. She's beating the Woober on the ground, getting Tux excited, ready to throw this toy. A big throw, big jump from Tuxedo. Phenomenal jumping. Good performance right there from Tuxers. Now we're going to go on to Zelda versus Stan the Man, Sea Dogs, and Red Dog Farm. But we seen Red Dog Farm. Charlie beat Hisoka Tano. We had Hennessy who beat Oakley out of Carousel. Both of those dogs from Carousel. So Hennessy moves on. Then we had Remy LeBeau versus Charlie. That was the jump off. Well, the first times they jumped, they tied. The second time they jumped, Remy LeBeau had a 17-6. Charlie from Doggone It had a 16-7. Now we look down at the 10 and 15 seed. Red Dog Farm Rory is jumped out of division, but Penny Lynn had a 17-footer, so she moves on. The junior handler, big jump from Red Dog Farm. Stan the man making a splash right there, and they're cheering. It looks like it might have been a catch, and there's Sea Dogs. That was Zelda. Another great jump from the red healer. Two red dogs. One's a toller, one's a healer. Who's gonna jump farther? Looks like Stan the man may have made a catch on that jump. That was awesome. All right. With that being said, we are going to move on to Charlie and Hennessy, Red Dog Farm versus Carousel Diving Dogs. But the final matchup you're going to see is going to be Sable and Meatball. Meatball from Dukes, Sable from Carousel. We also have Red Dog Farm. I forgot about this one. They have Tipsy and Remy. Tipsy and Remy, the 2 seed and the 21 seed facing off. Remy at an 18-5. That is just the score you need to be at the top of your division. The 23 seed with an 18-5. Country Roads Canine Activities. Chili Sky has 17-4. Chili Sky had a 17-4, the second seed. And then you had Red Dog Farm, the 21 seed Tipsy, jumping 17-7 to advance. Here we are up on the dock, Red Dog Farm and Carousel. That is going to be Charlie and Hennessy. Hennessy at the end of the dock, handler ready to throw the toy, and you have Charlie getting lined up. Here comes Carousel Diving Dogs. Hennessy, there he goes, zooming the Border Collie. Border Collie took off a little bit early, right before that toy got thrown. The dog jumped, but Red Dog Farms, we're going to see if Penny, nice jump right there from Charlie. All right, those were two solid jumps from both of those dogs. Now we're going to move on down to Carousel Diving Dogs and Ocala Dog Ranch. This is Remy LeBeau out of Carousel and Penny from Ocala. And then we're going to have Carousel Sable versus Duke's Meatball. And then we're going to have Red Dogs Tipsy versus Red Dogs Remy. Mm, And as they walk up to the dock, I just want to repeat the division for Nebula X is 15 foot to 1711. And here comes Carousel Diving Dogs. That was an early throw, and the dog went zooming off the end. The junior handler over here in Ocala, that is Penny Lynn with the junior. They're getting ready to throw this toy. They're talking about it. And that was Remy LeBeau you just seen jump. But Penny Lynn and his junior handler ready on dock in Florida. Big throw, big jump. Penny was zooming off the edge of that dock. That was phenomenal. Mom cheering on the son, clapping for him. She's so happy for the son, and the son's jumping around up there. That is what we love. That excitement is what we love. The kid ran all the way away, so he's still jumping up and down on the dock. Oh, that is awesome to see. Great job out there in Florida. Now we're going to move on to Dukes versus Carousel. We have Meatball and we have Sable. Meatball is the 6 seed, Sable is the 17 seed. So, the underdog from Carousel, will they beat the spicy meatball, the rescue dog from Cleveland? Meatball had a 16-foot, 6-inch jump to move on to the next round. Sable had a 17-foot, 10-inch jump to move on to the next round. Both of these dogs are known to jump a little bit farther, so we'll see what they can do here. There it is at the end of the dock at Carousel, ready to make the throw. There's Sable, big jump. The throw is a little bit high, but that's totally fine. The dog goes to look for the toy. And over at Duke's, they're walking to the end of the dock, getting ready to make this throw. This is Meatball. There they are, about halfway on the dock, gonna make a big throw. Big. Nice. That was an easy jump for Meatball. Great job, Meatball and Sable. Now we're gonna move on over to Red Dog Farm. They have two dogs jumping against each other. This is Tipsy and Remy. Tipsy and Remy. You have the 21 seed versus the 23 seed. All of these dogs, this bracket, the underdogs are making a comeback. They are winning everything so far. The 23 and the 21 seed are about to face off at Red Dog Farm. Walking up to the dock, you have Tipsy. That is a golden retriever, and he is super excited, dragging his human onto the dock. And the mom walks up there with the toy. Dad's going to hold the dog back here about 35, 40 foot on the dock, and mom's going to walk to the edge of the dock. They're going to get real excited for this goal. And you see the whole crowd standing by the side of the pool yelling for their teammates, their facility mates. This is what we like to see. All right, make some noise. Let's see a big jump here. Here comes Tipsy. Oh, almost making the catch. Took off a little bit early from the edge of the dock, but that's okay. Maybe an earlier throw. You'll see that dog hit the end. They're throwing that white Doken bumper with their strings on it with black electrical tape. That is our Eclipse bumper a lot of people use. Now, as Tipsy comes off the dock, we're going to have Remy entering the dock, the GSP. And you watched Remy do the place and send method last round. Tipsy just did the chase method. So we're gonna have two opposite methods jumping right here, Tipsy and Remy. Which is better, place and send or chase? There they are up on the dock. Remy with their handler and that custom ring frisbee bouncy ball toy. That is a huge, it looks like a toy for a horse almost. But the GSP loves it, and the GSP up there is kind of the size of a mini pony, so it fits well. And right now we are out at Red Dog Farm. There it is. The toy is placed in the water, and they're taking the dog back on the dock. Remy is going to get pulled back about 30 foot up there, and the crowd is getting loud. Remy's about to go for it. There he goes. Big jump for Remy. That was a huge splash. Very nice. And they are cheering for Remy over there. And with that being said, that is going to conclude round two. Give us a few minutes here as we get all of the scores in. We're going to see if we have any jump offs, and we will be right back. All right, and here we are back with the Nebula X Horizon Championship brackets. Now we have concluded round two. Moving on to the semi-final round. The semi-final round is going to be doggone it's Tux advancing. Tux is the 22 seed beating the 24 seed by 10 inches, 16-10 to 16. Then we had Zelda beating Stan the Man with an 18-foot, 1-inch jump versus Stan the Man 17-10. Here we are at doggone it, facing Zelda. Tux versus Zelda. Tux on the dock getting super excited. Joy making a lot of noise, getting the dog excited. Big throw, and Tux stopped. Tux did not jump. They're going to reset that throw and toy right there. That is very not common. It's the first time he has not jumped the entire competition. And they're trying to get that toy reset here. She tried to toss it up there with the net and it fell in the corner, but it worked out. Joy got her toy back. Tux is up there on the dock, going to get taken back and held. Now, Tux had a 16-foot 10. He is facing Zelda, who had an 18-foot 1, so he's really got to come out here and try his hardest. Zelda had an 18-1. Stan the Man had a 17-10. So this is a very close matchup right here, and we're going to see some very good jumps moving forward. But here comes Talks. Nice. There it is. Making the jump on that one. That one, he just knew that he needed a restart. He didn't get a good step, so he said, I got to reset myself. And that was nice to see a phenomenal jump from Tuxedo. That means we're going to move on over to Sea Dogs. That's going to be Zelda. Zelda had an 18-foot, 1-inch jump, and it is going to be hard to reach that again. First round, she had a 17-2. This is our 20 seed. The 20 seed is facing the 22nd seed as we speak. And as we move down the bracket, we had Charlie. Charlie, unfortunately, at Red Dog Farm jumped out of their division. So Hennessy from Carousel is moving on to the next division. Carousel, 16-foot 2 inches. Then we have Carousel Diving Dogs Remy LeBeau, 17-foot 10 inches. Oh, and Ocal or Sea Dogs, big jump right there. Did not make the catch on that jump, but made the catch in the previous round. That was a very good jump right there for Hennessy. I'm sorry for Zelda. That was Zelda out of Sea Dogs. Very good jump for Zelda over there. Now we're moving on to Carousel. This is going to be Hennessy walking up to the dock and let Remy LeBeau as well. Hennessy had a 16-foot 2 and a 16-foot 8 jump. Now he has to try to beat Remy LeBeau, who has had a 17-10 and a 17-6. We're going to see how that goes. And as we look back at the rest of the calendar, the bracket, I mean, we have Duke's Meatball advancing past Sable, and we have Red Dogs Farm Tipsy beating Remy by a jump out of the division. Here we go. Carousel Diving Dogs up on the dock. There it is. Big jump chasing that toy out of her hand. That was Hennessy up there, and if the handler threw that toy a little bit sooner, you'd see a lot more pop on that dog. That is the hardest part of the game is the timing. These dogs run at you on the dock so fast. It is hard to try to time when to let go of the toy. If you throw it too late, sometimes the dogs slow down or they don't jump high. If you throw it too early, sometimes they won't jump high for it, but they definitely are going to be running at full speed. And as they get that toy out of the pool, when they come off the dock, we're going to stay at Carousel Diving Dogs. You're going to see Remy LeBeau coming on up. After Remy LeBeau, it's Meatball and Tipsy. And then if there's no tiebreakers, we move on to the final round. We are currently here. It is 1:04 p.m. at the International Dog Sports Dock Diving 2024 Bracket Championship Tournament. We are in the Nebula X division, and we are about to be in the Nebula X finals, currently jumping in the semifinals. Here we go. Remy LeBeau on the dock, about to get the throw. Big jump from Remy LeBeau, the border collie, Blue Merle. out of Mount Airy, Maryland. Very solid jump right there, almost making the grab as he entered the water. Those two scores are going to come in, and we are going to move down to Duke's Canine Dash and Splash, Meatball, and then Red Dog Farm, Tipsy. Here we go. As we switch, we just want to say a big thank you to our sponsors. One TDCs and Sunday's Food for Dogs, and a big thank you to the event broadcast coordinators. We are across 10 different locations jumping at the exact same time. A few of us are in different time zones, and we are all communicating together to make this event run for you guys. So, thank you guys for watching, and thank all of the facilities and volunteers for being here and helping. Now, Meatball on the dock at Duke's Canine Dash and Splash. You've seen Dad at the back of the dock clapping, making sure everyone at Duke's is screaming loud for that dog. And Mary's walking to the edge, making sure Meatball can see the toy, making a lot of noise. She's going to throw this toy pretty far. Big throw. Nice jump from Meatball. Meatball may have jumped a foot early, but still should be a good jump there. The judge took a step to her right, her left, I should say, which means that's a bigger jump. Now, that was Meatball. We're gonna go back to Red Dog Farms. This is gonna be Tipsy coming up to the dock. Now, Tipsy beat Pepper with a 17-7. Then she had to Tipsy had to face Remy, and Remy jumped out of the division. Tipsy jumped 17-6. So now it's Meatball versus Tipsy, and it's Hennessy versus Remy, and it's Zelda versus Tux. Whoever is the winner of those three matchups will go on to the finals for the Nebula X bracket at the International Dog Sport Championship. There we go. The Golden Retriever enters the dock. Tipsy up there getting ready. Last jump was a 17-6. Mom walking to the end of the dock. Dad holding the dog back there, getting Tipsy all excited. Tipsy's tail going 100 miles an hour. Mom wiping her hand off, getting the slobber off. Here comes the throw. Big throw, and Tipsy landing in the pool right there. Looked like Tipsy jumped a little bit early, but we'll see what this score comes in at. All right, and here we are back live at the International Dog Sports 2024 Championship. We are moving on to the final round of the Nebula X Championship bracket. This is going to be Zelda versus Remy LeBeau, and it is going to be Remy LeBeau and Tipsy. These three dogs are jumping in the championship. These are your top three Nebula X dogs right here. We've had Tux be eliminated with a 16-foot jump. Zelda had a 17-9. So they are moving on. We had Hennessy with a 15-foot, 10-inch jump, and Remy LeBeau at a 17-4. So they are moving on. We had Meatball with a 16-foot 9, and Tipsy had a 17-footer. Very close round right there, but it'll be Tipsy Remy LeBeau and Zelda in the final round of the Nebula X division. Big jump there from Zelda out at Sea Dogs. Zelda elevating on that one, almost doing a front flip. Looked like a dolphin dive almost, but that was a beautiful jump. Grabbing that Atlas bumper, and here they are swimming back, waiting for that score. That means we're going to switch on over to Carousel Diving Dogs while that score comes in. This is going to be Remy LeBeau coming up next. Remy LeBeau had to jump 17.4, had to jump 17.10, and had to jump 17.6 to get here. Now they're on to their fourth jump. We're going to see if they can get close to that again. And that means Tipsy also is going to come up after Remy LeBeau. Tipsy had to jump a 17 and 17.6 and a 17.7 to get here. Zelda was a 16. I'm sorry, Zelda was a 17.2 and then an 18.1 and then a 17.9. And now up on the dock, we have Remy LeBeau. We have the handler sprinting to the edge, making a lot of noise. Remy LeBeau about to come sprinting to the end with her. Here comes the Border Collie from Maryland. Big jump. Phenomenal. And that transition to swimming was smooth. That's a very nice velocity dog over there. And we're going to see what this score comes in at for the Horizon Nebula Championship bracket. As they walk off the dock, we're going to switch on over to Red Dog Farm. Tipsy coming on up next. They just beat Meatball. Meatball had a 16.9. Tipsy had a 17. The Golden Retriever from Red Dog Farm. All right. Tipsy is coming up at Red Dog Farm any minute now. Almost completed. Remy has completed their jump. Zelda completed her jump. And so far, it's looking like a very, very close matchup. We're going to see what Tipsy's score comes in at right here. There we go. Up on the dock is the Golden Retriever from Red Dog Farm, Tipsy. Mom jumping up and down, getting the dog excited. Dad holding the dog by the collar, getting the dog also excited. Here comes Tipsy, about to come sprinting down the dock. We got to get a really good jump here if you want to be anywhere close to winning this right here, Tipsy. Come on, buddy, anywhere. Come on, come on, come on. Speed. That golden retriever had so much speed running down that dock. It looked like the road runner. Its legs were moving so fast. We're gonna see what that score comes in at. Mom and dad celebrating over there. Now, with that being said, the three scores are in. And it looks like it's gonna be a very close matchup. But after we get these scores, we're gonna move on to the Nebula XL division. Nebula XL. That is going to be our 18 to 19-foot 11 dogs, 18-foot to 19-foot 11. Technically, these two are the same division. We had a only Nebula that was 15 to 1911. Then our most dogs were in that division, so we took all the stats and we divided it evenly between Nebula X and Nebula XL. So the division is split perfectly down the middle to have an even number of dogs in both divisions. And now, here we go. The scores are almost submitted. And we are going to take a break really fast. 2-minute break right here before the scores get announced. We will be right back. We're gonna be taking a break for a second, Megan. So that concludes the International Dog Sports Nebula X bracket. Zelda coming in third place with a 16-foot 9-inch jump from Ogden, Utah. Sea Dogs taking a celebratory jump. Over at Carousel, we had Remy LeBeau with a 16-foot 10 coming in second, 16-foot 10. And Tipsy coming in first place with a 16-foot 11 jump in the final round. Good job, Tipsy, the golden retriever from Red Dog. Congratulations to all of our dogs jumping in the Nebula X and an awesome final round within 1 inch of each other. Congratulations, guys. You guys showed out for us. A lot of jumps up there for those dogs, and all of them were tired on that last jump. That was their lowest score of the bracket, but it was the final score. That was their fourth jump. Now, we're going to be moving on to Nebula XL. That is going to start with Carousel Diving Dogs Cheddar as the 1 seed, Ozzy, the 24 seed from Duke's Canine Dash and Splash, the 3 seed from Ocala Dog Ranch is Xander, the 22 seed from Carousel Diving Dogs is Sai, the 5 seed from Youngbloods is Gigi, the 20 seed from Country Roads Canine Activities is Salem, the 7 seed from Duke's Canine Dash and Splash is Verde. The 8 seed from Carousel Diving Dogs is Hank. The 9 seed from Ocala Dog Ranch is Jackson Dave Villa. The 16 seed from Ocala Dog Ranch is Ziva. The 11 seed from Red Dog Farm is Griffey. The 14 seed from Duke's Canine Dash and Splash is Frankie. The 12 seed from Carousel Diving Dogs is Koji. The 13 seed from Red Dog Farm is Julian. The 10 seed from Country Roads Canine Activities is Felix. The 15 seed from Carousel Diving Dogs is Gracie. The 8 seed from Ocala Dog Ranch is Katie. The 17 seed from Carousel Diving Dogs is Babs. The 6 seed from Duke's Canine Dash and Splash is Moki. And the 19 seed from Carousel Diving Dogs is Fozzie. The 4 seed from Doggone It is Theodore. Unfortunately, the 21 seed Ben has to scratch from Carousel Diving Dogs, so Theodore will get a bye. He can opt either to or to not do those jumps. And then we have Suitcase from Youngbloods and Sly from Carousel. Up on the dock over at Duke's Canine Dash and Splash, we have Ozzy on the dock getting ready to jump. They're waiting patiently. Ozzy up on the dock is a 6-year-old chocolate lab from Pittsburgh, PA. They made it all the way out to Ohio today. And as Ozzy jumps, we're going to see Carousel's Cheddars make their way to the dock. And Ozzy up there on the dock at Duke's, ready to jump. And there we go. Ozzy ready to go, making the throw. Big jump there from Oswald. Very good jump from Ozzy. And it looks like he landed pretty decently into that division. So, this division, the Nebula XL, it is split in half at 17-11. So, 18 foot to 19-11 is the division we're jumping in currently. There's a 5-foot cap on this division as well. So if a dog jumps 20 foot 5 inches, they are still in Nebula XL. And here we go. Up on the dock, we have Cheddar, the number 1 seed, trying to defend his title right here. Now there's a right-handed thrower up there. That is a Border Collie, and they're making a good throw. Border Collie got a lot of spring trying to make the catch with their green Atlas bumper. And now Ozzy's done his jump. Cheddar's done his jump. We're going to move on to the number 3 seed from Ocala Dog Ranch. That's going to be Xander. And the number 22 seed from Carousel Diving Dogs is going to be Cy. And then the 5 seed from Youngblood's Dive-In is gonna be Gigi. The 20 seed from Country Roads Canine is gonna be Salem. Congratulations to these top 24 dogs earning an invite and qualifying for the Nebula XL champion bracket. And all the other dogs, we had over 460 dogs participate in the championship horizon alone. Overall, we had 700 if you include Eclipse and Velocity. And now we're looking at Carousel. That's going to be Psy walking up to the dock, PSY, the 22 seed. And then it's going to be Xander from Ocala Dog Ranch, the 3 seed. And it's going to be Youngbloods, GG, and Country Road Activities Salem, the 20 seed. There it is, Carousel Diving Dogs up on the dock. That is Psy, but we're also going to be looking at Ocala Dog Ranch here. That is Xander, the 3 seed. And then it's going to be Gigi from Youngblood's Dive-In, and Country Roads Salem is the 20 seed. That is a Belgian Malinois up on the dock with Psy. And there we go. They're holding Psy back. This is the Nebula XL division. Walking to the edge of the dock, getting ready to throw this toy. You're going to see this Malinois springboard off the human back there like a fly ball start. And it's going to be a big throw out here for the Malinois. Big jump and a big splash. Very good execution. Now, we are going to move on to Ocala Dog Ranch, the 3 seed. Now Ocala's up there. This is Xander, but we can also have Gigi and Salem make their way to the dock. This is Youngbloods, the 5 seed, and Country Roads, the 20 seed. Ocala Dog Ranch up there. That is going to be Xander, your number 3 seed. And then we're also going to have Carousel, the 22 seed, Psy. He already jumped, but we also have Youngbloods Dive-In. That is the 5 seed, GG. And then 20 seed, Country Roads, Canine Activities. We should have Xander jumping at Ocala as we speak. All right, Xander up on the dock at Ocala Dog Ranch, about to make that throw. Xander soaring through the sky, almost making the catch. That was a nice jump, and that's going to conclude Xander Versailles. Now we're going to be looking at Youngblood's Dive-In. That is Gigi. We're going to be looking at Salem from Country Roads Canine Activities. We're going to be looking at Verde from Dukes and Hank from Carousel. There they are up on the dock. Carousel, Dukes, Country Roads, and Youngbloods. All right. Now, Carousel Diving Dogs, you have Hank up on that dock. Hank almost making that grab. Hank is facing Verde out at Duke's Canine Dash and Splash, who was playing tug up there on the dock. Now, Youngblood's making that dive. That was Gigi landing in the pool and facing Salem over there at Country Roads. They got Salem up on the dock at Country Roads. Gigi has landed. Over at Duke's, we have Verde. They have a plastic bag to the end of their toy, and Verde goes soaring after it. So that is a very good idea from the junior handler over there at Duke's. They are using that to entice the dog. The dog likes lure coursing, so it loves that bag, and it makes the dog run faster on the dock. Now at Country Roads, you're going to see Salem running down the dock, the one that's facing Gigi. There it is, a big jump. Oh my God, he went soaring out there too, almost making the catch. Awesome job, Salem and Gigi. Verde and Hank have concluded their jumps. That means we're going to go on to Jackson de Villa versus Ziva, the 9 and 16 seed. That's going to be Griffey versus Frankie, the 11 and 14 seed. Red Dog versus Dukes. We are on to the fourth bracket of the International Dog Sports Dock Diving Championship. This is the Nebula XL. This is the 18-foot to 19-foot, 11-inch division. It used to just be all one division. We had Nebula, and that was 15 to 1911. Then we had so many dogs jump in that division that we had to split it in half, make it fair for all of the dogs who jump in this 5-foot division. We split it to 2.5 feet each. Now, with that being said, we're going to be moving on to Ocala Dog Ranch's Jackson de Vila versus Ocala Dog Ranch's Ziva. And there it is, the 9 versus the 16 seed live here from Ocala, Florida. We have and there we have up at Ocala, you're going to see Jackson de Vila from Ocala Dog Ranch, the 9 seed, coming in to face the 16, also from Ocala Dog Ranch. That is Ziva. Jackson de Vila versus Ziva. Out to make the throw, come run down the dock. Big jump from the English Springer Spaniel. We're going to see what Jackson's score is. But as Jackson comes off the dock, you're going to watch Ziva walk up the dock. Then we're going to have Griffey, the 11 seed, facing Frankie, the 14 seed. And every dog that you have seen jump so far this weekend, they are earning double title points. What does that mean? Every year, these dogs are jumping to earn points towards their title, and that title gets put on the back of their name. Now, how do you earn these title points? Well, if you jump in your division, let's say right now we're on the Nebula XL division. If you jump in your division until you get 50 points, then you are considered your first Comet, or I mean Nebula XL title. If you get up to 3 of those, you earn a championship, and that is 150 points. If you get to 300, you get your Galaxy title. And look at Ocala. We have Ziva up on the dock, the blue healer, making sure the dock's dry. Now they're sending the dog with that Nerf bumper, the yellow Nerf bumper mom's going to throw here, try to get Ziva to catch this toy in the air. There it is. Ooh, big throw and a good jump there from Ziva. We're going to see what the score comes in at. Ziva has jumped. That means we are moving on. Red Dog Farm and Duke's gonna be Frankie versus Griffey, 11 versus the 14 seed. Was a good show out right there for the the 9 and 16, but now we are at Red Dog Farm and Duke's with Griffey and Frankie. And a fun fact about Griffey, the German short-haired pointer who's about to be up by there on the dock. He is 3 years old, but when he passes gas, he looks around the room as though he doesn't know who did it. That is a typical GSP thing to do. We call the German short-haired pointers the class clowns of the sport. Class clowns of dogs, really. They are a working dog. Oh, and that was a phenomenal jump from Frankie over here at Duke's Canine Dash and Splash. Landing in the water. It's going to be a hard score to beat right at the top of that division. Here comes Red Dog Farms. Big jump here. Nice, solid land for the GSP. Very nice jump there from Red Dog Farms. Now, with that being said, Ziva and Jason have done their jump. Griffey and Frankie, you just watched them do their jump. We're going to move on to Carousel Diving Dogs, Koji, and Red Dog Farm, Julian. And then we're going to have Country Roads Canine Activities, Felix, and Carousel Diving Dogs, Gracie. Koji is the 12 seed. Red Dog Farm, Julian is the 13 seed. Felix is the 10 seed. Gracie, the 15 seed from Carousel. We're gonna see all these dogs up here. OG coming up to the dock. That is the Nova Scotia duck tolling retriever. And a fun fact about Koji is once Koji understands what is asked of her, she is all in. This is the most evident in her dock diving. And Koji is the daughter of Tigger, who also jumps at Red Dog Farm. But Koji, the daughter, making their appearance up here at Red Dog, and you'll see at Carousel a big jump right there. That was an awesome jump from Koji, but Julian over at Red Dog Farm. That was a big jump from the dog over there at Red Dog Farms. Julian is a poodle from Kentucky, and you just seen the toller Koji jump at Carousel. Fun fact about the poodle Julian. Julian likes to pet other dogs. He also likes to take toys away from you with his paws instead of his mouth. That is very interesting. Now, as you see over at Country Roads Canine, we have someone waiting for us up there on the dock. That is going to be Felix entering the dock at Country Roads and Carousel. Gracie is going to be coming up next. Here we go. Felix the Border Collie up there on the dock in Country Roads. Felix is ranked among the top 20 Border Collies in the country for AKC Fast Cats. And we got a Speed Demon up there at Country Roads. And he is going to be facing Gracie from Carousel. Gracie is going to be the 15 seed, while Felix is the 10 seed. Here comes up on the dock at Carousel. We have Gracie, the Labrador Retriever. Oh, Gracie, right-handed thrower right here. They shifted the dog over to the right side of the dock as well. They're kind of taking away part of that dock for Gracie, and that is still. Oh my gosh, that was a phenomenal jump, and that was an even better jump from Country Roads. Looks like both of them may have made that catch, but we're going to see what these scores come in at. Two phenomenal jumps in Carousel. That is actually a German short-haired pointer over there. Phenomenal job, Felix and Gracie simultaneously jumping, tracking that toy. That was awesome to watch. Now that Felix and Gracie have jumped, we're going to move on to Katie and Babs. Ocala Dog Ranch is Katie and Carousel's Babs. All right. Babs is a Labrador Retriever from Maryland. She is about 6 years old. She is the sweetest and quietest dog, but lights up the second she gets to play fun games. A perfect at home dog, but also a working sport dog out there in Maryland. And that means over at Ocala, we're going to have Katie up there on the dock. Katie, the Australian cattle dog, the red heeler. Oh, and there they are. Katie at the end of the dock getting ready to make this throw. Carousel diving dogs. Oh, Katie almost did a front flip right there. I don't know if that was intended. She left a little bit early, but they gave it a good score up there. Big call. You see the handler scream and excitement. Look at Carousel about to make the dive. Here he goes. Ooh, and the throw was a little bit behind, but the dog's still making a phenomenal jump out there. Now, the next jumpers we're going to see out here, we just watched Babs, the 17 seed, and Katie, the 8 seed. Now we're going to watch the 6 seed, Moki, versus the 19 seed, Fozzie. Then we'll see the 4 seed, Doggone It, facing, well, he was supposed to be facing Carousel Diving Dog's 21 seed, but the 21 seed had to scratch, and Ben is now out of the tournament. So it's going to be Doggone It's Theodore moving on. He can do a jump if he elects, but he does not have to. Then it'll be the 2 seed Youngbloods versus Carousel Diving Dogs, Sly, Suitcase and Sly. And we're about to see Moki come up to the dock at Duke's, and we're going to see Fozzie come up to the dock at Carousel. There they are, both of them on the dock. Moki is a 2-year-old chocolate lab from Kent, Ohio. Fozzie is also a Labrador Retriever. Big jump right there from Moki. Phenomenal throw from Kit at the end of the dock, and Moki chasing that, almost making the catch. Over here at Carousel, we have them lined up, getting ready to throw this toy. They have a bucket hat on up there at the dock. A big throw. Nice jump, and that was a good throw from the bucket hat. Very nice. Now, with that being said, that was Fozzie and Moki jumping at the same time. We have Theodore, the land shark, which is going to move on to the next round. Then we are going to have Suitcase and Sly. And with that being said, Theodore is going to come up to the dock for Doggone It, the number 4 seed, and he's going to opt to do his jump, get a nice warm up jump in here. We watch Theodore do his placement jump right here just to make sure he moves on to the next round. This is more of a warm-up jump because he was supposed to face Ben, but Ben had to scratch from carousel diving dogs, unfortunately. But this is a phenomenal dog up here on the dock. He's a 2-year-old Australian Shepherd from Ohio. He walks around in a badass yellow muzzle. He also has a yellow toy and a custom land shark bumper. He used to wear a life jacket that was all yellow. His team colors are yellow and blue. And here we go. Brittany going to line Theo back up there about 28, 30 foot on the dock, and she's asking for noise, making people get excited. She's going to take her custom land shark bumper, walk to the edge of this dock, and as soon as she's about to jump, you're going to see the crowd make some noise, and Theo's going to run as fast as possible out here. And there goes Theo. Big jump catch, a phenomenal throw and catch. Perfect execution from Theodore and Brittany. They have trained all year for that, and that was an awesome throw. Doing it in the first round, and they're going to move on out of default because I don't even think Ben could have jumped farther than that. That was an awesome throw and jump from Theodore. But we're moving on to Youngbloods and Carousel Diving Dogs, Suitcase and Sly. Suitcase is the 2 seed. Sly is the 23 seed. And Suitcase is up there now at Youngblood. Suitcase just started jumping. This is about an 8 or 9 month old Whippet Border Staffy mix, a sport bred mix out of Youngbloods. I got to train this dog back in August. It had never jumped off the dock before, and within 20 minutes, it was flying like 20 feet into the water. Now we're watching it compete in the Nebula XL division. Oh, and he's still soaring out there. Awesome jump from Suitcase. We're going to see what that score comes in at, but Suitcase is almost a brand new competitor here. This might be his 3rd or 4th event ever. He's all excited to be up there. Phenomenal jump, Suitcase. Here comes Carousel Diving Dogs. That was a good jump from Sly, the 23 seed, doing the place and send method. So with that being said, that is the final 2 dogs of round 1. We are going to take a quick break here while we wait for the results and any jump offs to come through. We want to take a second to thank our sponsors, Sundays for Dogs and 1TDC Oral and Joint Supplements. Hello, everybody. I am Zach Filler, and you are watching the International Dog Sports Dock Diving Championship 2024. We are currently on the Nebula XL division. We just finished the first round, and we have a jump off for the first round. Jump off is going to be Carousel Diving Dogs Hank facing Duke's Canine Dash and Splash Verde. The 7 and the 18 seed are jumping off. Verde is the Belgian Malinois from Duke's Canine Dash and Splash, and Hank is the yellow lab from Carousel Diving Dogs. You see Hank making his way back up to the dock. Verde up there on the dock. Verde is being handled by a junior handler named Katrina. And there we go. The dog at Carousel wagging his tail, super happy to be up there, ready to get into the water. Dad's walking to the end of the dock, about to throw this toy. Here we go. Banging that toy on the ground, making noise, gonna make a big throw. Big catch right there for Hank. Phenomenal jump, making the grab over at Carousel Diving Dogs, the 18 seed jump and a catch. Here comes Verde, the plastic bag on the end of the toy. They're about to throw this toy out here. Katrina, the junior handler, big jump for the Belgian Malinois. And Verde grabs the bag as fast as possible, making it back to his owner, Katrina. We're going to see what that jump off comes in at. As soon as this jump off concludes, we're going to move on to the next round of the Nebula XL, round two, the quarterfinals. We've had all 24 dogs jump, and then we had two more jumps. So we're on jump number 26 for the Nebula XL division. And we are about to have the results in as soon as the facilities give us those scores. We seen Cheddar, we seen Koji, we seen Gracie, we seen Babs, we seen Hank, Fozzie, Sly, Cy, Felix, Salem, Theodore, Moki, Verde, Frankie, Ozzy, Xander, Jackson, Dave, Vila, Katie, Ziva, Griffey, Julian, Suitcase, Gigi. All of them have jumped so far for round one, and we are gonna give you the round two scores here very shortly. And now we are over here at Ocala Dog Ranch on this beautiful Florida day. Trees are slightly moving, a nice wind out there, good clouds over. International Dog Sports just recently in August took the mobile dock down there and o- did a mobile dock event. But here we have Eloise up there on the dock at Ocala Dog Ranch. We have, I think that was just a practice jump, I believe. I think they're just doing practice jumps over there at Ocala because we are still waiting these results to move on to the next round. But we took the mobile dock down to Ocala Dog Ranch just recently. We went down there in August, me and the Doggone It crew. There's Ziva up on the dock at Ocala. We were over at the Epic Center, about 10 minutes away from Ocala Dog Ranch's location. We stayed at their property. It's a wonderful facility. It's a lot of land. But the Epic Dog Center was awesome. They had an awesome event for us. Now Ziva is up on the dock jumping now. Ziva must have had a tiebreaker. Ziva was facing. Oh, Ziva almost making the catch. A phenomenal jump right there from Ziva. Ziva was facing Jackson de Vila, the 16 seed, almost making that catch as she entered the water. Now she's going to face. All right, and I believe the results are officially in. Advancing to the next round, we have Carousel Diving Dogs, Cheddar. We have Ocala Dog Ranch, Xander. We have Country Roads Canine Activities, Salem. We have Carousel Diving Dogs, Hank. We have Ocala Dog Ranch, Ziva. Duke's Canine Dash and Splash, Frankie. Red Dog Farm, Julian. Country Roads Canine Activities, Felix. Ocala Dog Ranch, Katie. Duke's Canine Dash and Splash, Moki. Doggone it, Theodore. Carousel Diving Dog, Sly. Awesome job, everybody. And as we look at these divisions, these brackets, we had two dogs jump out. Griffey jumped out of his division at Red Dog Farm, and Suitcase jumped out at Youngbloods, which means they jumped farther than 20 foot 5 inches. They were not within 5 inches of their division, so they are no longer in that division. They move on to the next one. If a spot is open in the Rising Star based on their score for the top 25, they will move up, but that is very unlikely unless the bracket is empty. We had yesterday in the lap division, dogs move on to the next bracket because the next bracket was empty. Whereas now we have dogs jumping out of the division, but they will not move into the next bracket because even with the score they have, they would not qualify in the Rising Star division still. They're not in the top 24 of the Rising Star. Now, back over at the action. Carousel Diving Dogs up on the dock. That is Cheddar, your #1 seed, right at the division break with a 20-foot 4-inch jump. Here comes Cheddar. Perfect throw, dog almost making the catch and land in the water. We're going to see what that score comes in at. But Cheddar won last round, 20-foot 4 versus Ozzy's 17-9. And then we had Ocala Dog Ranch, Xander beating Cy with a 19-3 versus 18-8. We're going to see if Xander get close to 19-3 again. There it is, and he did not track the toy like he did last round, almost making the grab, but he was a little bit slower on the run, so that score might be a little bit lower. Cheddar looked like she had an awesome score as long as she stays in the division. Now we have Youngbloods, GG, and Country Roads, Canine Activities, Salem. Salem won that round with a 19-9 versus an 18-10. The 20 seed beat the 5 seed. And then we had Dukes versus Carousel. Verde faced Hank. They had tied, and then they did the jump off. And I believe Hank had a Verde had a 20. And we actually will be right back after a short break. Give us 2 minutes. All right, and we are back here after a short break. We had a announcement to make that the rules I've been announcing the rules wrong. So that 6-inch gap was for the Horizon qualifying round. 6 inches in the qualifying round. There goes Hank making the catch out there at Carousel again. Country Road's about to have this dog. Oh, he almost fell in the water. Jeremy almost fell in the water up there throwing for Salem. But during the bracket, it is a 9-inch cap. The bracket is a 9-inch cap. So if you jump farther than 20 foot 8 inches, that is the cap for the brackets. And it has been the cap for all of the classes for Comet, Protostar, and Nebula XL, not just this one. I know if you've been listening to me, I've been saying the wrong thing. It is actually 9 inches. So that's why Hank got to move on to the next round. He had a 20-foot 6 versus Verde's 20-foot. But you just seen Carousel Diving Dogs, Hank Jump, and you've seen Salem. Now we're going to go on to Ocala Dog Ranch's Ziva and Duke's Canine Dash and Splash, Frankie. Ziva had to beat Jackson De Villa with a 19-9 versus Jackson's 19. And then we had Griffey and Frankie up there. Griffey jumped out of the division from Red Dog Farm. So Frankie at a 19-foot, which means he moves on to the next round. So it's going to be Ziva, the cattle dog, versus Frankie, the blue-eyed mutt out at Duke's. Carousel Diving Dogs Koji was facing Red Dog Farm Julian. Julian had a 20-foot 3 and advanced. We seen Felix facing Gracie, and Felix had an 18-5, so he advanced. We also seen Ocala Dog Ranch Katie beat Carousel's Babs by 1 inch, 19-9 to 19-8. Here go Dukes. Big jump for Frankie. Phenomenal throw from the handler in her sun hat on the dock. Great job, guys. There it is. Ocala Dog Ranch Ziva up on the dock. They're going to dry the end of the dock so the dog doesn't slip. There's no injuries. While they do that, we are going to talk about how Moki beat Fozzie. Moki had a 20-foot jump. Fozzie had an 18-8. So Duke's Moki moves on. Theodore moved on with a 16-4, and he had a bye versus Ben. Here comes Ziva running down the dock at Ocala Dog Ranch, about to make this catch when Mom releases her. Here we go. Big toss, almost making the catch. That was a very good throw from Mom. Ziva tried to catch it, just missed, and Mom looked like she had a wide mouth. She said, "Whoa, that was a big jump." So we'll see if that's actually the case for Ziva. Ziva's previous score was 19-9. We're going to see what that comes in at. But Theodore moved on to the next round, which means Suitcase jumped too far. So Sly moved on to the next round at 19. Suitcase's jump looked phenomenal. It had to be in the 21, 22 range. And for a young dog, that is very normal for them to just get better and better as the weekend goes on. And here we go. We just watched Ziva and Frankie. Now it's going to be Red Dog Farm Julian versus Felix's Country Roads Canine Activities. Felix jumped last round and had an 18-foot 5. The 10 seed beat the 15 seed. Now the 10 seed faces the 13 seed, Julian, with a 20-foot 3-inch jump. Julian was the 13 seed. He beat the 12 seed with a 20 to 19. Awesome job. Here we are, Red Dog Farm up on the dock. The poodle, Julian from Red Dog Farm, and Felix, the border collie from Country Roads. Phenomenal jump from Felix. He was elevated at a 45. Oh, and so was the poodle. Very nice jumps from both of them. That is going to be hard to rule out who's better. Here we have it. Katie from Ocala and Moki from Dukes coming up next. Katie had to fight her way into the next division, 19-9 versus the 19-8. She barely scratched by Carousel Diving Dogs Babs in the 17 seed. So the 8 seed will be facing Moki, the 6 seed. Moki had a 20-foot exactly versus Fozzie's 18-10. Here we go over at Duke's. They got a lot of wind. You see those sunshales flying up in the air. At La Dog Ranch, at any moment, we're going to see that blue heeler, Katie, up on the dock. Moki is a Labrador Retriever from Ohio. And a fun fact about her is that she can chew apart any toy, no matter what they are rated. Nothing is too challenging. Oh, and there it is, Moki, nothing too challenging, just like jumping in the pool right there. And now we have Katie at Ocala Dog Ranch. Big jump for Katie, phenomenal. Now, after those 2 jumps, they both looked like very good jumps, and they give themselves a hug on the dock at Ocala. Moki coming off the dock. We're gonna move on to Theodore, doggone it. eh, Carousel Diving Dogs Sly. And here we are back, Mount Airy, Maryland. We have Carousel Diving Dogs and doggone it up. We're just waiting for these scores. We have a tie, I believe, and we're going to see what this tiebreaker is and between who. And up on the dock now is coming Sly from Carousel Diving Dogs and Theodore have tied in their division. So they're going to do a jump off here and then move on to the next division. Now, each of them do a jump. Whoever jumps farther is the moving on to the next round. If they jump the same distance, they just re-jump again. And there it is, the place and send method. Mom held the dog. It's a Chesapeake Bay Retriever back there at the full dock, 40 feet. She threw that toy by the string from the 40-foot mark on the dock. It landed in the pool next to the camera, right about 45 foot out there. And the dog sent it, landed right about somewhere in the Nebula XL division. And that was Sly out of Carousel. Now Theodore coming up to the dock at doggone it. Any moment we're gonna see the land shark at doggone it come on up. But we're gonna see Theodore walk on up here. Theodore just had to jump a little bit ago, so he's probably still getting dried off. But at any moment, we're gonna see him walk up to the dock. We have the judge ready at doggone it. Here we are, the Australian Shepherd up there, handled by Brittany Bell. And you see they have that yellow muzzle. They walk the dog on a muzzle, and they have a yellow custom Atlas T-Bugs and Tugs bumper that has yellow and blue flappies, and it has the land shark name on it. And she's gonna move this dog back about 24, 28 feet on the dock. Soon as she gives that release word, you're gonna watch this dog run full speed, try to make the catch out of her hand. Wherever this human throws it, the dog should really try to chase it in that direction. That is called the chase method. And here we go, walking to the end of the dock. Brittany Bell getting ready to make this throw. The Australian Shepherd, 2 years old, Theodore, getting ready. Make some noise out there at doggone it. And it's a catch. Phenomenal throw from Brittany. The judge had to take a step to her right. Looked like a big jump for Theodore. And now we're going to see who wins this tiebreaker between Theodore and Sly. Maryland versus Ohio. We're seeing it all right now. And then after that, we're going to move on to round three, the semifinal round of the Nebula Horizon Bracket Championship. And again, you are watching the 2024 International Dog Sports Dock Diving Championship, reporting live from 10 different locations. And currently, you are watching Doggone Its location in Seville, Ohio, but we also have Maryland, Carousel Diving Dogs. We have Wilkinson, Indiana, Youngblood's Diving. We have Ocala Dog Ranch in Florida. We have Kentucky, Red Dog Farm. We have Utah, Sea Dogs. We have Country Roads in West Virginia, and a few more. And now that the scores have been updated, I will report that first. Looking at the scores, Cheddar is unfortunately going to be out of the game with a too far of a jump. Xander moving on to the next division with a 16-9. Cheddar was jumped out of the division. So Xander moves on, and then we're going to have Hank on to the next round, beating Salem. It was a 20-foot to a 19-7. Hank moves on from Carousel Diving Dogs. Then we had Ziva at Ocala moving on, beating Frankie. It was 20-foot 3 versus a 19-9. Then it was Red Dog Farm, Julian. Julian unfortunately jumped out of the division, the Poodle. So now it's going to be Felix, 19-foot 1 inch, moving on. Then we had Katie versus Moki. They had to do a jump off. Both of them tied the first round. Then they had to do another jump off, and it was a 20-foot 6. Katie moving on versus Moki's 20-foot 4. Phenomenal round right there. Now, Theodore 17-8 and Sly at 19. Sly is moving on after the tiebreaker. Great jumps there from Doggone It, Theodore. With that being said, we're going to go on to the semifinal round. Ocala Dog Ranch is facing Carousel Diving Dogs, Xander versus Hank. Xander is the number 3 seed. Hank is the number 18 seed. And Sly at the bottom of the bracket is going to be our 23 seed. And Katie is our 8 seed. Felix is our 10 seed, and Ziva is our 16 seed. So we have so many different dogs from different parts of the bracket in the game right now. It is phenomenal to see the underdogs. Not every dog is perfect, but you only get one try during this championship bracket, and you better be perfect during that one try, or you're going to see a dog placed lower than you move on. Here we are. Up on the dock, we have Susan and Xander, the judge over at Ocala Dog Ranch. Xander about to make the jump here. Here he goes, going to chase that T-Bugs and Tugs toy out of her hand. High throw, and it looks like he tried to catch it, but he just looks a little tired up there, honestly. But he's making his swim back. Xander has had a big day these last 3 days. He's had to play Velocity. He's had to play Eclipse. He had to do 2 Horizon rounds, and then he had to jump in the bracket. He is exhausted up there, but awesome job, Xander. Now we're moving on to Hank over at Carousel Diving Dogs. Hank had a 20-foot jump previously to beat Salem, and then Hank also had a 20-foot 6. So Hank is right near the top of that division, right at the cap. Hank is a Chesapeake Bay retriever, I believe, from Carousel Diving Dogs, and they do the place and send method. Here he is entering the dock as we speak. There it is up on the dock. He's getting excited, getting super excited, jazzed up there already. Dad or mom is running down the dock, getting the toy on the dock, making some noise. Everyone's making noise. Here it goes. Big jump, almost making the catch for the, and that is not a Chessie, that is a yellow lab. Almost making the grab. That was a phenomenal throw from the handler up there. So Hank and Xander have done their jumps so far. And we're over at Ocala Dog Ranch now, and it's going to be Ziva, the blue healer, coming up to the dock. Ziva, the blue healer. And it's going to be Country Roads, Canine Activities, Felix after that. So right now we're in Florida. In about 45 seconds, we'll be in West Virginia, reporting live from both locations. And over there, you see Ocala Dog Ranch is set up, waiting for Ziva to hit the dock up there. They're going to come to the edge. They're most likely going to wipe down and dry the edge of the dock, make sure it's safe for their cattle dog, because these cattle dogs are insane. They're just redneck Malinois, and Malinois. Everyone knows what a Malinois is. They're just psychopaths. All right, here we go. Ziva being pulled back on the dock. The handler, the thrower, ready to throw it, making sure she's telling the judge, take a deep breath. Everything's good. She's looking back at Ziva. You're getting ready to release the dog. Make some noise in Florida for Ziva. Come on. Big jump right there, soaring. It was like a dolphin flying through the sky. It was an awesome jump from the blue healer, almost making the catch. We'll see if that is enough to beat Felix over at Country Roads, and let's see what he has to say about it. Felix's last jump was 19-1. The one before that was 18-5. This is your number 10 seed. Face and here we are in Florida. We are going to be moving on to Country Roads Canine Activities. Felix up on the dock. Felix, the border collie. He had a 19-foot, 1-inch jump last time. We're going to see what he gets right here. Walking to the end of the dock. Mom has her toy in hand. Dad is holding the dog in hand. They're making a lot of noise at Country Roads. They're about to throw that toy out here, shaking the out of it. Big jump right there. Phenomenal jump. Looked like a little bit late of a throw. So right there, I don't know if you guys noticed it, but she said the release word and the dog went running full speed at her. And she swung the toy backwards at the dog, which made the dog slow down just a little bit. So when you're throwing these toys, it's very important. Start with the toy all the way back and only go forward with it. Dog, tell the dog you're moving forward. Now we're over at Ocala Dog Ranch. This is Ziva, or no, Ziva's already done her jump. It is the other blue healer, Katie. So many cattle dogs over there in Florida, but Katie getting ready. And then it'll be Sly over in Carousel. Sly out of Carousel and Katie out of Ocala coming up to the dock. Katie's previous jump was a 19-9 and a 20-foot 6. So barely in the division still. But here they are at the end of the dock. Mom has her toy in hand, getting ready to throw it, yelling at Katie. There goes Katie. Big jump. The throw was a little bit late, but Katie did not care, just sending it into the pool right there. Very nice jumps from Katie. Now Sly. Sly had a 19, two 19-foot jumps in order to get here. Both rounds he jumped 19 consistently. And we're gonna see what happens here over in Carousel Diving Dogs, Mount Airy, Maryland. All right, and Sly coming up to the dock, the Chesapeake Bay Retriever. Sly is 3 years old. He was born in August of 2021, so this is a month after his birthday about. And Sly has been showing off here. He's doing place and send, landing at 19 every time. And that is the thing with place and send. It is a nice method to make the dog run full speed, but they're going to jump the same no matter what because their speed times height equals distance. And if they get the same speed and same height every time, that is why you're going to see such a consistent dog. Now Slice is swimming around out there, victory lap for the carousel diving dog. We're gonna get these final results in here, and we will be right back in 2 minutes after this ad break. Yep. All right, and here we are back at the Nebula Horizon Open bracket. This is Nebula XL. These are the dogs that jump 18 to 1911. As you can see, we've moved on. Carousel Diving Dogs, Hank, onto the next division. Then we had Ziva from Ocala Dog Ranch onto the next round, and Katie from Ocala Dog Ranch onto the next round. The two cattle dogs and the Labrador moving on. And Hank is the first dog up at Carousel Diving Dogs. They're going to do a nice throw here. Hank was the 18 seed. We currently have the 18 seed jumping, almost making that catch. Looked like it was a little bit low, but that was not bad jump at all. Then Ziva coming up next at Ocala Dog Ranch. Ziva was the 16 seed. The 16 seed still jumping right now. And we have Katie. Katie is the 8 seed. So the two underdogs at the top of the bracket jumping first. And then you have the 8 seed, Katie. Katie had to beat Moki, and she beat Moki by 2 inches. And then she had to beat Sly, and she beat Sly by 4 inches, just barely skating past. Then we had Ziva face Felix. Ziva beat Felix 20'6" to an 18'10". And then we had Hank versus Xander. Hank had a 20'4" versus a 19'3". Phenomenal jumps by everybody over here. Really close matchups that's what we like to see. All right, we're Dog Ranch. Ziva is entering the dock, the blue healer. And Ziva is an Australian cattle dog from Georgia. She is about 6 years old. They're up on the dock as we speak, wiping it down, making sure that it is completely dried off. We don't want to see any injury here. And these next two dogs are from Ocala Dog Ranch. So we're going to see some big jumps from these cattle dogs. Ziva's fun fact is that she absolutely loves children, water, and her ball. Now, she's going to go try to chase that bumper in the air as mom throws it. See if she can do another 20-foot plus jump right here. Let's go, Ziva. Phenomenal throw right there, and she landed. She has the strap in her mouth. I think that was a catch, and I think they counted that as a catch the way they're cheering up there. We love the celebration. That was a phenomenal jump right there from Ziva, and mom says that was the perfect throw right there. This is their fourth jump, and that one was the best throw right there. Mom thinks that was phenomenal, guys. All right, now we're going to be moving on. As soon as Ziva gets off the dock, Katie is going to come up to the dock. Katie from Ocala Dog Ranch as well. You just seen her jump last. She had a 20-foot three. Ziva's last jump was 20-foot six. Hank's last jump was 19.3. Hank and Ziva already done their jumps. We're going to see where those come in as soon as Katie finishes. Here we go up on the dock at Ocala, taking a deep breath. Katie getting ready to make this jump. The blue healer. Wow, another awesome jump. It looked like both of those healers landed right next to each other. We might see a jump off here. She's cheering. She's happy about that score. We're going to see what has to happen out at Ocala. All three dogs have jumped. All the scores are in, and we are waiting for the final word. We will be back in a minute as soon as we deal with these tiebreakers and scores. But that will conclude our Nebula XL division as soon as we get these scores finalized. We will be moving straight into the Rising Star division. These are 24 of the biggest jumping dogs here. And after Rising Star, we will see Superstar and Supernova. Those are the biggest of the big jumpers here. Rising Star is 20 to 24.11. Superstar is 25 to 29.11. And Supernova is anything over 30. And we will be right back. And as you see over at Doggone It, they are celebrating. They have a kid up there on the dock about to make his dive in there. Okay. Am I muted? Back with the 2024 International Dog Sport Dock Diving Championship, we have the Nebula XL division that has just concluded. So those three winners are going to be Xander from Ocala Dog, or I'm sorry, it is going to be, and then it's going to be Hank and Xander, and look at the happy celebration. They let the dog have their fun swim. That is Katie over there, the first place winner. Unfortunately, Ziva did jump 21 feet out of her division, so they looked at the stats, and she is not capable of moving into the Rising Star class. She's not top 24 in the Rising Star, unfortunately, but that will move her out of this division, and that will give Hank second place, and Xander third place. Haiti coming in, Hank coming in second from Carousel Diving Dogs, and Xander coming in third from Ocala Dog Ranch. There you see over at Carousel, that's Hank on the dock. Phenomenal jumps from everybody. There's Xander up there on the dock getting his third place ribbon. And it is very unfortunate, but Ziva jumped so well that she should be moving to the next division. And we went and we looked at the next division stats, and she is not in the top 24 for Rising Star, so she will not qualify for the bracket. And with that being said, we are going to move on to the Horizon Rising Star Bracket Championship coming up next. We are gonna have the number 1 seed from Red Dog Farm, that's gonna be Comrade. We're gonna have 24 seed Spur from Sea Dogs. We're gonna have Gage, the doggone it dog, seed number 3, facing Ocala Dog Ranch. Lucy, the 22nd seed. Then we'll have Bolo, the 5th seed at Dukes, facing Wrigley, the 20 seed at Ocala. Then we'll have Riot, the 7 seed from Ocala, facing Shadow, the 18 seed from Dukes. Then we'll have from Carousel, Kios, facing Kitsune from Youngbloods, the 9 and 16 seed. Hyos from Carousel, Kitsune from Youngbloods, Ocho from Youngbloods, Spork from Carousel, the 11 and 14, Ebes, the 12 from Carousel versus Reese, the 13 from Sea Dogs. And that was a phenomenal jump from Sea Dogs. We just seen Spur go flying through the air, making the catch. Phenomenal throw up there at Sea Dogs, Ogden, Utah. Awesome job. And you're going to see Comrade on the dock, the number 1 seed at Red Dog Farm. And Sea Dog is jumping up and down in excitement. A phenomenal jump right there. Nicholsville, Kentucky, we have Comrade on the dock. But we're gonna keep telling you the bracket schedule. We're gonna have Ebes versus Reese. We're gonna have Penny versus Remy. We're gonna have Savage versus Willow. We're gonna have Psycho versus Jay Wannabe. We have Rivet versus Wesson. Timmy versus Nodder. That is the Horizon Rising Star Top 24 Dog Bracket. Here we are back live at Nicholsville, Kentucky, Red Dog Farm. This is Comrade, the number 1 seed, getting ready to make this throw with her white Doken bumper. There goes the bully, almost making the grab in the air. That was a nice jump, and they got a good score. They're cheering for it. Everyone having a great championship out here. The American Pit Bull Terrier landing in the water, making a huge splash. That was a phenomenal jump out there in Kentucky. And there he is shaking it off. Just one happy dog up there on the dock. That was phenomenal. Now we're going to move on to Gage and Lucy from Ocala and Doggone It. Gage, the 3 seed at doggone it, Lucy, the 22 seed from Ocala, Dukes, and then Ocala next. That'll be Bolo versus Wrigley. But right now, over at doggone it, we have Gage walking onto the dock. And there he is, Gage, making sure the water's there. Heidi's pointing at the chuck. Get the chuck, get the chuck. And Heidi's going to take the dog back to the holder. It looks like the holder is going to be Harley. The gauge starts back there about 40 foot on the dock. Heidi's going to start beating this toy on the ground, getting Gage super excited as she walks away. She's going to keep yelling at Gage to get it, get it, get it. And she's going to try to float this toy in the air. We're going to see if Gage can catch this toy. She took a deep breath. She's decompressing herself, getting ready for this throw. She's yelling at Gage. Here we go. It's going to be a huge jump from the Australian Shepherd from Seville. Very nice jump, and he went flying out there. What a phenomenal jump from Gage. And that was a very good throw using that Nerf bumper, orange and blue. And now Gage's jump is done. We're going to move on to 22. Ocala Dog Ranch. Lucy coming up next. Here we are at Ocala. Lucy on the dock. And there it is. They're ready. Beating that toy on the ground. Lucy on the dock as we speak, getting ready to make this jump. Big jump from the Belgian Malinois Lucy. She's coming back with her yellow and black toy, and that looked like a nice jump for them. We'll see what that score comes in at. That was Lucy and Gage right there. This division goes from 20 foot to 24 foot 11 inches. Those were phenomenal jumps right there. And we're going to move on to Duke's Canine Dash and Splash, the 5 seed Bolo. Over at Ocala, we will have the 20 seed Wrigley coming up next for the Horizon Rising Star Open Bracket Championship Tournament. Bolo, this is his first year doing dock diving. He was born in 2023. He's barely over a year old, about a year and a half now. But Bolo is an American Belgian Malinois rescue dog. And if you don't know what the ABMR is, it is American Belgian Malinois Rescue. They go and they rescue Belgian Malinois that need rehomed because they've got put into the wrong homes to begin with. Now, Bolo on the dock over at Duke's. Here he comes, about to make a big jump here. He's going to try to catch this toy out of Nick's hands. Nick is throwing lefty. Big throw and a solid jump. Bolo extending up in the air. Here we are at Ocala. Oh, and there goes the Golden jumping in. Wrigley, the Golden. That was a nice jump. You don't see a lot of Goldens jump that far, but that was a phenomenal one right there. Now, as they swim back, the 20 seed, we're going to face Riot against Shadow from Ocala and Dukes, the 7 and 18 seed. These same clubs have two more dogs coming on up. Dukes is located in Windham, Ohio. They've been open going on 8 to 9 years now. Ocala Dog Ranch has been open for about 7 years. Both of them previously were with a different organization and have come over to International Dog Sports for more freedom with their facilities. The International Dog Sports is a network of facilities, and our goal is to make your life as easy as possible. If you are a facility owner and you think things are difficult where you're at now, we are a great facility that is very, very open to. Big jump there from Shadow and a catch almost. But as I was saying, we are a big on freedom and you doing what you want with your business. Now back to the action. You just saw Shadow jump. He almost made that catch. Over at Ocala Dog Ranch, we have another dog up there. That's going to be Riot, I believe. Oh, making the grab. Riot went soaring through the air, making the catch. He was almost completely vertical by the time he entered the water. Wow, wow. We're gonna see what those scores come in at, but that's gonna be a hard to beat for Shadow, the 7 seed versus the 18 seed. But with that being said, we have the 9 seed versus the 16 seed. Carousel Diving Dogs, Kios versus Youngblood's Diving, Kitsune. It's Kios is walking up to the dock as we speak over at Carousel Diving Dogs. Oh, and we had a malfunction over there at Carousel Diving Dogs. But we have Youngbloods diving up there on the dock. That is Kitsune. Kitsune, the 2-year-old whippet on the dock, getting ready for this throw. Izzy May up there on the dock. She is the trainer out at Youngbloods. Carousel's back up and running. And Izzy getting ready, getting Kitsune super excited. She's been working hard with these dogs. They just started Eclipse. Kitsune competed this weekend in Eclipse as well. Now, Izzy walking to the edge of the dock, about to get ready to make this throw. Everyone at Youngblood's clapping, cheering for Kitsune. Here he goes, sprinting down, tracking that toy, really trying to get up after it. And that throw landed at about 39 feet. Now, you could throw the toy as far as you want, but the dog will not jump that far most of the time. So, the goal when we throw this toy is to put the toy in a obtainable spot for the dog to chase it at the right angle, make the dog think that they could go there and they're going to use their power and confidence to push off and get right where that toy is, as long as you do the right training with it. And that was a good jump there from Kitsune, really getting the training, understanding it. Now we're going to go on to Youngbloods Dive In. Ocho is going to face Carousel Diving Dogs after we watch Kaios go for Carousel Diving Dogs, the 9 seed who is facing Kitsune. Look at the beautiful day we are having out here in Mount Airy, Maryland. Again, Mount Airy, Maryland, they have a private farm, and the pool is situated on a completely fenced in area. They offer classes and dock rental for practices, and they also do doggy pool parties out there. Here he comes, walking up to the dock. That is going to be Kaios. Kaios looking like a Belgian Malinois up there, getting ready to make this jump. Now, as we get farther into the jumps and the divisions, you're going to see specific breeds in each division that are more likely to be in that division. We've already seen a few Belgian Malinois in the Rising Star. Rising Star, you're going to see that quite a bit here. Kaios is a 3-year-old Belgian Malinois, and a fun fact about him is if you call Kaios a sucker, he will try to fight you. And here he comes. He's not a sucker, but he's definitely about to run down this dock and try to make this catch from Carousel Diving Dogs. Here he comes. Oh, he broke the sit stay. Mom really working that sit stay. They even have a holder ready in case he won't. And it could just be a tactic to try to make the dog more excited, keep making him wait and longer, make the dog frustrated. The more frustrated they are, the faster they run and the harder they drive. But here we go. The 3-year-old Belgian Malinois from Carousel Diving Dogs. Can he beat Kitsune, the Whippet from Youngbloods? That looked like a phenomenal jump. We're going to see what that comes in at. And now that that jump has concluded, we're going to move on back to Youngblood's Dive In and Carousel Diving Dogs. Again, we have Ocho at Youngblood's Dive In facing Spork. Ocho is the 11 seed. Spork is the 14 seed. As we get these new dogs coming up to the dock, Spork and Ocho, those are the 11 and 14 seed. Ebes is facing Reese. That is the 12 and the 13 seed. We see them next. Then after that, we will see the 10 and 15 seed. Carousel Diving Dogs versus Dukes, Penny versus Remy, and then we have 8 versus 17, Savage versus Willow, Doggone It versus Peppers. Then they have 6 versus the 19, Youngbloods, Psycho versus Doggone It's Jay Wannabe. Then we have the 4 seed. That's going to be Carousel's Rivet versus Doggone It's 21 seed, which is Wesson. Here we are over here at Carousel Diving Dogs. We have Spork up there on the dock, and I believe Ocho coming up to the dock at Youngblood's about to make the dive. All right, Carousel Diving Dogs walking to the end of the dock, getting ready to make this throw, I believe. Standing right at the edge, the dog in a sit stay back there about 40 foot. Mom's making sure that dog stays, waiting for the cue to get this jump going. And they're still staying. Very good sit stay. Mom's ready. There it is, taking off. Big jump and almost a grab coming from the Dutchie over there in Mount Airy, Maryland. Here we are over at Youngbloods waiting for Ocho to come up to the dock, I believe. Oh, and I'm sorry, Ocho has already jumped, so we are going to move on to the next round. Somehow we missed Ocho, but that is okay. He had a very good score. So Spork and Ocho have concluded. We're going to move on to Eves and Reese. Eves is the 12 seed from Carousel, and Reese is the 13 seed from Sea Dogs. Coming up to the dock now in Utah is Reese. Reese is a sport bred mix, and his AKA is Peanut Butter Paws. Reese is known as Peanut Butter Paws, so he must be a naughty fellow at home. There he is up on the dock now, about to make this catch. Yeah. Oh, just barely missing it. Almost grabbing that. Phenomenal throw right there for mom. And over at Carousel, you will see Ebes up on the dock as we speak. Ebes is a Belgian Malinois over there in Maryland. You just seen the Dutchie jump. Now it's the Malinois' turn. They have an orange bumper getting ready to throw it. Ebes back there at 40, and he was like a Olympic diver. His paws first jumping into the water. Look at him chomp on that toy like he loves it so much. He's got to kill it. That was an awesome jump there from Ebes as he swims back to the ramp. A great matchup to watch. Reese versus Ebes. That's going to be very close to 12 and 13 seed. Now we move on to the 10 seed versus the 15 seed. That's Carousel Diving Dogs facing Dukes. And then we will have Doggone It's Savage facing Pepperjack's Plunge Willow up on the screen as we speak. And there it is over at Pepperjack's. That's going to be Willow on the dock, the Border Collie. Then Carousel still corralling Ebes out of the water, but doggone it, you have Savage up there getting ready to make this throw, the red cattle dog. And then you had Dukes. You got another dog up there that is going to be Big jump right there over at Duke's. That is gonna be Remy over at Duke's. And Carousel, we have Penny and Remy jumping at the moment. Dukes is Remy. Penny is over at Carousel. Savage making a good jump right there, almost making the grab, but he was soaring through the air. Here comes Pepper Jacks. They're throwing a frisbee off the dock for this dog right here. It's going to be a phenomenal jump for Willow. Awesome job. The judge locked in. You could see where he marked that finger. He's very close to the top of the class, and they're cheering for that phenomenal job, guys. You can see the photographer and the videographer making sure they're capturing these moments for the competitors. This is very important to us competitors. And over at Carousel, you have it. Here comes Penny running down the dock. Big throw, and Penny, the Labrador's ears were flopping in the wind, looking like she was going to fly away, almost like a Dumbo. That was awesome. Now, as that concludes, you just watched Penny from Carousel face Remy from Dukes, and you watched Savage from Doggone It face Willow at Pepper Jacks. Now we move on to Youngblood's Diving. Psycho facing Doggone It's Jay Wannabe. Jay Wannabe on the dock at Youngblood's as we speak. Izzy walking to the end of the dock. Izzy at Youngblood's. That is Psycho. I'm sorry. Jay Wannabe's over at Doggone It. But Izzy May is the head trainer over at Youngblood's Dive-In, and you see Psycho on the dock and Sam. Sam is Psycho's owner. Sam also has a very nice pet shop out there connected to her dock diving facility, and I've been there 2 times. It is amazing. As you see Jay Wannabe checking out the arena, the area, making sure the water's in the pool. John is gonna take. And a huge jump right there from both of them. Jay Wannabe out of Doggone It being held by Rachel Novak, and an awesome jump over at Youngbloods from Psycho being held by the facility owner, Sam Youngblood. And there you have it. Sam's going to walk off the dock with Psycho. Izzy's going to walk off the front of it. And we are going to move on to the next jumps. That was Psycho and Jay Wannabe. This is Rivet and Wesson. Rivet over at Carousel Diving Dogs and Wesson over at Doggone It. And as we await these dogs coming up here, a huge shout out to all of the participating facilities and all of those facilities staff and volunteer and competitors. The staff and volunteers, you guys are the reason this is all running. Thank you so much. It has been phenomenal me announcing. I appreciate the opportunity to announce for all 10 of you guys. It has been a lot of fun seeing these different dogs jump. I'm having a great time. I hope you guys are having a great time too back at home. And here we have it. Carousel Diving Dogs and Doggone It are going to be the next jumpers. That means Rivet and Wesson coming up to the dock. Wesson is a blue heeler, an Australian cattle dog from Doggone It, Seville, Ohio. And Rivet, the number 4 seed from Carousel. Rivet is a sport bred mix and was born in 2018. And Riv, for short, if you did not know, Lives for Frisbee, and you're gonna see this dog come up here, and they're gonna try to throw a Frisbee, I believe, or they have in the previous rounds, but there we have it, Taylor and Wesson up on the dock at Doggone It. Oh, and Carousel Diving Dogs walking up. Rivet just now entering the dock. Here we go. And she has a bumper in her hand. Riv is going to jump for the bumper, even though she lives for a frisbee. Now, over at Doggone It, Brett is going to throw this toy for Wesson. Here comes Wesson down the dock. Big jump. Phenomenal throw. Wesson not slowing down at all, hitting the dock in stride and sending it out there. Phenomenal job, Wesson. Now, here we go. Rivet over here at Mount Airy, Maryland. Carousel Diving Dogs. Let's see if we can top Wesson's jump right there. That's going to be very hard. It was a phenomenal performance, but oh my God, the little sport bred mix just sent it out there. Flying after that bumper. Both of those throws were phenomenal. Two great teams. We just got to watch right there jump. Great job jumping. Carousel Diving Dogs, Rivet, and Wesson from Doggone It. The 4 and the 21 seed. That is going to be a hard matchup to decide right there. Who moves on? Those were very close jumps. That was phenomenal. Now we move on to the 2 seed over at Ocala and the 23 seed also at Ocala. We have Timmy, the number 2 seed, and Nodder, the 23 seed. Timmy is a border collie, 3-year-old border collie coming up to the dock from Ocala, Florida. And Nodder is a Belgian Malinois, a year and a half old. And a fun fact about Nodder is that he loves the pool. And earlier, we seen Timmy's brother take home the Comet Championship or come in the top 3 for the Comet Horizon bracket. Now, we're going to see if Timmy can keep it going. The number 2 seed for the Rising Star Division. Dad's going to take the dog back here, and I believe they're going to do a sit stay. They're going to walk to the edge of the dock, and they're going to do the chase method. The dog's going to run down the dock when the handler says. The handler will throw this toy, try to get the dog to catch it. If he does catch it, that is going to be phenomenal. They get bonus points towards the IDS titling program if they make catches in the air. Here we are, Timmy getting ready. Big jump, and it looked like he was not too happy with that performance, shaking his head up there on the dock. However, it was a late throw. The dog was running so fast that he might not have held his sit stay. But that's okay because Timmy still has to face Nodder. Nodder has to go up there and jump better. We'll see what can happen here. Anything can happen. With that being said, Timmy just jumped. Nodder is the last dog to jump in the first round of the Rising Star Division. After that, half of these dogs are going to get eliminated. 12 dogs come back. It's going to be one of these 24 dogs. Now, Timmy has exited the dock. We will see Nodder making his way up top. He has entered the dock with the young Malinois, the 1.5-year-old Nodder. And a fun story about this dog, when we were down there doing the IDS Mobile Doc event, Nodder was there and he made a guest appearance during our tryouts. We were doing tryouts with one of the dogs, and then Nodder comes from the parking lot and jumps over the side of the pool. It was a crazy, crazy experience. But here he comes flying off of the dock into the pool. Looked like that throw was a little bit too early, and the dog did not think that they could catch that, so they did not try to jump up for it. But that's okay. Both dogs not doing their best performance right there, but still, they have to, one of them has to advance to the next round and try again, and we will give them that opportunity in a few minutes once we figure out the tiebreakers for this division. All right, and I am reporting that the scores are in. All 24 scores are in, and we do not have a tiebreaker. So I'm going to run through this list. The first two dogs to move on were Comrade and Gage. Comrade beat Spur with a 25-6. Gage beat Lucy with a 25-2. Duke's K9 Dash and Splash Bolo moves on with a 25-foot 1-inch jump. Then we have Ocala Dog Ranch Riot moving on with a 24-foot 9. Then Carousel Diving Dogs Kaios moving on, beating Kitsune with a 24-footer. And then we have Ocho moving on past Spork 25-2. Then we will have Eves moving on with a 23-foot 11. And then we have Penny moving on with a 24-foot 2. We have Pepper Jack's Willow beating Savage. Savage had a 19-3. Willow had a 24-9. Then we go on to Youngblood Psycho moving on with a 24-foot. Then we have Carousel Diving Dogs Rivet moving on with a 24-8. Ocala Dog Ranches Timmy moves on with a 21-foot 6. Nodder was very close. He had a 21-3. Very good tries from everyone there. And the 12 dogs moving on. We're going to start off at Red Dog Farm with Comrade. Comrade is going to start facing Gage. Comrade, the number 1 seed. Gage, the number 3 seed. We'll see where this places right now. Coming up to the dock, we're going to have Comrade. And Comrade was the American bully that we seen earlier. And there he goes, running over to the dock. Mom chasing after him. It's a slow day over there at Red Dog Farm. Beautiful weather. Normally, no dogs are allowed off leash, but because it's a slower day, they get to go run up to the dock and get, a little warmed up. And we're hopefully going to see, there we go. We're hopefully going to see the American bully up on the dock, Comrade. Comrade is a beast of a dog. I believe he's close to 100, 120 pounds up there, jumping 25 feet. Like that's insane for a dog that big, jumping 25 feet. Still, we love to see it. The bigger dogs, the better they do. Over at Doggone It, we have Gage up on the dock. That is Heidi Pitts and Gage. Gage is an Australian Shepherd from, actually, the breeder is from Maryland, but now he's phenomenal jump from Comrade. It looks like Mom's not too happy with that throw, but here comes Gage from Doggone It making the run. Big jump there from Gage, a little bit lower than the last score, I think, but that was still two awesome jumps. Now it's very hard to, you get a very good score your first round. It's very hard to keep it consistent. You can have 1 out of every 10 be perfect, but then you got to get it better and better, be more consistent. And that's what these brackets show, is how your dog's training and consistency pays off to earn these championships. Now, that was two awesome jumps from Red Dog Farms Comrade and Doggone It's Gage. Who's going to move on, the 1 seed or the 3 seed? We will find out after we watch Bolo, the 5 seed, take on Riot, the 7 seed. Riot had a 24-foot 9-inch jump, the Belgian Malinois from Ocala, but the Belgian Malinois from Dukes had a 25-1. So who is going to go farther? We will find out shortly. As we wait, we are waiting for Bolo and Riot to make their way to the dock. Duke's Canine Dash and Splash and Ocala Dog Ranch. There we go. We have it up on the screen. The judge is ready at Duke's. Ocala's judge is ready under their little gazebo. Bolo, he beat Wrigley, the 20 seed, and Riot beat Shadow, the 23 seed. Both of them beating the opposite facility. Bolo beat an Ocala dog. Riot beat a Duke's dog. So Bolo's trying to come get back for Shadow, and Riot's trying to get back for Wrigley. Knocking out the dog in the same division that are at the same facility. I'd be trying some revenge, you know what I mean? These are all our friends at our facilities, and we are competing together against the other facilities. Here comes Bolo up there on the dock at Duke's, getting ready to make this jump. Phenomenal throw there from Nick, and Bolo went really high. Looks like the judge stayed about in the same spot. We're going to see what that score comes in at after Riot jumps at Ocala Dog Ranch. There it is, Riot walking down the dock as we speak, getting ready. Mom sends the dog with the toy. There it is. It was a late throw, and so you've seen Riot hold himself back. Although he almost did a backflip and he really went far out there. We're going to see what those score comes in at. Mom celebrated. She put her arms in the air. She's super happy with that score. All right, here we go. Bolo still celebrating back there at the back of the dock. Now that those two dogs have jumped, we're going to move on to Cayos and Ocho. Cayos and Ocho, Carousel Diving Dogs, and Youngblood's Diving. Cayos is the 9 seed. He jumped 24 foot in order to move past Kitsune, who had a 23-foot one. Ocho moved on. He's the 11 seed. He might be 8, but he is the 11 seed. 25 foot 2 inches beat Spork. Spork was the 14 seed. He had a 24 foot 10. And then after Kaios and Ocho, we will have Eves and Penny. Eves and Penny will be who's coming up after. Over at Youngbloods up on the dock, we are going to have Ocho. Ocho had a phenomenal jump, 25-2 the first round. The Whippet from Wilkinson, Indiana. About to make another attempt here. All right. Here it comes, Ocho. Is he making him excited? Ocho running down. Big jump right there. Muy bien, muy bien. Now we go over to Carousel Diving Dogs. Up on that dock, it is going to be Kaios. Kaios, the Belgian Malinois out of Maryland. Here they are up on the dock over at Carousel Diving Dogs. That is Kios. Big jump and a catch. Oh my God. That was like art in motion over at Carousel Diving Dogs. The Malinois just kept getting higher and higher and higher. That was insane. But then he did eventually catch the toy and he still looked like he was going higher even though he splashed down in the pool. That was crazy. That dog just elevated like no other. Phenomenal jump from Kios. Ocho had a good one too out there at Youngbloods. And we're going to move on to Ebis out of Carousel Diving Dogs. Ebis facing Penny. Penny is also from Carousel Diving Dogs. So we have two Carousel Diving Dogs. And Eves, the Belgian Malinois over in Carousel, is coming up. Ebis coming up now. And she was born in 2018. Getting close to a legend dog. This might be her last year as an open dog. And funny fact about Ebis is she likes to collect the cones on the agility course. Here she comes running down the dock. Big jump right there for Ebis, making the grab and chomping that toy, making sure it's dead in the water. Awesome job right there. And after Ebis finishes the victory lap in the water, we love to see it. These dogs know he's already done it once or twice now that he is only going to get one jump and he gets taken away. He's taken all of the time he wants in that pool. He says, "You can call me all you want, but I am not leaving this pool. I just want to swim." Nope, you got to come in and get me if you want me. Oh, they're like, "What was that splash? What was that splash?" Here he comes, swimming back to mom. Oh, and it worked. They retrieved Ebis, and that means the next carousel diving dog is going to be Penny. And we are still over at carousel. We have Penny. After Penny over at carousel, we will have Willow and Psycho at Pepperjack's Plunge and Youngblood. Here comes Penny. Nice jump for the lab. This was the one whose ears, the yellow lab whose ears fly like Dumbo. That was an awesome jump. She's a very fun dog to watch. Just to watch her spring, she jumps so straight up high and her ears start flapping in the wind like she's flying away. That was awesome jump there. And that being said, Ebis and Penny have finished their throws. So we are moving on to Pepperjack's Plunge with Willow and Youngblood's Dive In with Psycho. And then we will have Carousel Diving Dogs Rivet and Ocala Dog Ranch Timmy. Here goes Youngbloods up there on the dock, waving that toy around, taking her time, getting ready to throw it, letting Psycho get excited. And they are all clear, ready to jump over there. There we go. Pepperjack's Plunge just now entering the dock. We have Willow, the Border Collie. And then we have over in Wilkinson, Indiana, Psycho, the sport bred mix, 2 years old, ready to catch this toy. The previous jump was 24 from Psycho, and Willow was 24.9. So let's see who can do better. As Psycho comes running down the dock, is he getting ready to throw it? Big throw, a little bit late on the throw. The dog almost jumped before the toy left her hand. That's why the dog was so vertical. It looked like a little shrimp formation in the air, but that is totally okay. Now we're over here at Pepperjack's Plunge, about to make the throw. This is the Frisbee dog, Willow. There it is, and that looked like a little bit of a late throw as well, but that is totally okay. Phenomenal. We got those scores in. We're going to move on to Rivet of Carousel Diving Dogs and Timmy from Ocala Dog Ranch. And here we are back. Timmy on the dock facing a Rivet. Timmy, the Border Collie from Ocala Dog Ranch, he did not have his best performance the first round, and he showed it on the dock. He was shaking his head, but he gets another try here. Luckily, 3 inches he beat the other dog by. Timmy gets another chance to redeem himself while over at Carousel, Rivet is up on the dock. His last jump was 24 foot 8 inches. The number 4 seed is playing no games today. Timmy, the number 2 seed, we're going to see who can go farther, 2 or 4, Maryland or Florida. And then after that, we will be moving on to round three, the quarterfinal round of the Rising Star Division. This bracket has turned out very nicely so far. All the dogs making way in their division, making progress. Big jump from Carousel and Timmy flying out there. Phenomenal jumps. Both of them border collies in their respected states. And with that being said, Rivet and Timmy did their jumps. We're going to wait to see what those scores are and any tiebreakers. And we will be back after a short ad break from our sponsors. Thank you so much, Sunday's Dog Food and 1TDC. And here we are back at the International Dog Sports Dock Diving Championship for the 2024 season. We are moved on to the Rising Star Horizon Open bracket. We are on the semifinals. We just finished the quarterfinals, and the results from that are in. So we have Gage from Doggone It moving on, the number 3 seed. Then he will be facing Riot from Ocala Dog Ranch, the number 7 seed. Riot beat Bolo with a 25 to 24-10. And then Gage beat Comrade. It was 22-10 to a 21-9. Now, those are the two dogs that are going to be jumping first. You're going to see Gage and then you're going to see Riot. But the rest of the dogs, how did they place? We had Ocho beat Kaios. Ocho had a 23-3. Kaios had a 22-10. Then we had Ibis facing Penny. Penny had a 23-10, a solid jump, but Ibis with the 25 performing a little bit better. Moving on to the next round. Now we have Psycho versus Willow. Who won that game? That was Willow 24 versus a 23-4. Nice try, Psycho. Now, who is Willow facing? That's going to be either Rivet or Timmy. And Rivet had a 24-foot jump, but Ocala, Florida's Timmy moving on to the next round, beating him by 3 inches. And here we go back at Doggone It. Heidi up on the dock as we speak, preparing to throw this toy. Here we go. Heidi up on the dock, ready to throw this toy, has that Nerf bumper in her hands. Taking a deep breath, getting ready to throw this toy. Here comes that Nerf bumper. Heidi and Gage up on the dock. Nice throw. Gage almost making the jump. That was a phenomenal throw from Heidi, and she's happy with that one. Gage's previous jumps were a 25-2 and a 22-10. We're going to see what that throw comes in at. That was a nice jump right there. That looked better than the other two throws, in my opinion. That means next we're moving on to Riot over at Ocala Dog Ranch for the Horizon semifinal round. Riot is a Belgian Malinois. His previous jumps were 24-9 and a 25 to get here in the semifinal round. Any moment, you're going to see them walking up on the dock, and then you will go over to Youngbloods and Carousel, Ocho, and then Ibis. At any moment, we will see Riot entering the dock. Here we are. Judge is set. All right, all right, all right. I think Riot has made it onto the dock, and they are just trying to either get the toy from the dog or make him sit stay. Either one. And this is the Horizon Rising Star Division. You are watching Ocala Dog Ranch from Ocala, Florida. Riot up on the dock now. Mom at the end of the dock, ready to make this throw. Here it goes. Big throw and a catch. Phenomenal catch right there. That was a very good throw from Handler and perfect right to Riot. We'll see who went farther, Riot or Gage. And we'll find out after these next two matchups. The first one you're going to watch is over at Youngblood's Dive-In. This is Ocho, the Whippet. Ocho's previous score was a 23-3. And the one before that was a 25-2. He had to work so hard to beat Spork, the 14 seed, that the 11 seed Ocho went on to the next round to fight Kaios. And he had a 23-3, while Kaios only had a 22-10. So now as we move on to the next jump here, walking to the end of the dock, you see Izzy making her way. She's the handler, the trainer over at Youngblood's, about to throw this toy for Ocho. Ocho's going to run down the dock, try to catch it out of her hand. Here he comes, running full speed. Nice throw. Ocho elevated. He looked like he jumped farther on that one than the one before. The one before was only a 23-3, so we'll see what that score comes in at. Phenomenal jump, Ocho. And with that being said, Ibis is going to come up to the dock for carousel diving dogs. Ibis's last jump was a 25 footer. Carousel diving dogs had a 23-11. All right, and we are going to move on to the next place. This is going to be carousel diving dogs. So far, this has been a phenomenal bracket to announce for all these dogs jumping, making the game close within 6 inches. Most of these jumps, every dog looking like they've made their best performance out there, trying their hardest. Thank you guys for being amazing competitors and giving it your all on this Sunday. Here comes Carousel Diving Dogs on the dock as we speak. Ibis, a Belgian Malinois, went flying out there, landing in the pool. That was a great jump. And he's chomping on that toy. That's Ibis's special right there. Watch, watch, watch. He's about to go in about 3 or 4 circles around the pool. He's got to do the victory lap every time. Every time he says, I earned this toy. I jumped in the water for you. I'm going to take as much time in the pool as I want. In typical Belgian Malinois fashion. Now we've concluded Gage versus Riot. We've also concluded Ocho versus Ibis, and we're just enjoying Ibis's, fun swim in the water. He looked back at mom like, "Don't splash that water at me. You can't reach me all the way out here." Oh, even the judge. He looked over at the judge. "You can't touch this." Oh, and there he goes. Finally, he says, "It's my choice to come back to the ramp. It wasn't because of you, mom. I did it myself." Now that Ibis has been corralled by his mom, they're going to move on to the next dog in round as will be Willow versus Timmy in the Horizon semifinal round. After we have these two dogs jump, we are going to move on to the final round of the Rising Star Horizon Open bracket. Everjack's Plunge, Willow versus Ocala Dog Ranch, Timmy. We've got to watch Timmy jump 24 feet 3 inches, and we got to watch him jump 21 foot 6. We also got to watch Rivet go 24 foot 8 and Rivet 24. So Rivet is a little bit more consistent, but Timmy, he made it this far. He is the number 2 seed. Rivet is the number 4 seed. And he beat Rivet just barely. Now he's facing Willow out of Pepperjack's Plunge. Willow had a 24-9 and a 24. Who's going to go farther here? They got the cameras. They got the cameras and the video going out there. Pflugerville, Texas. She's throwing a frisbee off the end of this dock. Mom is at the edge getting ready. Everyone's making noise out there. Big jump, a little bit on the later side, but still a nice jump there from Willow. Willow, the border collie. Now it's going to be Timmy coming up to the dock. Another border collie. The battle of the black and whites right here, the border collies. Switching over live from Ocala, Florida. Timmy walking up to the dock as we speak. And there it is, the judge, Susan. She's been out there all week at Ocala judging, doing a phenomenal job. And if you guys are interested to watch these brackets live yourself, you go to internationaldogsports.com/2024 IDS Championship. Here we are, Timmy up on the dock attacking his dad because he wants that toy so much. They're gonna pull him back, make him do a sit stay about 25 foot on the dock. And here we go, Timmy and his dad back up there. Big jump right there from Timmy. It looks like he went farther. Dad made an even better throw on the third try. Third time's always the charm. Very nice jump. And he went deep into the water. He landed out there into the blue deep. We're going to see what this score is, I believe. And there we have it. Moving on to the next round. We had Gage face off against Riot. Gage had a 23-foot 8-inch performance, which was not enough against Riot's 24-9. Very close right there, Gage. 24-9. Riot will move on. The 3 seed is out, and the 7 seed is in. We also have over the middle bracket, Ocho versus Ibis. Ocho moving on. Ocho had a 23-10. Ibis had a 23-8. Phenomenal jumping right there from Carousel and Youngbloods. Then we go down. You just watched Timmy land in the water. He's facing Willow. Willow had a 23-9. Well, now Timmy had a 24-6. He will be moving on to the next round. So it will be Riot first from Ocala Dog Ranch. Then it will be Youngbloods Diving, Ocho. Then it'll be Timmy over at Ocala Dog Ranch. And we are going to go straight into the championship round here with Ocala Dog Ranch Riot. The Belgian Malinois is going to make his way back up onto the dock. Riot had to fight his way in here. He was the 7th seed. He started off the round facing Shadow from Dukes. That was a very close game. They had 24-9. 24-9 versus a 23-1. And then he moved on and he had to face Bolo at Dukes K9. Bolo had a 24-10 and Riot had a 25, barely surpassing Bolo. Now, he went on to the semifinal round to face Gage, and Riot beat him just barely, about 10 inches with a 24-9. And the Belgian Malinois coming up to the dock. He's doing a sit stay at the back of the dock, and you're going to see her appear. She's going to have her back to the dog, and as soon as she touches the edge of the dock, she's going to release the dog because the sit stay is the hardest part of this game, and the Malinois are the hardest ones to make stay. The sooner she hits the edge, the faster this dog jumps. And it looks like the stay is held. All right, if you're in Florida right now, make some noise for Riot. We want to see a huge jump right now from this Malinois. There it is. A nice throw and a catch. Phenomenal job right there. A good catch. And she is ecstatic on the dock, cheering for Riot, clapping for him. That was an awesome, awesome throw and catch. And they're going to celebrate. We're going to move on to Youngbloods Diving. Youngbloods Diving. We got to watch Ocho. Ocho the Whippet. He was the 11 seed. We currently have the 11 seed up on the dock at Youngbloods Diving. He jumped a 25-2 and then a 23-2 and a 23-10. You could see all of the competitors at Youngblood standing poolside cheering on Ocho. This is what we like to see, the camaraderie. This is why we play these sports right here, because we have a family. We create a family environment. And over at Youngbloods, this is what we love to see. We need to see more of it out of the other 9 facilities. This is awesome. Here comes Ocho. They're yelling, screaming for Ocho. Let's get it, buddy. Come on, Ocho. Get it, get it, get it. Nice. Ocho went high for that toy, and Izzy seems happy jumping up and down on the dock. Very good jumps right there, and now they wait, and they have to watch as we have one more dog jumping right here. That is gonna be Timmy back at Ocala Dog Ranch. Timmy fought his way here. I know I talked about it earlier, but he had a not so good first jump, but he beat that dog by 3 inches, just barely. Then he got to redeem himself in the quarterfinal round with Rivet. He beat Rivet by 3 inches again, but that time it was 24-3 to 24. And then he had to fight another border collie out at Pepper Jack's Plunge. He beat that one 24-6 to 23-9. Awesome jumping from Timmy. He's redeeming himself, and if the story fits, every jump has gotten farther. We should see a big jump right here from Timmy. Jump 4 of the Horizon Rising Star bracket. This is the final jump of your Rising Stars, the top 24 Rising Stars, and these are the 3 left in the game. Let's see how they perform up here. Dad's getting ready to make this throw. You're going to see him turn his back and run to the end of the dock and chase Timmy. Nice jump there from Timmy deep into the white. Very good jump right there. And that was an even better throw, the best throw from Dad all day. Phenomenal job out there at Ocala Dog Ranch. That is going to conclude our Rising Star division. Next, we will move on to the Superstar division, and that is going to be the top 12 dogs from the Superstar division. And then we are going to have Supernova. That is the top 3 dogs from the entire event. Will be moving on. And we're going to do a jump off with the Supernova. We will be right back in a quick minute. All right, and we are here with the final results of the Open Horizon Rising Star Bracket Championship. We have up on the dock, second place was Timmy, the Border Collie, with a 25-foot 3. Third place was Ocho with a 25-foot 2. And first place also at Ocala Dog Ranch is going to be Riot, the Belgian Malinois, with a 25-foot 6-inch jump and multiple catches throughout the tournament. Phenomenal performance from the Malinois and phenomenal performance from Timmy and Ocho. Congratulations, guys, and thank all of our rising star dogs for jumping and competing with us this weekend. It was a phenomenal event, and I appreciate all of you. Now, very shortly, we will be moving on to the Superstar division. As soon as we go to Ocala, you're going to see Riot, the champion of the Rising Star, and then we're going to take a little bit break while they do their award ceremony and start right with Superstar. at the 2024 International Dog Sports Dock Diving Championship. We are starting our Superstar Horizon Open bracket. Now, Superstar Division had only 13 dogs that jumped in here. The 13th dog has scratched. So now we're on to 12 dogs, which is means we are moving all of our dogs past the first round, and the first official round of the Superstar Division is going to be the quarterfinal round. We are going to start off with Carousel Diving Dogs Razor. After Razor goes, it will be Country Roads Canine Activities Lima coming up. And then we will have Doggone It's Rio facing Carousel Diving Dogs Scouts. Then it'll be Doggone It's Rollins facing Youngblood Dive-Ins Rigby. Then we will have Ocala Dog Ranch's Thanos. And there it is, Lima making the big dive in there. And you see them dancing up there on the dock together out there in West Virginia. Awesome jump right there. Phenomenal jump for Lima. Photographer said something to us, but Carousel, wow, that dog flying out there. An awesome jump from Razor as well. The Belgian Malinois facing the Dutch Shepherd. Who's going to win? We will find out after we go on to Doggone It versus Carousel, Rio versus Scout coming up next. Two phenomenal jumps. These are the Superstar Division, your biggest of the big jumping dogs. Only 3 dogs have jumped farther than these dogs that we are watching currently. 3 dogs have jumped over 30 feet, which means these are your top 24 dogs, which even though we only have 12, they are through the entire International Dog Sports database, the top 24. And there we have it. Doggone it up on the dock. That is going to be Belgian Malinois named Rio facing Carousel Diving Dogs Scout. As we move on after this, it'll be Rollins versus Rigby. Then it'll be Thanos from Ocala facing Drac from Doggone It. Then it'll be Siren from Ocala facing Steve from Red Dog. Then it'll be Binge versus Doggone It and Zydeco versus Binge. Now we're here looking at Carousel and Doggone It. We're going to have Lima. I'm sorry. We're going to have Rio at Doggone It and then Scout at Carousel. The Horizon Open Superstar Division, those lengths are from 25 feet to 29 foot 11. So these are your biggest of the big. The top jumpers at every facility are here on the live stream jumping. We have 10 different facilities live with us as we are jumping. And we're just waiting for these dogs to make their way to the dock now. It is 3:58, September 15th on Sunday, and we are representing to you the Superstar Horizon Bracket Open Division. And now here we are. I see someone making their way to the dock at Doggone It. That's going to be Rio. Rio is the Belgian Malinois. He is the 5th seed from Doggone It. And Jana is up there. She is going to throw a frisbee. That is the hardest toy to throw. But if you can throw it, it is the best toy to throw. You see, Jana takes 2 frisbees up there because if the toy flies out of the pool, she's going to have to throw one in. Now, over at Carousel, up on the dock, that is going to be Rig Scout at Carousel Diving Dogs. Here we are, Jana walking to the edge of the dock, about to release this Malinois for that disc. She's going to make a good throw here. Try to at least. Very nice throw, almost making the catch. Phenomenal jump from Rio. That one looked like he elevated and he levitated. That was phenomenal. Now at Carousel Diving Dog, Scout, handler, banging the toy on the dock, about to send Scout into the water. Here he comes running full speed, launching. Phenomenal jump right there from Scout. And that looks like a whip it over there at Mount Airy, Maryland. Awesome jump right there from both of them, Scout and Rio. That frisbee, that was a very close jump and catch for that frisbee. That was a nice one. But coming up next will be Rollins facing Rigby. Rollins, the number 9 seed, facing Rigby, the 11 seed. Rigby is a border whippet from Youngblood's Dive In, and doggone it's Rollins is a whippet Malinois. They call them whippersnappers. And both of these sport bred mixes are only here because they are supposed to do dock diving, frisbee, fly ball, bike touring, fast cat, lure coursing. They are supposed to be doing agility and frisbee and different games like that. They are sport bred mixes. That is what the term means. Now, Youngblood's Dive In. Rio is handled by the same owner as Rollins, so we're waiting for Rollins to come back with their second dog. But Rigby over at Youngblood should be walking up to the dock, the Whippet border. There is Rigby walking across the screen as we speak with the frisbee in hand. See, these we're in the superstar division and the supernova division. You're going to see a lot of frisbees get thrown because again, if you get good at throwing the frisbee, it is the best toy to throw. But if you're not perfect, it is going to mess up your dog. The frisbee, you throw it if you're perfect. If you're not perfect, don't throw it until you are. It is the hardest toy to throw, but we're watching these professionals up on the dock, Jana from Ohio and Rigby over there in Youngbloods, Wilkinson, Indiana, throwing discs. Rollins has entered the dock, the Whippet Malinois and Rigby up on the dock together. They are lining up. They're showing the dogs where to start it on the dock. Rollins is being held back there about 40 foot. Rigby does a sit stay back at 40. Jana throwing a bumper for Rollins off the dock here. Phenomenal making the catch and it bounced out from the water. He was going so fast you didn't even see him. But here comes Rigby over at Youngblood's Dive in Indiana. Phenomenal jump, and it looks like he kind of torpedoed down. It was a late throw from mom. He couldn't really get up there and track the toy. But Rachel holding Rollins back on that one, and a perfect throw from Jana. He elevated and he went out. He just never fell out of the sky. Phenomenal jump right there from the Whippet Malinois. Moving on to the next dogs in the bracket, we're going to go to Ocala Dog Ranch with Thanos and Doggone It with Dracula. Thanos is a 2-year-old or just about 2-year-old Belgian Malinois with a personal best of 29. Dracula is a 5-year-old Dutch Shepherd from Youngstown, Ohio, and he has been jumping for about 4 years now. He started at just after a year. Oh, and there's Youngbloods. They're just doing some practice with Rigby over there, getting him to jump up for that toy. But back to Dracula. He is a beast. His personal best is somewhere in the 29 range. And for Eclipse, he grabs 19. For velocity, he swims 5 seconds or faster. Thanos, the same way. He is the 2023 Eclipse international champion for the Superstar division. He grabbed 24, taking home the gold last year in Eclipse with Thanos. Now these two dogs are going to face off, the powerhouses in their respected states. As we watch, Ocala's judge is ready, set to go. That means we are going to see Rollins coming up to the dock and Rigby. I'm sorry, we're going to be seeing Thanos coming up to the dock and Dracula. And there it is. Dracula is up on the dock at doggone it and a sit stay at the back of the dock. The 75-pound Dutch Shepherd flying off the end, making the catch using that gunner bumper. And Thanos, another good one, did not make the catch, but had a phenomenal jump, landing out there pretty deep into the blue zone. A phenomenal jump out there from Dracula and their Gunner Kennel bumpers. That was an awesome jump for Drac and Thanos. And we are going to be moving on to Ocala Dog Ranch and Red Dog Farm. You're going to see another Malinois come up at Ocala named Siren, and you're going to see Steve come in the game out at Red Dog Farm. All right, and we are going to be seeing Steve over here at Red Dog Farm. And he is a Mal border mix. If this is the right Steve, they are from Kentucky. He is a Malinois and Border Collie cross. So this dog is going to be flying off the end of this dock. Two herding dogs that are the best of the best, in my opinion, coming up to the dock in one. Here we are. The border Malinois up on the dock. And that was a huge jump out there in Ocala Dog Ranch. Siren just went flying off the dock by my eyes. I didn't even see him up there, and then he was in the air. That was a huge jump for Siren, and here comes Steve. Wow. Two phenomenal jumps in a row. Steve flying through. It looks like he's wearing a tuxedo in the sky, and they are cheering like crazy over there. The border Malinois with a huge jump right there. Then Ocala Dog Ranch Siren was insane flying off the end of that dock. Now, here we go. The final jump off of the Superstar Round 2 quarterfinal round championship. This is Binge, the Coolie from Doggone It versus Zydeco, the Border Staffy Whippet over at Doggone It. Binge is known to jump up to 27, 28 foot. Zydeco known to jump up to 26 to 29 foot. These are going to be phenomenal jumps. Binge is your 4 seed. Zydeco is your 2 seed. Both of them at the same facility. And we're going to see how they play out right here. Binge getting ready. Mom puts the leash over the side of the railing. She's taking Binge back on the dock. Binge is going to be at 40 foot. She does a little throw, letting Binge go up because the hardest part for these dogs, they're running so fast. They also have to elevate. They have to get some sort of elevation because speed times height equals distance. And you can see the rest of the group back there cheering on their friend Binge on the dock. Here comes Heather about to make the throw. She practices weekly. Let's see if it's going to pay off right here in the biggest moment. Here it comes. Phenomenal jump right there from Binge. She elevates. She did not catch the toy, but she was zooming out there. That was an awesome job from Binge and Heather. Now we are going to move on to Zydeco. This is going to be such a hard matchup. Zydeco is a Sorry about that, microphone difficulties. But as I was saying before, I was rudely interrupted by technology. Binge jumped. Now it's going to be Zydeco. She's the young dog, but it's going to have to be a very, very good throw here from Kathy to beat Binge because Binge set the bar high. The little greyhound back there in the vest. Huge jump. Oh my gosh, that was a short throw. You see Zydeco swimming back for it, but Zydeco elevated and she went straight out there, jumping just about the same as Binge, I'd say. We're going to see what these scores come in at. Phenomenal round there, watching these big dogs jump. The biggest of the big right here, you're getting to see. Located in 10 different states right now. We have Carousel, Country Roads, Doggone It, Youngbloods, and Ocala, and Red Dog Farm, the biggest of the big dogs in the country, all over the country. You're getting to watch them right here live from your couch. And we will be right back after this ad break with the semifinal round for the Superstar Horizon division. Thank you to our sponsors, Sundays for Dogs and 1TDC Oral and Joint Supplements. Here we are back at the 2024 International Dog Sports Dock Diving Championship. We are on the Superstar Division, moving on to the semifinal round. We just watched the quarterfinal round. We had Carousel Diving Dogs versus Country Roads. Razor moves on with a 29-foot, 11-inch jump. Phenomenal job, Razor, out of Carousel. And then we're going to go on down. We had doggone it, the 5-seed Rio facing the 7-seed Scout out of Carousel. Scout jumped a 27-foot. Rio jumped a 26-foot 5. So Scout is moving on to the next round. Now we're moving on down to doggone it versus Youngbloods. We had Rollins facing Rigby. Rollins had a 29-foot jump. Phenomenal jump out there. We're about to have a few more Supernova dogs. Then we had Rigby, a 26-10. So Rollins moves on. Over here at Carousel, you're going to see Razor up there on the dock. They're going to be jumping, doing a chase method here. That is the Belgian Malinois. They are facing Scout as well from Carousel Diving Dogs. Then we had Thanos facing Dracula. Dracula had a 28-10. Thanos had a 25-6. So it's going to be Drac versus Rollins in the next round. Then we have Siren versus Steve. Hold on. Back to the action. Here comes Razor running down the dock at Carousel. Make some noise if you're in Maryland. Here he comes, zooming. Here comes the Malinois. Great jump. Wow. And did you see the trajectory? He was like a squirrel in the air, maneuvering his body right where that bumper went. If that toy was a little bit higher, we would have seen more distance from him. But that was an awesome jump and a catch from Razor. Good job. And Scout is going to be coming up to the dock next over at Carousel. But we still have one more round to announce because we had Siren facing Steve. Siren from Ocala had a 25-3, but Steve, the rank 6, had a 27-9. Then we had Binge. Binge beat Zydeco. Binge had a 28-foot, 2-inch jump and a catch versus Zydeco's 27-8. What a phenomenal jump off right there in the final jumps. That doggone it. That is a great way to go out if you're Zydeco. Now we have doggone it, Binge facing Steve, and we have Drac versus Rollins. 3 doggone it dogs, 2 Carousel, and 1 Red Dog Farm left in the game. Up on the dock, we seen Razor, the Malinois, had a phenomenal jump. Now we're watching Scout live in Mount Airy, Maryland. Scout had to jump 27 to make it here. He beat the other dog just by a few inches, about 7. Now he's at the end of the dock, the handler at the end of the dock, Scout at the back of the dock. Scout is about to be released. He's zooming out there. Oh, and it looked like he jumped a little bit early, but still a nice jump for the Whippet. And with that being said, the next dog is going to be doggone it's Rollins, and then it'll be doggone it's Drac. Rollins and Drac at the same facility facing off against each other. Rollins is the Whippet Malinois from PA. They are currently jumping in Seville, Ohio. They are from the PA area, Newcastle area. Rollins jumping up for that toy on the dock. Rachel also up there, going to be the holder. And you have Rollins' thrower, Jana. Drac is a Dutch Shepherd. Rollins is about 4 years old. Drac is about 5 to 6. Drac and Rollins have been competing for about the same amount of time since they were young. Drac started about 1.5 years. Rollins started as a young puppy, about 4, 5, 6 months old. Jana at the end of the dock. Here they go. They're about to make some noise out there at doggone it. Rollins running full speed, elevating, making the catch, and she's doing jazz hands, jumping up and down on the dock. That was beautiful. Watching art in motion right there with Rollins. Phenomenal jump, phenomenal throw, awesome team up there together. Great work, and I can only imagine how loud it sounds with Rachel up there screaming and the rest of the doggone it crew yelling. Now, we're going to move on to Dracula. I don't know how Drac is going to top that. It is going to be hard, but Rollins and Drac, they are friends. They love each other just like they're best buddies. Now they have to go against each other. Foe for the day. I should say for the jump, the one jump. But here we go. Drac is going to walk to the end. He's in a sit stay right now. Tiffany is going to walk to the end. She's going to throw this toy. And as soon as she gives that release word, she's going to try to make it float. Oh, and Drac is actually being held by Mark up there. Tiffany is the thrower. Mark is the holder. Here comes Drac, full speed. Awesome throw. Barely missing the grab. It looked like it bounced off his nose, but he definitely went out there. He had good distance on him. He looked like he was almost farther than Rollins, but I have no say in that. I'm just the announcer. That was a phenomenal jump right there. Drac and Rollins putting on a show for us out at Doggone It. Phenomenal jumps, guys. Now we are going to move on to Red Dog Farm and Doggone It. We have Steve that has to jump. Steve, he jumped a 27.9. Binge, she jumped 28.2. We are going to see a phenomenal jump off here, and we've already had a great one with Rollins and Drac, Razor and Scout as well. Everyone is putting on a show right here, the biggest of the big jumpers. And again, we are in the Superstar Horizon bracket. What does that mean? Superstar division. These dogs jumped from 25 to 29 foot 11 and qualified Saturday. They jumped for about 6 hours on Saturday, qualified in the top 24 in their division. Now they are here. We are down to the top 6 dogs in the Superstar division, 6 of the biggest jumping dogs in the country. We have the privilege of watching them at different parts in the United States at the exact same time. This is amazing to watch. We get to see the biggest of the big all in one spot, but in different spots. Here we go. Steve, Red Dog Farm, walking up to the dock as we speak. This is the Malinois border. And they enter the dock. The Malinois border is going to be pulled back to about the 40-foot line. Mom is going to walk to the end of the dock, get ready to throw this toy. And if you did not know, Steve is the number 1002 IDS dog, the second dog ever to register with International Dog Sports. Here we are. Mandy at the end of the dock, Steve at the back. They're going to make a good throw here. Phenomenal throw, and he elevates and just keeps floating. And again, it just looks like that tuxedo. He's flying out there with a tux on him. There goes the border border Malinois from Red Dog Farm. Now, with that being said, we're jumping back to Doggone It because we have Binge there. Binge still has to jump. Binge had to fight one of her own at Doggone It with Zydeco. Zydeco had a 27.8, making it hard, but Binge surpassed that with a 28-foot, 2-inch jump. Now, here we are. Binge, the final dog to jump of the top 6, and we're going to see how she performs. We watched Drac and Rollins both make catches and both land deep into the Superstar division. We watched Razor and Scout really get after it, land where they needed to in the water. We're going to see these are close matchups, but they are worth it for these teams up there. Binge on the dock, waiting for Mom to get set. Mom getting set, putting her leash over the railing. She has her Atlas bumper. She's going to do a throw here. Let Binge catch that. Understand the game is catch this toy when I throw it. No matter where I throw the toy, you follow it. Because that is the nice part about doing the chase method. You have full control over where the dog goes based on your movement, based on where you put the toy. It's like you're aiming a garden hose to shoot as far as possible. You can't aim it too low. You can't aim it too high. You got to find that sweet spot. And if we're going to get really technical here, right? Speed times height equals distance, and these dogs only need is to go full speed and hit the edge of the dock at a 45-degree angle to soar out there. The faster you are, the farther you go. Here comes Binge, one of the fastest. Heather at the end of the dock getting ready to throw it. Cooley running down the dock. Phenomenal throw and catch. That was the best throw and catch of the event, I'd say. Phenomenal job right there from Heather and Binge, soaring through the sky. And Heather, she's been training weekly just for this event, and it is paying off big time. Phenomenal jump from Binge right there. Now, as we wait for the final results, we're going to take a quick ad break and thank our sponsors, Sundays for Dogs and 1TDC Oral and Joint Supplement Products. All right, and here we are back at the Superstar Horizon Open bracket. We just finished the top 6 dogs jumping, and we had some phenomenal showdowns there. Razor beat Scout with a 29-2. Scout had a 26-11. But Rollins crossing that 30-foot line with his handler, getting to 30-foot. Drac had a 29-3. What a showout right there. Two of the top jumping dogs just beat each other out. Rollins is moving on to the next round. The 29-3 is out. But here we look. We have Binge on to the next round. Binge from Doggone It is going to have a 28-foot 5-inch jump to beat Steve, who had a 27-3. Everyone is giving it their all. Awesome performances from all around. So now, looking at the championship, the finals, we have Carousel Diving Dogs Razor, the number 1 seed that needs to be up there. And then we have Rollins, the number 9 seed, crossing that 30-foot line. He is going to be in the finals as well. And we have Binge from Doggone It in the 3rd spot as we speak. That is amazing. Could you imagine jumping 29-3 and you still don't move on? That is a phenomenal performance from Drac right there. That might even be a personal best jump for Drac. Rollins, I know with his handler, that is a personal best. A 30-footer, she's been dying to get to 30 foot, and now she's done it with her and her dog. That is phenomenal. And then Binge, I mean, we just watched Binge outshow Zydeco and Steve coming out of nowhere, taking over the event. Phenomenal job, Heather and Binge. Binge is a Coolie. Rollins is a Whippet Malinois. And Razor is a full Malinois. Razor coming up to the dock as we speak, getting ready to do the final jump of the 2024 International Dog Sports Dock Diving Horizon Open Bracket Championship. Superstar Division. Here we are. Razor on the dock as we speak. The thrower taking her shoes off, taking the leash off, about to walk over, make sure he's ready, make sure he's set. Razor had a 29-2 and a 29-11. So he's trying to reach that 30-foot spot as well. She's marking off on the pole. She's counting her strides up there, making sure she's at the right spot on the dock, because the striding is everything. If the first stride is wrong, the entire run is going to be wrong. Here we have her walking to the end of the dock, taking a deep breath, taking her time. And Razor at the back of the dock, composed. He's ready in a downstate. And here he comes. She's looking at that batter's box in the air. She's got to put a perfect throw up there for him. Here we go with Razor. And there it is, making the grab. Executed it perfectly. Awesome jump from the Belgian Malinois, Razor. Now, he previously had a 29-11. And then the next jump, he had a 29-2. So that's got to be somewhere within that range, because that looked like the best one out of those two. But we're going to let the judges do the deciding on that. And we're going to head back over to Doggone It. Doggone It has 2 dogs jumping in the Superstar Division, 2 of the biggest jumping dogs in the country as we speak. Rollins, the Whippet Malinois, and Binge, the Coolie. And Rollins is going to be headed up to the dock at any moment now. Rachel Novak and Jana are handling Rollins up there. Rachel is holding Rollins. Jana is throwing. She has an all-black bumper up there. She is throwing for Rollins. And Rollins, this is the 2023 and 2024 International Dog Sports Dock Diving Eclipse Champion. This is your biggest jumping Eclipse dog in the world right now. He grabbed 27 foot. His personal best is 28. He holds the record at 28 for International Dog Sports. He has been to Purina Incredible Dog Challenge. He is up there and he is ready, about to make this dive, hoping for another 30 foot everything executed perfectly last time. Let's see if she could do it again. Here it comes. Phenomenal bait right off the tip of his nose. Barely missing it, but he went up so high and bounced right off his nose. And now we're going to be watching as they come down. You see Binge walking over by the Rubber Duckies. They are in line. Coming up next, Rollins taking his victory run. He says, I'm excited. I did it. That was an awesome throw and jump there again. Even though it was not a catch that time, it still was perfect, right where the dog needed to be told where to go. Now, as we were watching Rollins walk off, Binge, the Australian Coolie from Akron, Ohio, coming up to the dock. Binge is just popping up out of nowhere here. Zydeco, he was facing first from Doggone It. Zydeco had a 27.8, but Binge had a 28.2, moving on past Zydeco. Then Binge went on to face Steve over at Red Dog Farms. Steve had a 27.9 and a 27.3, but Binge had a 28.5 in that round and moves on. Binge versus Razor versus Rollins. Right now, the Australian Coolie on the dock. She's doing her routine right now, the little pop-up, and she did that the last 2 times. So, you got to stick with it. Once you get that routine, it's sacred. It's sacramental right there. And there it is. Binge is going to be in a stand stay at the back of the dock. And if we had the mics on now at Doggone It, you would hear the loudest cheering you could ever hear for their superstar dogs. Walking to the end of the dock, here comes Heather. Binge in a stand stay at about 40 foot on the dock. Heather about to walk off the back of the dock. Oh, she gets herself set. Here we go. Binge running full speed, flying, almost making the catch. It was a little bit low and to the right, but that is okay. Binge still had a solid jump right there and a phenomenal performance just this entire bracket. 28.2 and a 28.5. Awesome jumps all around from the Australian Coolie. Binge. Now, as we wait for the results to come into us, we are going to move on to the Supernova division next. There are 3 dogs in that division, so we have special rules for the Supernova dogs, but that will be announced right after this short break. Here we are back at the International Dog Sports Dock Diving Championship. We just concluded our Superstar Horizon bracket. Top 24 dogs from the Superstar division just faced off. And your top 3 we are presenting to you. Third place with a 28-foot, 3-inch jump is Binge out of Doggone It. Huge congratulations to Binge. She has worked so hard all season long, earning this championship. She's been there at Doggone It or Duke's weekly, getting her practice in, jumping all three of her dogs. Awesome job to the Australian Coolie and Heather. Then moving on to the next division, it is going to be Razor, or the next dog, second place, Razor from Carousel Diving Dogs with a 29-foot 2-inch jump. Razor already in the pool. He's like, this is my time. I worked so hard for this. Just let me swim. I don't need no toy. Just let me be in the water. And they are celebrating his second place right now. Congratulations. All right. Huge congrats to the Belgian Malinois out of Carousel. Now, your champion, the Whippet Malinois, the whippersnapper from PA. That is going to be Rollins from Doggone It with a 29-foot, 10-inch jump. Phenomenal performance from Rollins, 29-foot, 10 inches. And Razor still up there on the dock getting their award. Awesome job, Razor, the Belgian Malinois with a 29-foot, 2-inch jump. Showing out there. Razor at a 29.11, a 29.2, and a 29.2. 3 jumps over 29 feet. Way to be consistent, Razor. Awesome job for the Belgian Malinois. And now we are waiting to show you the number 1 dog in the Superstar division, breaking that 30-foot mark. He had to face 3 different dogs, technically 4. He had to go up against Rigby from Youngbloods, 26 foot 10 inches Rigby. Rollins, 29. Then he went up against Drac at Doggone It. Drac had a 29.3, and no one thought that was going to get beat. Well, Rollins, 30 foot out of nowhere. Rollins coming with a 30-foot jump. Phenomenal throw and catch from Rollins. Now, we go to the championship round where he's facing not one, but 2 dogs. He's facing Razor and Binge at the same time, and he still pulls off a 29-foot, 10-inch, 29-foot, 10. Like, this dog out of nowhere, 3 jumps over 29 feet. Phenomenal job, everybody. And we are going to move on to Doggone It as soon as we see their camera. There we are. Your superstar Horizon Open Bracket National Champion over at Doggone It, Rollins and Jana with Rachel as the holder, and you see the facility owner Joy up there on the dock together. Congratulations, Rollins, taking home not 1 but 2 international championships. He is your Superstar International Champion, and he is the Eclipse Supernova international champion. Congratulations, Rollins, showing out for us this weekend, trying his best and really giving it his all. Congratulations, Jana and Rollins, and all the other teams that qualified in the Superstar division. You guys cried your hearts out. Every dog seemed like they gave it their all. We had jumps between 29 and 26. Every dog was in their division. That was a phenomenal showing there. Thank you all for being the best competitors in the world. Now, we are going to move on to the next division. And the next division is going to be the Supernova division. Supernova, the biggest of the biggest, are 30-foot or farther jumpers. Coming up next, we have Pepper Jack's Plunge, we have Carousel Diving Dogs, and we have Ocala Dog Ranch making their appearances. Who's going to be who, though? Pepper Jacks. We have Golden Eagle. He had the farthest jump of the qualifying round. Golden Eagle making that jump right there. That is Golden Eagle. That was his first jump. Land in the water right there. We had a little camera difficulty, but she was getting him warmed up right there. That was basically her practice jump for Golden Eagle. She got to throw the bumper, make him elevate. Now, this is where you're going to see him really fly out there. I don't know what that score was, but you're going to see here, she's going to throw a frisbee, and it's going to be the hardest toy to throw. And as you can see, the water moving around a lot, the wind not the best for the area, but she's got the frisbee held high, going to make this throw. Got to be perfect. Golden Eagle hoping to surpass 32 feet here. Phenomenal jump. That frisbee, it stayed in the air, and look at that, where his finger was pointing. That was a big jump right there for Golden Eagle out of Pflugerville, Texas. Awesome job. They did 2 jumps. The first one, he used the bumper, and that was his practice, basically. And then he used the frisbee. He knew that he had to jump high, so mom held it high. She threw it even higher, and he ran so fast. Now, we're going to be moving on to carousel diving dogs. Carousel diving dogs, Mako is coming up to the dock. Mako is a mixed breed from Maryland. And a fun fact about Mako, he is the worst bedfellow. Awful, just awful. Which makes me think he's one of those aggressive cuddlers. Mako will be in bed and he'll be kicking you off of the bed, taking up all of the room. And here he is up on the dock. The looks like a sport bred mix up there. Running around with his bumper, yellow and black up on the dock. Mako, he's going to do 1 jump, and then he's going to recoup, and he's going to do a 2nd jump, and then we're going to go to Ocala Dog Ranch for the doctor. He's going to do 2 jumps for us. These are your biggest jumping dogs of the entire event. These 3 dogs right here jumped farther than any other dog out of the 700 dogs to accept an invite this weekend. These are your top dogs, and we're going to see Mako running down the dock here in Maryland. Big throw, even better jump. He elevated and he just kept going. They're whippets. They're light as a feather, so they just float through the sky. And you give them that much speed, it's not even fair at a certain point. But the 4-year-old mix, Mako, is going to line up. He gets 1 more chance. That one was no catch. We'll see if he can make a catch. He does not need to make a catch, but it will give him more title points if he does. We're out here. Carousel diving dogs versus Mount Air that are located in Mount Airy, Maryland. Mako up on the dock. Dad at the end of the dock, making sure the dog stayed. He's ready. He releases the dog. He does a nice throw, and Mako soars past the toy. He was at least 5-6 feet beyond the toy. That was a great jump right there. And these are your Super Nova jumpers. These dogs go 30 foot or farther. That means we have the doctor coming up next from Ocala Dog Ranch. The doctor is a border whippet. I got to work with the doctor out in Ocala when we took the mobile dock down there, and the border whippet is insane, completely on a whole nother level. This dog is 2 years old, and he is just getting started. He's going to be around for a while. This dog's favorite thing is to just stand and jump. Anything with water and to just jump. And this dog is going to show you here. It's got springs for legs. It is a gray and white border whippet. The judge ready. You see she's standing already in the 30 range. While that dog gets ready to do this jump, doctor, he is a beast up there. There he is. Right at the end of that dock, the doctor, he said, look at the water, Mom. Look at the water. You could throw that toy right now and I could swim. Because he don't care about how far he jumps. He just wants to get in that pool. There it is. Mom closes the gate, throws the harness down, taking the doctor back. Doctor is going to start at 40 foot on the dock. She's going to walk to the end of the dock, and it is a very odd technique, but she is going to hold this toy by the tassels. No one ever throws the toy like this, but she is going to make the doctor jump over 30 feet right now. Here he comes. Phenomenal. Holy, he flew off of the screen. We can't even see him. There he is. Holy wow. He went so far. The farthest number I could see on the screen is 31, and he was off of the screen. That was insane from the doctor. A great jump right there out of Ocala Dog Ranch, and that was jump number one. He gets one more try right here. Now, some of these dogs, they do one jump, it's picture perfect, but the second jump, it's never the same. So we're going to see if she could try to replicate that or get somewhat close because that was epic. That was a huge jump. The judge and the dog both had to jump off of the screen. Here she is talking to someone. She's doing another one, got the toy, holding it by the tassel. She's still talking. Now, oh, and they are resetting. Something is happening over at Ocala. But with that being said, we've watched Golden Eagle's 2 jumps. He took the first one kinda as a practice, kinda as a get to track the toy. Then we seen Mako's 2 jumps. Now we're watching the doctor. This is his second jump, the final jump of the International Dog Sports Dock Diving Championship right there, landing into the pool. It looked like he took off about, maybe 4 foot early on the end of that dock, and that's very normal for him, which is why the consistency is the most important part of this entire game. Now, with that being said, that concludes the final jump, and we will be right back with your champions in one quick second. We are back with your supernova results. We had a phenomenal show out right there. We had Mako coming in third place from Carousel Diving Dogs. Mako had a 29-foot, 10-inch jump, and Mako had a 30-footer there from Mako. Phenomenal job from Mako taking third place, and here they come up to the dock. We're gonna watch them give this award. But that was a awesome final round right there to end the day. The Supernova Dogs putting on a show. Superstar and Supernova giving it their all coming out here. We even had a 30-foot superstar jump, which was amazing. But we are in the Supernova division, and up on the dock now, we have Mako, the Whip It Mix up there. They're celebrating. They're trying to get that toy from Mako, but they are up there enjoying themselves, and they're going to enjoy it for a long time. That was a phenomenal performance that Mako put on. Great job up there on the dock with their big rosette and their custom bumper. Oh, that's an awesome family picture right there. Congratulations out in Mount Airy, Maryland. Carousel Diving Dogs taking third place with a 30-foot jump. Now on to Ocala Dog Ranch. We had second place, the doctor showing out. He had a 30-foot jump foot and a 30-foot 6 inch. And there goes the dog. Oh, and it looks like Mom might be jumping into the water here. Doctor's having fun over there, celebrating their second place. Doctor with a 30-foot and a 30-foot 6 inch jump. That is just amazing. He before August 15th, Doctor did not have a 30-foot jump, and now he's jumping 30-foot 6 inches. Congratulations on a champion, second place, and a new personal best. That is the doctor up there over in Ocala Dog Ranch. Congratulations. And now we are going on to Texas, Pflugerville. The Pepper Jack's Plunge had the biggest jumping dog of the week, and there they are up on the dock. That is Golden Eagle defending his title back to back. Supernova International Dog Sports Dock Diving 24-man open bracket champion right there. Congratulations. And again, I keep saying it, but they were throwing that frisbee, and that is a perfect example of if you throw the frisbee, you have to be perfect. And every throw she made was perfect. Golden Eagle, 32-foot 3 in the championship round is unheard of. Congratulations. He had a 32 in the qualifying round as well. You guys performed and you put out all weekend. Awesome job, and congratulations, Golden Eagle, on the back-to-back championship. That means we are going to conclude our International Dog Diving Dogs 2024 Dog Sport Championship with Golden Eagle, but we are going to take 2 minutes, and then we will be ready to present to you the unofficial Horizon Open 2024 results. I'm going to run through the list of every top three, and these are the unofficial Horizon results. Give us a few days. We're going to go over all of the info and make sure that it is correct and proper before we make it official. But I will unofficially announce the top three from each division in about 2 minutes. And we're going to keep an eye on Pupper Jack's Plunge here while they celebrate Golden Eagle's victory. Look at them. One big family up there. This isn't just about one dog. This is about your facility, your community, what you've built, the people you surround yourself with at these events. This is what it's all about, that camaraderie, the celebration, having a good time hanging out together. Congratulations, Pflugerville, Texas, and Golden Eagle. Ready? I don't know if it's done yet. Mako is just now added. It looks done to me. I would just make sure. They might have to add the numbers for Supernova. Yep. All right, and as Pepperjack All right, and as Pepperjack concludes their celebration, we are gonna go on to showing you the top 3 Open Horizon bracket finalists. We competed all day today. We've been jumping since 10 a.m. We had Junior Showcase at 9 a.m., and we went through every single bracket, the top 24 dogs in all 7 divisions. Now, for the final summary, we're gonna start with the Comet bracket. Third place was Fester with a 9-foot jump from Ocala Dog Ranch. Second place was Percy from Carousel Diving Dogs with a 9-foot 8-inch jump. And first place was Hondo from Country Roads Canine Academy Activities, 10-foot 2 inches. Congratulations, Hondo, on taking home the Comet Open Horizon Championship. Now, moving on to the Protostar division, that is the division between 10-foot and 14-foot 11. We had third place, Kobe. Kobe had a 13-foot 6-inch jump from Duke's Canine Dash and Splash. Chewbacca, aka Chewy, had a 14-foot 6-inch, coming in second place. And your Protostar Horizon Open International Dog Sport champion is Wraith with a 15-foot 4-inch jump. Phenomenal performance. Wraith had to do a bunch of jumps to earn that. Congratulations on the championship and the new personal best. Now moving on to the Nebula X. Nebula X bracket is from 15 foot to 1711. That means we had Sea Dogs, Zelda, the cattle dog, jumping 16-foot 9 in third place. Second place, we had Remy LeBeau from Carousel Diving Dogs. In first place, we had Tipsy from Red Dog Farm with a 1611. All of those jumps within an inch of each other, 16-9, 16-10, and 16-11. Congratulations to our Nebula bracket, and what a phenomenal showing. Over here, we go to the Nebula XL. It used to be all one division, Nebula X and Nebula XL, but this year we made Nebula XL 18-foot to 1911 because we split the dogs 50-50. That was our biggest division, so we split it in half, and now we had a very close bracket and an awesome contest between these Nebula XL dogs. Third place was Xander. Xander with a 19-3 coming in third. We did have a dog in there named Ziva who jumped a little bit too far, so she was out of the Nebula X bracket, and Xander came in third with a 19.3 from Ocala. Then we had Hank coming in second place with a 19.6 from Carousel Diving Dogs. Phenomenal jumps there from Hank at Carousel Diving Dogs. And Katie coming in at 20 foot from Ocala Dog Ranch, the Blue Healer coming in first place as your Nebula XL International Horizon Open champion. Congratulations to Katie and Hank and Xander. All right. We are moving on to the next division. That was your Rising Stars. The Rising Star bracket is going to be Ocho coming in third place, the Whippet from Wilkinson, Indiana, with a 25-foot 2-inch jump coming in third. Then we had Timmy coming in second with a 25-foot 3-inch jump from Ocala Dog Ranch. Then we had Riot with a 25-foot 6-inch jump, the Belgian Malinois from Ocala Dog Ranch, winning it all. Congratulations to our Rising Star dogs performing, putting their hearts into this, spending the weekend with us. Awesome job to our Rising Stars. Moving on to the Superstar bracket. This bracket was supposed to be top 24. We had 13 dogs, and with top 12 got to jump. So we had Binge coming out of nowhere, coming in third place with a 28-foot 3 in the final round. She had 3 28-foot jumps, which is amazing, and those are all personal best for Binge. Congratulations, doggone it's Binge. Then we had Carousel Diving Dogs in second place with Razor coming with a 29-foot 2-inch jump. He had 3 29-footers. He was the number 1 seed in the Superstar bracket, coming in second place. Congratulations. Then we go over to Rollins at doggone it winning the Superstar bracket, your 2024 International Dog Sports Dock Diving Horizon Open Superstar champion Rollins with not only a 29-10 in the finals, but he had a 30-footer as well. And he had another 29-foot 11, I believe. They showed out for us this weekend. Rollins with a first place spot. Congratulations. Now, we go on. The top 3 dogs of the weekend, the only dogs in the qualifying rounds to jump 30 feet. That was Mako coming in third with a 30-footer. Then it was the Doctor with the 30-foot 6-inch jump coming in second. The Doctor had 2 30-foot jumps in the final round, and Mako had a 30 and a 29. But your champion of the Supernova bracket is going to be Golden Eagle. A 32-foot 3-inch jump is going to secure his back-to-back International Dog Sports Horizon Open Supernova Championship title. Congratulations, Golden Eagle, and all of these 700 dogs who we got to see jump this weekend. It was a phenomenal weekend, and we appreciate all of our competitors. That was a great showing from our Horizon Open dogs. With that being said, we are sad to conclude the end of our International Dog Sports Dock Diving Championship for the 24 season. We are going to start going through the credit scene. You guys have seen the legend and lap brackets for Horizon as of yesterday, I believe. Yes, so now we are going straight into the ending. Thank you guys so much for being out here. I want to start by thanking the participating facilities. We had 10 facilities and at least 5, 6, 7 people at each location, always on go this weekend. And if you're a competitor and you watch the facilities, give them a huge shout out, a huge thank you. This was one of the hardest things to orchestrate, but your facilities did it. Give them a huge round of applause. Carousel Diving Dogs, Country Roads Canine Activities, Doggone It, Duke's Canine Dash and Splash, Ocala Dog Ranch, Pepper Jack's Plunge, Red Dog Farm, Sea Dogs, Sliding G Ranch LLC, and Youngblood's Dive In, and every person and dog that is a part of your crew over there at your facilities. Thank you guys so much. That was an awesome weekend. And I also want to thank the International Dog Sports team for making all of this possible, for allowing us to be able to compete with 9 other facilities at the exact same time and compete against the dogs in different locations. It is unheard of, never done before. And this is our 3rd year doing it. So a huge shout out to championship coordinator and broadcast director, Michelle Filler, the program extraordinaire, Brenda Moore, our technical producer, Megan Axe, our broadcast coordinator, Julie Zulker, Aaron Richards, the IDS event coordinator, and Ed Johnson, the IDS judge team lead, and our graphics coordinator, Lucas. Thank you so much. All of you guys putting this together, spending your weekends with us, making this the most amazing that we can. And we want to thank you all for your patience. We know at some points it was very tough, but you helped us put on a phenomenal show, and we thank you so much for that. Now, we also want to thank our sponsors, Sunday's Dog Food and One TDC Oral and Joint Supplement. Congratulations to all of our competitors as well, our participating dogs. We gave out 1,300 invites. We had 730 something invites get accepted, which is amazing, more than it was last year. You guys are growing international dog sports, and we are growing our family of facilities, our network of facilities, and we thank you all so much for that. I am Zach Filler, and this is the end of the 2024 International Dog Sports Dock Diving Championship live stream broadcast. Thank you all so much. Have a good night.